that the issue of child marriage and child sexual exploitation, especially
Platform, is not just a matter of concern, but a pressing challenge that demands our collective action. The protection and welfare of children should be the foremost priority of every society. And yet, there are millions of children across our country and around the world that suffer from grave violation of this right. Child marriage continues to rob young girls and boys of their childhood, their education, and most of all, their future. Similarly, the abhorrent issue of child sexual exploitation and abuse tarnish the sanctity of childhood that violates the trust we place in the society to protect the most vulnerable around us. Today's conference is an important platform for dialogue, reflection, and most importantly, action. Without any further ado, I now request Sri Bhavani Shankar Sharma, Learned Member Secretary, Andaman and Nicobar State Legal Service Authority, to kindly invite the respected dignitaries on stage. Sir.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you, Anushka. May I request the Honorable the Chief Justice, Shri T.S. Shivgyanam, Honorable Chief Justice, Calcutta High Court, and Patron-in-Chief, Andaman and Nicobar State Legal Service Authority, Honorable Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, Judge High Court at Calcutta, and Executive Chairman, Andaman Nicobar State Legal Service Authority, Dr. Chandra Bhushan Kumar, the Chief Secretary, Andaman Nicobar Administration, Sri O.P. Singh, ex-DGP Uttar Pradesh, Sri Bhuvan Ribhu, to kindly take your seat on the dais. You are requested to take your seat on the dais, please, sir. Thank you, respected dignitaries. It's a privilege to stand before such an esteemed gathering today as we come together for a cause that demands our collective attention and unwavering commitment, the eradication of child marriage and child sexual exploitation and abuse. Before any program, I request the honorable dignitaries to please light the ceremonial lamp to start the program. Please, sir. I request the learned district judge to join the lighting of ceremonial lamp. Ma'am Sampurna Behura. Madam Geeta Rani Verma, please join.
Astoma Sadagamaya, Tamsoma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityormar Amritam Gamaya. Thank you, respected dignitaries. As we have come together to discuss, deliberate, and drive in this impactful change in our community, I again now request Sri Bhavani Shankar sir to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you. On behalf of the Andaman and Nicobar State Legal Service Authority, I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all of you at this state-level conference on child marriage and child sexual exploitation and abuse. The conference is being organized in collaboration with Association for Voluntary Action and India Child Protection, the renowned non-government organizations which are working in this field. Under the active guidance of Honorable Mr. Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, the Andaman and Nicobar State Legal Service Authority is carrying out its activities, and this conference is one of the major activity being undertaken by the Andaman Nicobar State Legal Service Authority. The issue of child marriage and child sexual exploitation and abuse remains a deep-rooted social challenge requiring strong legal intervention, multi-sectoral collaboration, and unwavering commitment from all stakeholders. Through this conference, we aim to deliberate on those pressing issues which, with the guidance of our Honorable Chief Justice, Honorable Mr. Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, distinguished experts, senior administrative officials, and legal practitioners, ensuring a meaningful dialogue and actionable insights. I firmly believe that today's discussion will serve as a vital step in reinforcing the legal and social framework to combat these challenges, ensuring justice and protection for vulnerable children across these islands. The deliberation will not only empower legal professionals, policy makers, and law enforcement agencies, but also strengthen the collective efforts towards the eradication of the child marriage and child sexual exploitation and abuse. With these words, I welcome all of you to this conference, and I request your active participation during whole of the day. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, sir. As a token of our admiration and gratitude, the souvenir represents our deep acknowledgement for all the respected dignitaries for their contribution, while shawl serves a symbol of warmth, honor, and the enduring legacy. Now may I request Honorable Member Secretary SLSA, Shri Bhavani Shankar Sharma, to kindly felicitate Honorable Chief Justice T.S. Sivagyanam, High Court Calcutta, with shawl and souvenir. Thank you, sir. I now request Sri Sudhir Kumar, Learned District and Sessions Judge, to kindly come up on stage and felicitate Honorable Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, High Court Calcutta, and Honorable Zonal Judge. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Sampurna Behura to felicitate Dr. Chandrabhushan Kumar, Chief Secretary, Andaman and Nicobar Administration. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Shri Niyaz Alam, learned Additional District and Sessions Judge, to kindly felicitate Shri Bhuvan Ribu, founder Just Right for Children. Thank you, sir. I now request Srimati Arkobrati Niyogi, learned Chief Judicial Magistrate cum DLSA Secretary, to kindly felicitate Shri O.P. Singh. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Shri Sudhir Kumar, District and Sessions Judge, to kindly felicitate Shri Vinay Singh, Director, AVA. Sorry, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I now request Shri Dhananjay Tingle to felicitate Shri Bhavani Shankar Sharma, Learned Member Secretary, SLSA. Thank you, sir. I now request Shri Shovik Ghosh, Judicial Magistrate, First Class, to kindly... Apologies for the delay. I request Shri Shovik Ghosh, Judicial Magistrate First Class, to kindly felicitate President Bar Association Andaman and Nicobar, Shri Learned Advocate Tabriz, Mohammad Tabriz. Thank you, sir. I now request Shri Anupam Sirkar, sir, to kindly come up on stage and felicitate Learned Senior Advocate Deep Kaim Kabir, Judicial Magistrate, Second Class.
Now I request Sri Pavitra Sen, the Chief Judicial Magistrate Nicobar, to felicitate Geeta Rani Verma, the IG of Police. IG. With the permission of Honorable the Chief Justice, may we request the gathering to rise for National Anthem for the official commencing of the program. And I request the IT team to play.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
The Andaman and Nicobar State Legal Service Authority has been established under the Legal Service Authorities Act 1987, and in the year 2024, under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable the Chief Justice, Honorable Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, has been nominated as the Executive Chairman. And after the nomination of Honorable Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, the activities of the Andaman Nicobar State Legal Service Authority accelerated, and in this pursuit, the various legal awareness camps, the National Lok Adalats, the mediation, the alternative dispute resolution methods, as well as the cause of environment was also taken into consideration. And in this view, the Andaman Nicobar State Legal Service Authority carried out massively its activities during this year 2024, and a compilation of such activities has been compiled in an annual report by the name Nyay Path, which we have brought today, and we are requesting the Honorable the Chief Justice, Honorable Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, as well as the dignitaries and the august gathering, and I request the Honorable Chief Justice and Honorable Justice Bhattacharya to please release this annual report, and I request the IT team to play the video thereafter. Please, Your Lordship, please do the honors. I request the IT team to play the 2-minute video
The Andaman and Nicobar State Legal Services Authority has been established under the Legal Services Authority Act 1987 and is committed to subserve the cause of justice as well as fulfill its mandate and the guidance of National Legal Services Authority. The Honorable Justice T.S. Shivanyanam, the Honorable Chief Justice, High Court at Calcutta, and the Honorable Patron-in-Chief, Andaman and Nicobar State Legal Services Authority, under His Lordship regime, has been pleased to nominate the Honorable Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, Judge, High Court at Calcutta, as the Executive Chairman, Andaman and Nicobar State Legal Services Authority. Under the active guidance of Honorable Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, the Andaman and Nicobar State Legal Services Authority started to accelerate its function and in its pursuit had conducted National Lok Adalat as per the calendar issued by the Central Authority and organized various awareness programs during the year 2024. And not only it enlightened the inhabitants of these islands about their legal and fundamental rights, but at the same time provided free legal aid to the poor and needy persons and promoted the resolution of disputes through the alternative dispute redressal mechanism by way of mediation and Lok Adalat, and had taken care of environmental issues, undertaken massive drive through tree plantation. It also disbursed compensation to the victims of the crime. Nyaipat, the annual report of Andaman and Nicobar State Legal Services Authority 2024, is being released today in the august presence of their Lordship, as well as other dignitaries, which is a compilation of overall activities of the Andaman and Nicobar State Legal Service Authority during the year 2024.
Thank you, IT team. May I now request the Honorable Justice T.S. Shivgyanam, Honorable the Chief Justice, Calcutta High Court, and Honorable Patron-in-Chief, Andaman and Nicobar State Legal Service Authority, to kindly give the presidential address. Please, sir.
Honorable Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, Honorable Judge, High Court at Calcutta, and Executive Chairman of the Andaman and Nicobar State Legal Services Authority, Dr. Chandrabhushan Kumar, IAS, Learned Chief Secretary of the Andaman and Nicobar Administration, Mr. Bhuvan Ribu, Founder, Just Rights for Children Alliance, Mr. O.P. Singh, President and CEO of the Indian Police Foundation and Advisor ICP and former Director General of Police, Uttar Pradesh. Incidentally, his father-in-law was the Chief Justice of the Madras High Court, Honorable Justice K.B.N. Singh. Just now, sir had told me. Very happy to meet you, sir. Sri Bhavani Shankar Sharma, Member Secretary of Andaman and Nicobar State Legal Services Authority, the learned District Judge, the learned judges of the Andaman and Nicobar, the staff and officers of the High Court, the learned President, the Secretary and Senior Advocates of the Bar Association of Andaman and Nicobar, Madam Inspector General of Police, other senior police officials, members of the Association for Voluntary Action, special invitees, the resource persons who have assembled here in large number, good morning to all of you. It is in fact a momentous occasion for the State Legal Services Authority of Andaman and Nicobar for having organized a state-level conference on a very, very important topic on child marriage and child exploitation and abuse in the islands. I am sure that today's program will be a very good interactive session, and at the end of the day, all of us will stand enriched. I commence by quoting Nelson Mandela, the former president of South Africa, who said, "Safety and security doesn't just happen. They are the result of collective consensus and public investment. We owe our children, the most vulnerable citizens in our society, a life free of violence and fear." One of the most important tenets of child rights is ensuring their basic right to good health, nutrition, education, and freedom from violence, abuse, and exploitation. Child marriage deprives the children of all these rights, denying them the opportunity to develop into fully empowered individuals. These harmful social practices force children into a vicious syndrome of early marriage and pregnancy and is very often cited as a prime cause for high maternal and infant mortality and intergenerational cycle of malnutrition. Child marriage also imposes certain social and decisions-making roles for children who are not physically, mentally, or emotionally prepared to fulfill these responsibilities. Cultural practices associated with low value placed on the girl, the centrality of the marriage in the lives of most of the people, laws regulating the division of property, and the societal control of women's sexuality all contribute to child marriages. Child marriage has both physical and mental repercussions on the minor who enters into marriage. Girls are disproportionately harmed as the entire burden of household responsibilities, care and early pregnancy fall upon their shoulders. But boys are also harmed to having taken the duties of supporting a family at an early age. India is the home to the largest number of child brides in the world. 1/3 of the global total number of child bride is in India. There is a considerable improvement in reducing child marriages in India as per the official National Family Health Survey data, which was published for the years 2006 to 2020. As per the said data, Bihar had the highest rate of child marriages in India. In 2019-2020, West Bengal reported the highest number of cases of child marriage, followed by Bihar. States with high rates of child marriage are also known to be source states of child trafficking. Child trafficking for the purpose of marriage is a reality, with men from the other richer states seeking brides due to the skewed sex ratio in these states. We must consider this data may not reflect the reality because the data is based on self-reporting. It is unlikely that the families provide the correct information to the data collectors, as there is a growing awareness of law and the respondents would prefer to hide the fact of having arranged a child marriage. However, while success rate in reducing cases of child marriage may be exaggerated in the data, it does indicate a trend towards improved figures until 2020. The National Crime Records Bureau data on number of cases filed in the year 2020 shows an increase of about 50% from the previous year, where it was 785 cases were recorded. The states of Karnataka followed by Assam recorded the highest number of cases. Normally few cases are filed as the child would find it extremely difficult to report the marriage arranged by their parents or guardians. The few cases that are filed, normally those filed by parents or guardians, where the child elopes. However, there may be emerging trend of children using the law. For example, a couple of examples are there. A 15-year-old girl filed a case against her parents for forcing her to marry in Bangalore in the year 2020. A 16-year-old girl called the helpline 181 when her parents were trying to forcibly marry her in New Delhi. There are several such instances. To ensure that child marriage is eradicated from the society, the Government of India enacted the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act 2006, replacing the earlier legislation, namely the Child Marriage Restraint Act of 1929. This legislation is armed with enabling provision to prohibit child marriages, protect and provide relief to victims, and enhance punishment for those who abet, promote, or solemnize such marriages. The POCSO Act was enacted in the year 2012, enacted to protect children from all forms of sexual offenses. Cases of child marriage are difficult to deal with to the social sanction they have because natural family members are usually involved in arranging the marriage. Filing a case against the family members is more easily said than done due to complex and other factors, the child with his parents or guardians. For this reason, at the first stage, counseling is preferred, means to try and prevent the case of child marriage. Providing legal information and informing an adolescent adolescent of her options as well as her parents or guardians of the legal repercussions of child marriage, it may be a first step to prevent a child marriage from taking place without requiring recourse to law. The government, the civil society organizations who are present here, and local communities need to work together to create awareness among the harmful effects of child marriage. Then what will be the challenges and what will be the solutions? First would be the effective implementation of the law is crucial to curb child marriage. This can be achieved by strengthening the legal framework, increasing the number of child protection officers, and ensuring the availability of adequate resources to enforce law. The next aspect is creating awareness about the harmful effect of child marriage, which is very crucial. This can be achieved through various media platforms, community engagement programs, and public awareness campaigns. The third would be the involvement of community leaders and youth groups, which can also help to spread the message effectively. And fourthly, providing access to education, healthcare, and vocational training. This can help to break the cycle of poverty and provide opportunity for young people to achieve their full potential. The Honorable Supreme Court in the judgment in the year October 18, 2024 in the case of Society for Enlightenment and Voluntary Action delivered a very important judgment on child marriage and issued comprehensive guidelines to end this practice. I'm sure that this judgment will be also taken into consideration during the course of deliberations we are going to have today. The said judgment highlighted that the states of Arunachal Pradesh, Goa, Manipur, Odisha, Sikkim, Jammu and Kashmir, and Lakshadweep had not submitted reports on child marriage to the Honorable Supreme Court. Furthermore, many states lack mechanism to maintain data related to child marriage. In the absence of real-time data, celebrating the decline in child marriage may be premature. The Honorable Supreme Court noted that this age-old practice violates minors' basic rights to free choice, autonomy, and well-being. It prescribed comprehensive guidelines to accelerate initiatives aimed at curbing child marriage. The court directed convergent and coordinate action from various institutions and implementing authorities to translate existing child protection laws into realities. Based on an analysis measure taken by the states under the what is called the JJ Act, the POCSO, Right to Education Act, and Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, it observed that lack of sincerity in implementing the laws, particularly the law of Prohibition of Child Marriage Act. This is evident from the gaps in response mechanism, processes for rescue and rehabilitation, tracking vulnerable children, allocation of resources, and most critically, the prosecution of offenders. Prolonged trials and low conviction rate weakened deterrence. Of the 3,563 cases listed in trial courts in the year 2022, only 181 cases were successfully concluded. At this rate, the India Child Protection Study estimates that it will take 19 years to clear the backlog from 2022 alone. While issuing detailed guidelines, the Honorable Supreme Court reinforced the effective execution of the provisions of the JJ Act, the Right to Education Act, and the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act. It also emphasized the importance of the last mile impact through proper planning, execution, and accountability of duty bearers. While much anticipated new census is expected to provide updated information on prevalence of child marriage in India and district-specific details, it is evident that there is considerable ground to cover in making child marriage a thing of the past. I am informed that about 400 cases under POCSO are pending in the special court in South Andaman, and more than 40 cases are pending in Mayabandar. In addition to that, from January 2025 to March 2025, 15 cases have been registered under POCSO Act at Port Blair, South Andaman, which depicts the gradual increase of the number of cases. Therefore, it is time to have a thorough deliberation in this conference on this subject to curb the menace which is posing threat to the children. In my opinion, the aim of this session is to explore how the provisions of the POCSO and the other enactments can be effectively used on prevention of sexual violence, prevention of victims, prosecution of offenders can be used to meet the new challenges. Discussions and deliberations between the representatives of the government, civil society, academia, and the private sector on protecting children's right against sexual exploitation and sexual abuse, facilitated by emerging technologies that is expected to be adopted, are to be discussed today in detail. As one of the definite emerging technologies of times, artificial intelligence is at the very core. AI is a powerful technology that is rapidly reshaping how traditional problems can be approached, shedding new light on possible solutions. Potential of AI to support law enforcement and related authorities to prevent crimes against children has in fact already been seen. For instance, the facial recognition technology has already enabled identification of numerous missing children, and national authorities are actively exploring how they can use machine learning to assess the cause. On a personal note, when I was a judge of the High Court of Judicature at Madras, when heading a division bench dealing with habeas corpus petitions relating to missing girl children, the police administration was so effective that within probably 2 weeks, they will be able to secure the child, and might be a case of eloping or a kidnapping. On my transfer to the High Court at Calcutta, for almost 6 to 8 months, I was heading the division bench where we were dealing with habeas corpus cases, where I was shocked and surprised to note that for 10 years at least, the children are not able to be traced. Then I sought the opinion of the learned prosecutors who told that because of the porous borders, the issue where the state of West Bengal is located, it is very, very difficult to track the child. Most of them are lured under the, saying that they will be married, they will be settled, that the parents will be taken care of, landed properties will be given, so therefore you come with me. And most of them land in faraway countries, as a result of which it was a very shocking experience so far as I was concerned, because in my home state, the police was so effective. So probably because of this unique geographical location of the state, I think this issue may also arise in the island, because it is very difficult to trace, or because normally what the police, senior police officers, madam is also there, they use the tracking devices, where the mobile tower location, etc., etc. Despite that, in fact, one habeas corpus petition, I posted the case of week after week. Ultimately, the girl child was found in Hyderabad, not in Hyderabad, in the state of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, in a remote village. She had no inkling of what happened, etc., whether there was abuse committed on her. Probably she was drugged. So therefore, during the course of discussion, you can also tell your views about it as to how best this can be curbed, especially bearing in mind the scenario in the islands and also, of course, West Bengal, because we represent the High Court at Calcutta. In conclusion, I say, child marriage is a significant social issue and has a long-lasting consequence on children's physical and mental and emotional health. The prohibition of child marriage under law is an essential step towards curbing this practice. Repercussions of some of these laws may be affecting child rights in certain ways, and the voices of experts, studies on ground of realities must inform law reforms, policy directions, and institution goals. The legal system is doing its best, adapt to these changes, and throw up solutions to protect vulnerable children at the risk of child marriage while at the same time recognizing that the goal is the protection of child rights, especially of child brides. However, the law alone cannot solve the problem. It requires a concerted effort from the courts, the state legal services authorities, government, the civil society organization, and local communities to create awareness and change attitude towards child marriage. With collective efforts, we can ensure a better future for our children, free from the harmful effects of child marriage. I am sure that today's discussion is going to be very fruitful, very educative, and at the end of the day, we all will stand enriched. I thank Honorable Justice Sabhishashi Bhattacharya for giving me this opportunity, the learned member secretary, the learned judges, the learned advocates, the senior advocates of the Bar Association of Andaman and Nicobar, and all the experts who have assembled here that too on a holiday on a Saturday. So it's very encouraging, and I think I will remain for the entire session, and I also will stand encouraged enriched at the end of the day. Thank you for this lovely opportunity.
Thank you, Your Lordship, for your valuable words of wisdom and guidance, Your Lordship. Certainly, the discussion which will be carried out today will show the path to the resolution of the problem and to the eradication of the child marriage, child sexual exploitation and abuse in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Now I request Honorable Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, Judge High Court at Calcutta and Executive Chairman, Andaman SLSA, to kindly give the speech, Your Lordship. Please, Your Lordship.
I wish a very good morning to all of you, the Honorable Chief Justice and our Patron-in-Chief, the Chief Secretary, all the dignitaries who are on this stage and off the stage also, the judicial officers. Please forgive me if I don't mention you individually, because to me, all of you are dignitaries here, because you have found an importance in this topic and you have taken time out from your busy schedules and come here to attend. That itself shows the sensitivity of each of you. So for me, each of you are dignitaries here. I feel entirely inadequate to address the issue because there are so many experts here who will be enriching you with the thoughts on the subject, and there are importantly ground level workers and other stakeholders who know much about the topic and the ground realities, much more than us who deal with cases and all, but they know the ground reality. So I have a mixed feeling that we are having to address this issue, and this is the topic of discussion. Even after a quarter of the 21st century has passed. I mean, that itself shows that how there is such lack of progress on these issues of child marriage and child sexual abuse and exploitation. Now, regarding the Honorable Chief Justice has addressed all the issues and given the reasons also. Regarding statistics, whenever I have tried to find out statistics regarding child marriage as well as child trafficking, always I've seen that there is a huge variance between the different sources. Probably there's an issue, there are different problems in collecting the data itself, because first of all there's an issue of these reportings not being adequate due to various reasons, social stigma, other social oppressive practices we have, and other reasons also. So therefore I won't go on the data much. Patriarchal notions and regressive views, regressive customs are one of the major motivators for this child marriage. Now, till date, there are several families where we feel that a girl child should be married off early. There's a stigma attached to late marriage of girls. If a girl does not marry even at a young age, then in even civilized, so-called civilized sections of the society, they have to give certain answers, at least to their relatives, that why you are not yet marry. I mean, your duty, social duty is to marry, sort of thing. And girls are considered to be a burden in some families, unfortunately. Female higher education is a no-no for many families. Poverty, dowry and escalating marriage costs are also certain reasons, underlying reasons for this early marriage of children. And you will find it's a practical reality that in many families, you see there are several children, all are girls, at the end the boy comes. Now this practice is a practical reality also. In those families, they go on begetting children until there is a son in the family. So these are social maladies which afflict us, which also give are reasons for early marriage of children. There are various cons, no pros to early marriage of children, as pointed out by the Honorable Chief Justice, that mortality risks and health risks to the mother and the child is a major issue. Children are much more vulnerable to domestic violence and sexual abuse, obviously for obvious reasons. Girls lose their childhood education, financial security and career opportunities when they're given up early in marriage in most cases. And this, more importantly, this child marriage is surely in several sections used as a source of child trafficking. It is a pretext. The child is given in marriage and trafficking happens. So that is a major issue also. The statutes, there are several statutes. There has been a statutory evolution in India. Several laws have evolved over the times. And initially the Indian Penal Code of 1860 put the minimum marrying age of the child at 10, which may be peculiar sounding now. Age of Consent Bill of 1927 put it at 12. And as the Honorable Chief Justice pointed out, initially the Child Marriage Restraint Act of 1929 put the ages respectively for the girls at 16 and for the boys at 18, which has subsequently by the 1978 amendment been brought at par by, for girls 18 and 21 for men. Prohibition of Child Marriage Act 2006 is a major landmark statute in this field. Now there are certain aspects of that which I would like to just highlight in a nutshell so that you are not bored too much. The first thing is 2A, section 2A of that act defines a child for a male 21 years and for a girl 18 years. Section 3, importantly, this is important because section 3 makes the child marriage, marriage of children voidable, not void, voidable at the option of the child, herself or himself. So therefore, the petition has to be filed at least within 2 years from attaining majority. So that itself making it voidable may be a less of a deterrent than making it void. There are several societies where child marriage is normalized among tribals, among other people and also among mainstream society, where child marriage is a normative thing and you don't go and report even if it's illegal. So therefore, making it void might be another stronger deterrent. We have to think about that later on. But this voidability is in consonance with the existing Special Marriage Act and the Hindu Marriage Act. So there might be a change, we are looking at a change probably in those laws also, because under the Hindu Marriage Act and the Special Marriage Act, which are two of the major marriage acts in India, it's voidable. So to bring it in consonance with those acts, 2006 Act also makes it voidable. But one progressive step in the 2006 Prohibition of Child Marriage Act is section 12, which makes child marriage void in 3 circumstances. First is if the child is taken or enticed out of keeping of the lawful guardian, out of the custody of the lawful guardian. This is one. Second ground is if the child is by force compelled or by deceitful means induced to go from any place. This is the language used in the statute. Third is if the child is sold for the purpose of marriage and made to go through the marriage. Importantly also, it makes it an offense if even after marriage the child is sold and trafficked and used for immoral purpose. Even if that happens after the marriage, then also it is void. So this is one progressive step taken by this act. The punishment is rigorous imprisonment of 2 years or 1 lakh fine. We also have to think on that, whether that would be adequate. For the time being, that is there in the statute. 3 sorts of categories of people are punishable. Section 9 says a male who is over 18 years marries a child, he is punishable. So this is an important thing because under the act, a male is not a child after he is 21. So if a male is of 19 years of age and he marries a child, under the act that male is not an adult, but still he will be liable to punishment. So that's a good deterrent, I would say. Second is, section 10 says whoever performs, conducts, directs or abets, they are punishable. There's a safety clause. If that person can prove that he had reasons to believe it was not a child marriage, protected, no punishment. And section 11 says this includes the persons who can be penalized for promoting, permitting solemnization of child marriage are persons having charge of children, such as parent, guardian, or in any other capacity, and even associations or organizations. So the various statutory bodies, they also should be alert that even if they are in charge of a child and there is child marriage, they would be liable for this. Injunction is an important remedy provided under this statute, section 13. Section 13 says the judicial magistrate or metropolitan magistrate, the judicial magistrate of first class and metropolitan magistrate, the judges know this and the advocates also, but the others must also know it. They can issue injunctions. When can they do that? If they are satisfied that a child marriage is arranged or about to be solemnized. They can act on an application by the child marriage prohibition officer, which was mentioned by the Honorable Chief Justice, child marriage prohibition officer, or on any complaint or on their information. If they are satisfied, they can do this. Subsection 9 of section 13 of this act says there has to be an early hearing of the application, either in person or through an advocate, and if that is rejected as a whole or in part, the injunction prayer, then reasons have to be recorded. One important pointer in this statute is section 13(3), which enables the magistrate to take suo motu cognizance of himself or herself of such an offence and take action. Subsection 4 says there are additional powers of the district magistrate, not just to pass an injunction and shut its eyes, but also to stop or prevent solemnization, and for that purpose take all appropriate measures. That is the language in the statute, all appropriate measures, but use minimum force required. That is the statute. Punishment for disobedience of injunction is a little less than the actual contracting of a child marriage. It's simple imprisonment for 2 years or fine of 1 lakh. So this is these are the contours of that act, which is a progressive act definitely, but in some fields, as I pointed out, some further probably modifications might be necessary, which would come out from our today's discussions. UNICEF estimates 1.2 million children are trafficked worldwide every year. Now, out of this trafficking, it is the third most unfortunate, I feel very sad to say that, this is the third most profitable criminal industry, that's the term used by the UNICEF, in the world. Child trafficking comes only in its accountability on profits after drugs and after weapons. Just imagine the level of child trafficking which is happening in the world. And India, unfortunately, is a source country, a transit country, as well as a destination country. So we are on the top of the bad list also. Major reasons, there are several major reasons. One motivator of child trafficking is cheap labor, obviously. And these people, these children, they are employed in agriculture, construction, domestic servitude, and several other sectors also. There are certain commercial sexual exploitation is one of the major reasons also. Social inequalities and marginalization of certain communities also compels them to go towards child trafficking or to be party to it, either with or without consent. Illiteracy is another factor, and traditional and religious, certain there are customs in our country also, like those have religious implications, Devadasi culture and Jogin culture. This sometimes is misused for trafficking. We have to be aware of that also, without being unnecessarily sensitive just because the word religion is used. There are international initiatives on this child trafficking. There are several, need not mention all. One I'd be mentioning is the UN GIFT. GIFT is an acronym. It's a global initiative to fight human trafficking. It's an UN initiative. UN Convention on Rights of the Child of 1989 is also there. Very importantly, in Sicily, the Palermo Protocol was adopted in 2000. India is also signatory there. Why? What is the significance of that? Several aspects were dealt with, but the definition of trafficking was given there, which is, among other things, illegally procuring, relocating and forcing children into exploitation, usually for labor and sexual exploitation. That if there is a clear definition, then law enforcers can act on that this is an offense and this is not. If there is vagueness there in the definition, it is very difficult for you to take steps. We don't know when to take steps. Indian laws on this topic are also several. Immoral Traffic Prevention Act 1956, which criminalizes trafficking for commercial purposes, sexual exploitation, and provides for rescue, rehabilitation and repatriation of victims also. Bonded Labor System Abolition Act 1978 76, although not directly linked, bonded labor system is often linked to child trafficking also, because that is one of the major reasons for child trafficking. And bonded labor, the new avatar of bonded labor is not bonded labor like slavery. Your hands are tied and you are put in a room. No. It's debt bond, debt bondage. What is debt bondage? You give a debt to a person, and that person for generations becomes your bonded labor. Their children become your bonded labor. So debt bondage is a new concept. The United States of America had a civil war over slavery. We are not even aware of the several nuances of bonded labor in our country. That's unfortunate. I am also a party to it because I am also an Indian citizen. So we have to be aware of those things. POCSO Act, as the Honorable Chief pointed out rightly, the JJ Act, the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection Act, it focuses on the care, protection and also rehabilitation of children, and includes provisions for prevention and control of trafficking also. Importantly, child in need of care and protection, this concept has been initiated, promulgated through this act. Child in need of care and protection has various shades, so it also includes children who are trafficked and who are exploited otherwise. Several landmark judgments are there. 3 judgments will be discussed here, and the discussion will revolve around that probably. There are much higher experts in the field to discuss on that. I won't be touching on those. I'd like to point out 2 or 3. Lakshmikant Pandey's case of 1984, although it dealt with inter-country adoption malpractices, but at that juncture and even today, inter-country adoption was being used for trafficking. So to stop those malpractices, Supreme Court passed this judgment of Lakshmikant Pandey versus Union. Importantly, the Central Adoption Resource Agency, CARA, the Supreme Court directed in that judgment to form that organization, which is still now the Central Authority for Adoptions, guiding adoptions. Sheila versus case versus Union of India, 1986, framed guidelines for children's homes and observation homes. And we are, I'd say, lucky. It's your judgment. Sampurna Behera's case, 2018, she's with us. She'll be sharing her things. She's a social activist also of renown. Her case, several nuances to that case, but there were directions on implementation of the JJ Act, which is also very important in that case. Remedies will be discussed here. Some of the remedies are obvious, some are not so obvious. One is to address poverty, unemployment and social inequalities. Sounds very general, but if the governmental agencies, there has to be interagency collaboration also. The other agencies, the law enforcement agencies, the higher police officials are also there. They know better than us. There has to be an interaction between the several agencies and NGOs also. There has to be international collaboration. The Chief Justice pointed out porous borders is a major issue of trafficking. So there has to be international collaboration on that also. There can be conventions. We have to ensure safe migration practices by regulating recruitment processes. Often these are the recruiters are the persons who lure these children and take them away. So we have to ensure, put in place safe migration practices. We have to enhance victim support and rehabilitation. On paper, there are several laws. We have to implement them by counseling, medical care, vocational training for survivors, and the state legal services authorities come in there definitely. And there are so many, all our associates here, they do so much magnificent work in that field also, so we are lucky to have them also. And strengthening law enforcement and legal aid services. Lastly, I'd like to highlight one thing. We have to raise social awareness and education not generally, but the persons have to know about the legal rights, the exact remedies, and whom to approach. That is a major issue. We do camps, we do conferences in air-conditioned rooms, but it has to percolate to the people who are the victims, and they have to know that, yes, these are the persons to whom we have to go, these are our remedies. So I'd expect, like the Honorable Chief Justice said, that very enriching discussions would come out of today's conference, and solutions also definitely will come out, will evolve from this conference. Wishing a success to this conference and thanking all of you again to waste your Saturday. It's not a wastage, please. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Your Lordship, for your valuable words. And may I inform Your Lordships and the august gathering that today we are having the stakeholders from administration, from police department, from social welfare department, from PRI, Panchayat, and even from the far-flung area of the Nicobar districts. And the purpose is to connect all these stakeholders so as to ensure that the benefit of this conference reach to the last person of these islands. And with these words, I request the Dr. Chandra Bhushan Kumar, the Chief Secretary, to say a few words. Please.
Very good morning to all of you. Honorable Chief Justice, Kolkata High Court, Honorable Justice Bhattacharya ji, Singh sir, dignitaries who are present here. This is a very important area which we are dealing in our society, and already Honorable Chief Justice, Honorable Justice have covered most of the aspects related to this menace which we are facing in the country even today after 75 years of our republic, and that's very unfortunate. Child marriage and child sexual exploitation and abuse has been known to us in the society for long. With the kind of awareness we are having now, is the time that we act very sternly to deal with this issue. Sir, I would like to inform you that Andaman Nicobar Islands, sir, we have fairly good literacy rate here, sir. Also, our gross enrollment ratio, which allows us to measure the children going from secondary to senior secondary and higher secondary education, that is fairly well here, sir. Also, comparatively, we have the health side, sir. We have better IMR and MMR issues here in comparison to national average and advanced states also, sir, because of better health facility and because of awareness of the communities at large also, sir. We have two very distinct groups of islands. One is where we are in the Andaman group of islands, and another one is a Nicobar group of islands. I'm fortunate from that perspective, sir, that 25 years ago I was Deputy Commissioner in Nicobar district for 2.5 years. So I have a fairly good idea about how the Nicobari society works, how the customs work in that kind of society, and which has evolved for thousands of years in that particular society, sir. Andaman group of islands, we have a different kind of societies come in other than 4 Aboriginal tribes, sir. Mostly we have the settler communities here, and they are drawn from all parts of our so-called mainland areas, and they have brought their own customs from those locations. If they have come from a Bengal region, then those customs have come in. If they have come in from Malabar region or Maharashtra or Punjab, so all those customs have come in, and it has just evolved like a kind of mini India kind of thing, sir. Society has evolved here not in that kind of frame, which is very traditional in those locations where we can say, okay, this is a Bihar location, this is a Western UP, this is Eastern UP. Here's a very mixed kind of society which has evolved, and every family, every community has benefited from each other kind of thing. And luckily that kind of advancement has been there. But there has been aberrations also, sir, which already you pointed out in terms of number of POCSO cases, which has been in rise in this group of islands. And there our administration, police administration, in coordination with the Prayas and other voluntary organizations, we try to work on that particular thing, and hopefully with today's deliberations, sir, we will have more meaningful roadmap to deal with this issue very, very proactively, sir. I want to assure you, sir, that administration is going to take all those measures which is expected from us in this particular noble endeavor, and we would like to not only kind of go on the line of punishment, but also to take that kind of proactive measures which just finish this kind of even thought in the society that we can have child marriage, we can have this kind of cases. We would like to have that kind of actions. This is very small population. We are in 31 islands, sir, and approximately around 4 lakh population. So it's not a very large number from that perspective. Also here everybody knows each other. That's another advantage we are having. So we would like to assure you, sir, that after today's deliberation, whatever roadmaps are there, our team is here, sir, throughout the day. All our officers are going to be participating as suggested by the member secretary, sir. So we are going to enrich ourselves with these deliberations, sir. I am very, very thankful and grateful for your presence here, sir, both you and Honorable Justice here, sir. I know, sir, the life is very busy in mainland with a lot of volumes and all those things, but you would find time here, sir, to come and guide us in this particular exercise. And we assure once again from the administration side, on behalf of our Honorable LG and my team, sir, that we will do our best to take all the steps which is expected from us, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrabhushan Kumar. Thanks for your valuable words. May I now request our team to place before the dignitaries the book written by Mr. Bhuvan Ribhu. It's a valuable book which is please. Please. The book is named Just Rights, and I request Mr. Bhuvan Ribhu to present the book to my lords as well as the dignitaries. I request to present the book to Honorable Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, to Dr. Chandrabhushan Kumar, and to Mr. O.P. Singh. Okay. Yes, thank you. Now I request Mr. O.P. Singh to say a few words, please.
Honorable Mr. Justice, the Chief Justice of Calcutta High Court, Mr. Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, Judge, High Court at Calcutta and Executive Chairman of SLSA, Mr. Bhavani Shankar Sharma, Member Secretary, SLSA, Dr. Chandrabhushan Kumar, Chief Secretary of this island, Mr. Bhuvan Ribhu, activist and founder Just Rights for Children, the Madam Inspector General of Police, the people from Police Department, honorable members of the Judiciary, state government departments, police organizations, civil society representatives, NGOs, and ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed an honor for me to be invited here and talk about two deeply concerning issues, child marriage and online child sexual abuse. Friends, we are a country with 1.4 billion people, and we have a fastest growing economy with a very decisive leadership. But still in the first quarter of the 21st century, we are discussing topics like child marriage and child sexual abuse. And as has rightly been pointed out by Honorable Judge, this is an industry which is third largest. The human trafficking, child trafficking, or for that matter, trafficking of any kind, which has $15 billion industry's value. So you can imagine what kind of industry this is. While these problems are global in nature, definitely an island of this proportion demands a very localized understanding. These islands, with their rich culture, with their indigenous culture and remote settlements, they present a very different socio-economic challenges. We do understand that these islands provide a very scenic beauty as well as tourist value, but the fact remains that due to the remoteness and the lack of robust infrastructure, they often impact the vulnerabilities of our children. And that is the reason that we have to discuss an issue like child marriage, which is steeped into the cultural and traditional practices, steeped in gender inequality, economic pressures, as well as lack of awareness and enforcement. If you talk of child sexual abuse, you find there is too much of accessibility and anonymity. You have inadequate digital literacy. You have lack of monitoring system, and you have trafficking and exploitations. And all these things provide a very vulnerable section of the society, which is the children. Before me, the speakers have already dwelt on various aspects. Honorable the Chief Justice has said about the entire scenario and the landscape existing in the country as well as at the global platform. And Justice Bhattacharya has already talked about the legal aspects of the various issues. The Chief Secretary talked about the role of the enforcement, role of the state administration, and I'm sure that the growing threat of this child sexual abuse, which is impacted by the internet, this needs a different kind of a treatment in this island. Friends, in India we have 90 crore internet users and we have 47 crore social media users in the start of 2022, and we have 140 crores mobile connections at the start of 2023. 83% of children use smartphones between the age of 10 to 14, and 34% of them, they are connected with online gaming systems. So if you look at the entire landscape, you'd find that the increased access to digital platforms, they try to expose our children to online grooming, to online trafficking, and also sexual exploitations. So various reports about which the speakers have already said that they suggest alarming trends about the online grooming, self-generated child sexual abuse, and also live streaming of child sexual abuse. And these are the areas where we need to be very, very cautious. This state level conference on child marriage as well as on child sexual abuse becomes therefore very, very relevant and timely. I have been a police officer for the last 37 years. I retired as DGP of UP. And UP is the most populous state with almost 24 crores of population. We have seen how exponentially this growth is, not only in UP but in the entire country. And as President of Indian Police Foundation, I believe that this kind of consultation in the conference is intended to construct a very, very credible and evidence-based set of standard operating procedures and action plans. It will be useful not only for this island, not only for Andaman and Nicobar, but it will be useful for the entire country. In fact, we will identify the strengths and weaknesses, we will flag the main issues, and we will help evolve comprehensive actions to eradicate or rather minimize either child marriages or child sexual abuse. Collaborative stakeholders, the engagement of which we all sitting in the same hall. We have the police officers, we have the NGOs, we have activists, we have scholars, judges, lawyers, we have civil society representatives. They all will do something and deliberate upon this. Therefore, we must collaborate, as has been the call of the conference. We must collaborate to improve reporting. The Honorable Chief Justice already pointed about it, that why this under-reporting is done, because of the fear of stigma or because of the distrust in authorities or maybe because of little and limited awareness of legal rights. But the fact is that we have very less reporting, and that impacts on the quality of investigation as well as on the quality of prosecution. We need to expand and improve the quality of services for child victims as well. We have to treat child sexual abuse as an organized economic crime that we have been demanding for the last couple of years, and we need to create a legal deterrent in order to develop capabilities of law enforcement agencies as well as prosecution and judiciary. And last but not the least, we need to develop a roadmap about which the Chief Secretary talked about, that we need to develop and we need to evolve a roadmap for actions that outlines our priorities, our strategies, and also our actions to prevent and respond to such crimes. I'm sure we'll build our resilience towards enhancing digital literacy. We'll build our resilience for raising awareness and also for addressing social norms. I congratulate SLSA, State Legal Services Authority, to have organized this kind of seminar with such depth and participation. And perhaps this is happening for the first time in this island. I need to congratulate them for this. And I feel thankful and privileged to be a part of it, to have been invited here and speak a few words. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insight. Now we present a 2-minute video that sheds the light upon this critical issue today by Just Right for Children.
In 2021, the statistics were grim, be it of child trafficking, child marriage, or child sexual abuse. While the nation was grappling with such a harsh reality, little Vijaya was brutally and repeatedly raped by multiple people. Shockingly, one of them was a police officer. The nation needed a revolution, a radical change. This grim state of affairs sparked a movement to protect our children and fight for justice. In 2022, the Access to Justice for Children program emerged, a bold movement united by NGOs across India. They came together to shield children from all forms of abuse and to end impunity for these heinous crimes. From rescuing trafficked children to supporting survivors of abuse and preventing child marriages, the impact made was undeniable. Lives began to change. With massive efforts by the program, Vijaya's case was registered and all the accused were put behind bars. In 2023, the journey continued. More cases were fought, more children were saved, but challenges persisted. Promoting behavior change, enforcing legal deterrence, Child Marriage Free India campaign reached every corner of the nation with thousands of arrests, pledges, and legal actions transforming the entire landscape. Amid all this, Due to Access to Justice for Children Program's intervention, the Honorable Supreme Court passed a landmark judgment mandating the appointment of support person in all cases under the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act. In 2024, the movement expanded. More partners, more children back to school, more victories in courtrooms. Faith leaders and communities stood up. The fight against pornography, against lowering the age of consent, against child marriage intensified. The Honorable Supreme Court directed the police officer who raped Gudiya to surrender. And through it all, Gudiya, who suffered so much, found a new beginning. Back in school, protected by new guidelines, she symbolizes the triumph of justice. Gudiya's case is a case of possibilities, is a case of hope, a case of dreams getting fulfilled, a case of victory. However, this was not the end. On 12th January 2024, the Madras High Court passed an order saying that mere possession of child pornographic material was not a crime. The High Court order legalized child pornography and the demand for child rape. The civil society organization realized that a unified response at scale was the need of the hour. This realization marked the birth of Just Rights for Children, an alliance of grassroots organizations working to create a just world for children. Just Right for Children approached the Supreme Court against the Madras High Court order. Within 6 months, the alliance was successful in procuring a landmark judgment from the Supreme Court to combat child sexual exploitative and abusive material. Not only this, the alliance through its partner also secured the landmark judgment against child marriage through the Supreme Court of India.
We do not need somebody to tell us that it is not possible. We can do it, we will do it, and this is the way.
Moving on, to further discuss this challenging issue, I now invite Shri Bhuvan Ribhu, founder Just Right for Children, to come up on stage and speak a few words.
Namaste. Honorable Chief Justice Sir, Honorable Mr. Justice Bhattacharya Ji, Dr. Chandrabhushan Ji, Shri O.P. Singh Ji, Shri Bhavani Sharma Ji, Honorable Members of the Judiciary, Senior Police Officers, Members of the Bar and Learned Senior Advocates, Members of the Civil Society, Members of Administration, my dear brothers and sisters, and maybe a couple of children that I see here, they come first and foremost. This is my first trip to the Andaman Islands. But I guess I owe a lot to the Andamans and the country and the world and hundreds of thousands of children today in India owe a lot to the resilience shown by a child in Andaman many years ago, and the justness and the pursuit, the will for justice shown by the then Director General of Police of Andaman, Sudhir Yadav ji. Now I don't remember, maybe he was here 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago. But about 12 years ago, I received a phone call from Mr. Yadav, who was then the DGP of Andaman, saying that there is a child who has reported to the police that she is going to be married off, her parents are going to marry her, and she needs protection. What can the police do? I said we should file the case. And he said, tell me how. So I opened the Child Marriage Prohibition and Regulation Act, and I found that the act comes into play only when a child has been married off. The attempt to marry is not an offense under that law. So I thought there should be some other law. And I started looking at various Supreme Court judgments, the Indian Penal Code, the Juvenile Justice Act, and I found that by law, the child could not be protected, only an injunction could be taken. So I said that to Mr. Sudhir Yadav, that we should take an injunction against her marriage. He said, okay, I'll find out. There was no child marriage prohibition officer here at the time. But he sent some police officers and the child marriage was prevented, it was thwarted. We went on our way. A few months later, I got a call from him. And he said, Hindi samajhte hain sab? He said, क्या तुम कानून की बात करते हो, बेकार अपने आप को वकील समझ रहे हो, उस बच्ची की शादी उन्होंने अंडमान से ले जाके चेन्नई में कर दी. The child was taken out of Andaman, taken to Chennai, and the child was married off. We could not do anything. It is said in law that let 100 guilty go unpunished, but one innocent should not be punished. Basic theory of jurisprudence. I believe that the same holds true for justice. One act of injustice allowed, one child devoid of justice due to the paucity or a laxity or a gap in law, one child denied justice who is seeking it from the state, that is a threat to justice everywhere in the world. And that was the case here. The child was married. She called up Sudhir Yadav ji and said, I don't want to pursue this anymore. I don't want to fight this case. I am now married. I will have to live with my family. Thank you very much. It is a future destroyed. It is a life destroyed. And we have to live with that. A few years later, I saw in the newspapers that the Juvenile Justice Act was going to be amended, and the government in 2014 had announced that they were going to consider the reduction of age from 18 to 16 for juveniles for heinous offences. And I realized that if the law can be changed for one thing, it can also be, when the law goes for amendment, nobody is saying only one section would be amended. Multiple things can be amended then. And I spoke with my colleagues. We went to the drawing board, and in the Juvenile Justice Act, we proposed an amendment to the definition of a child in need of care and protection, that a child at imminent risk of marriage can be considered now a child in need of care and protection and can be provided with justice, because the state can intervene and take the custody away from the parent. Similarly, the act of giving a child in marriage is today an act of cruelty. And the parents can also be, or the guardians can also be punished. I think it is up to 5 years, amongst multiple other things that we proposed in the Juvenile Justice Act. There was something that was mentioned. I am on the topic of Juvenile Justice Act, so I am just digressing from the main topic a little bit, but something that Sir had mentioned on facial recognition. At that time, we were searching for a child.
a child who had gone missing from Bihar, and his mother had come and asked us for help, and we were searching for one child who had gone missing several years ago, whose photograph of several years ago was present, and there was nothing else available apart from his name. I think his name was Sonu. A couple of years before that, India had had one of the most landmark judgments ever on child protection globally given, and certainly the biggest proof that exists in the world on the effectiveness and efficacy of the legal deterrent. In 2013, the Supreme Court of India, under the guidance of Honorable Mr. Justice Altamas Kabir, had given this landmark judgment on missing children. And I am assuming, please forgive me if I am wrong, but I see my learned brother, senior advocate, whose name is Kabir. I am assuming you are Mr. Kabir's son. So, sir, on behalf of a grateful nation, I bow to you and to your father. Thank you very much for what your father has done for the children. And I don't even know if you would be aware of this, the missing children case. In India, the number of children going missing in 2002 and 2003 was 45,000. The number of cases registered was 3,000. 45,000 children going missing, 3,000 cases were being registered. Officially, they were not being registered because a missing child was a non-cognizable offense. I go to a police officer, I say my child has gone missing, and the police officer says, खो गया है ना, किसी पे शक है, गरीब आदमी की बेटी है तो भाग गई होगी, elopement. और अगर आदमी ये कह देता है कि वो किडनैपिंग है, तो किस पे शक है? भुवन रिबू पे शक है? कैसे है? तूने देखा है ले जाते हुए? नहीं देखा ना, लिख दे कि गायब है, मिसिंग है. As soon as the person would write missing, no case would be registered. 2003, 45,000 children going missing. 2006, when Nithari happened, I was one of the first complainants, the original complainant for Nithari. And all of you would be aware, over 30 children were, brutally murdered. Children who had gone missing, whose cases had not been registered or investigated. And at that time, we thought something would change. So we started a research, how many children go missing. This was 2007, 2006, December, 2007, January. By 2010, we found out that in 2010, the number of missing children in India had gone to 100,000. And the number of cases registered was still about 8,000. In 2013, the number of missing children in India had gone to 160,000. And the number of cases registered was only 20,000. Every hour 14 children were going missing and one case was being registered, the rest were left to God. Nothing was happening. So we approached the Supreme Court of India. Something which was beyond the purview of law. We said that if a child was missing, the child is not disappearing in thin air. The child has been made to disappear. Even if I keep my wallet here, my wallet will continue to be here for eternity till such time that somebody is actually taking it away. And when that somebody is taking it away, the intention becomes the key issue. If the intention is to return the wallet to the police, then there is nothing wrong. The same applies to the child. If the child has gone missing and is not in a police station, then the child is a victim or a possible victim of exploitation or trafficking. This was far-fetched. It was common sense, but it was beyond the law. At that time, the law did not exist. The law on trafficking wasn't there. The amendment to the Indian Penal Code, I was fortunate enough to be the person who proposed it to the Verma Committee, and I was given, maybe by God's grace, this blessing that this trafficking became a part of the Indian Penal Code as Section 370 in March-April 2013. But we filed the case in 2011 and there was no law. And Justice Kabir laid down the doctrine of the presumption of crime. He said, in certain circumstances, you can presume that a crime has happened. So when a child goes missing, the police will raise a presumption that the child is a victim of kidnapping or abduction or trafficking and would register the FIR and would prove through investigation that it wasn't a case of trafficking. This was 2013, 10th May 2013. So he said that you presume that a crime has taken place and register the FIR. You presume specifically if there is a complaint of a crime against a girl child, it must be registered. And if somebody goes to a magistrate, 156(3) का अगर कोई complaint लेके जाता है under CRPC 156 section 200, the magistrate shall order the registration of the FIR. आप करिए register. This is 2013. 2014, no data was found. The data wasn't available. But Justice Dattu, he said, let the files be brought here of missing children. I would like to hear it every week. And sir, when the files were brought, now imagine, and he summoned the chief secretaries and the DGPs of various states. And imagine, sir, the files were brought like gatthar ke gatthar aa rahe hain pure Supreme Court mein, and he would say, open this column 3 से file number 5 उठाइए और मुझे दीजिए. File number 5, 11-year-old child, case closed, eloped due to love affair. 8-year-old girl, eloped due to love affair. 13-year-old girl, eloped due to love affair. He said, nothing doing. Register all cases, bring back the people, arrest them. 2014. 2015. Now, sir, 2003, the number of missing children, 45,000. 2010, 100,000. 2013, 160,000. Number of FIRs registered, 3,000, 8,000, 21,000. As soon as the Supreme Court put its foot down, in 1 year, the number of missing children in India fell to 56 or 59,000, and the number of arrests made for kidnappers and traffickers was 55,000. Since then, उस दिन के बाद से आज तक 2015-14 से आज तक 10 साल में भारत में जो मिसिंग चिल्ड्रन और ट्रैफिक चिल्ड्रन हैं उनकी संख्या कभी 70,000 75,000 से ऊपर नहीं गई. The NCRB of 2022 says that the number of children that went missing was about 80,000. The number of FIRs and recovered children was about 71 or 72,000. All thanks to Honorable Mr. Justice Altamas Kabir. I have written elaborately in this book about this incidents and in this thing, and these are some of the things that you only hear when you are opening this entire conversation. So today, as I come to Andaman, I feel very emotionally charged, because my personal journey against child marriage began from that one phone call. We failed to protect that child from Andaman. We lost the battle, but we must not lose the war. In 2022, we started what is today known as the Child Marriage Free India, the Bal Vivaha Mukt Bharat campaign. We started with just a small group of handful of women. And in the first year, it captured the imagination of women, of civil society, and of people. In the second year, we went to the Rajasthan High Court around this time. Akshaya Tritiya is just around the corner. Last year, we went to the Rajasthan High Court. My dear colleague, Rachna Tyagi ji, she is sitting right here. She went at 3 in the morning and approached the court at 7 in the morning, saying that in 2 days these 54 girls are going to be married. Stay must be granted by the High Court immediately. We don't have time to go for individual injunctions. So the Honorable High Court immediately intervened and said blanket injunction across Rajasthan. Blanket injunction, not a single mass wedding would take place. इन एक राजस्थान में जहां अक्षय तृतीया पे हजारों की संख्या में बच्चियों को बुला के एक साथ शादी होती थी, पिछले साल हाई कोर्ट के इंटरवेंशन के बाद एक नहीं हुई और पंचायत की अकाउंटेबिलिटी तय हो गई. That became the judgment of that became the basis of the Seva judgment. Seva is a JRC partner, so we approached the Honorable Supreme Court on this notion. And अब ये अचानक जो है सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा गवर्नमेंट को कि आप इस पे कैंपेन चलाइए. सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा पंचायतों क्यों आप अकाउंटेबल हैं. सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा पुलिस ऑफिसर्स को कि इस पे FIR काटिए. एक साल के अंदर इतनी सारी चीजें हो गई और आसाम में जहां प्रोसिक्यूशन हुआ वहां 81% reduction in child marriage has been found. 81%. 2021 में जहां हमने 3000 गांव का डेटा कलेक्ट करा, हमने मतलब सरकार ने और हमने, मैं JRC की बात नहीं कर रहा, सो नॉट JRC, तो गवर्नमेंट रिकॉर्ड सेट कि जहां पे X नंबर ऑफ शादियां होती थी. जब 2024 में वही डेटा कलेक्ट किया गया आफ्टर अ लॉट ऑफ प्रोसिक्यूशन, इट रिजल्टेड इन 81% reduction in child marriage. The case that I am referring to on missing children, the case that I am referring to on child marriage, these are the cases that are showing that prevention has to be done along with protection. So prevention before protection, protection before prosecution, but prosecution to create a deterrent for prevention. Prosecution creates prevention. आप उठाइए आदमी को जेल में डालिए, जब आदमी जेल में होगा तो ट्रैफिक कैसे करेगा, किडनैपिंग कहां से हो जाएगी. जहां 1,60,000 बच्चियां गायब हो रही थी वहां पे अचानक 50,000 क्यों हो रह गई. Why did this number fall? The number fell only and only because the people who were kidnapping the children were behind bars. There is no other reason and no other explanation. In fact, जो मैं ओरिजिनल बात कह रहा था कि इस केस को लेके हम गए दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट कि ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट की जजमेंट है. And now technology must be used. This child that had gone missing, जिसका मैंने नाम बताया था सोनू, उसकी फोटोग्राफ को लेके हम दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट गए और हमने कहा कि दिस फोटोग्राफ कैन बी यूज्ड टू एक्चुअली क्रिएट अ सॉफ्टवेयर वेयर एवरी सिंगल चाइल्ड हु इज इन अ चाइल्ड केयर इंस्टीट्यूशन इन इंडिया needs to be on the same software, and through the facial recognition we can identify the children who have gone missing and who have been recovered and are in any of the children's homes. I think this was also 2015 या 2016 की बात होगी, but 7-8 years ago. And in 3 days 11,000 children were found. 11,000 children were found as soon as Delhi police ran this software on the central government database. Use of technology. And Sonu, by the way, was found in a home, I think in Uttarakhand, near Haridwar, Haridwar, उत्तराखंड में. हरिद्वार में उसकी फोटो लेके जो है किसी आदमी ने कहा कि हाँ मेरे को लग रहा है मैंने इसे देखा है. और एक बच्चा जो कि 7 साल से गायब था, जिसको कोई नहीं जानता था कैसे मिलेगा, जिसके बारे में कुछ अवेलेबल नहीं था और उसका नाम भी चेंज हो गया था. अगर आपकी विल है तो वो ढूंढा जा सकता है. The responsibility of implementation. I am told that I don't have a lot of time, but sir, if you would kindly forgive me, I will. Sir, thank you. So the responsibility of implementation first and foremost is with the community. Esteemed speakers before me have said it. But it is not in isolation. कम्युनिटी क्यों जाएगी पुलिस के पास अगर उसको लगेगा कि मुझे पुलिस से डर लग रहा है? मुझे माफ करेंगे मेरे पुलिस के साथी यहां पे, मेरे से बड़ा पुलिस का जो है भक्त और सपोर्टर कोई नहीं है, लेकिन क्योंकि मैं आपसे इतना ज्यादा प्रेम करता हूं तो मैं आपका उस प्रेमवश आपके ऊपर क्वेश्चन भी करता हूं। मुझे अगर आपसे डर लगता है मैं आपके पास क्यों जाऊंगा? अभी हमने देखा 2 दिन पहले जो ये यूपी का केस हुआ जिसमें उस बच्ची पूरा जो है मीडिया ने उसको ये बना दिया कि यूपी के हाई कोर्ट ने, इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने ये जजमेंट दी, ये जजमेंट दी, ये जजमेंट दी। सवाल जजमेंट का था ही नहीं। सवाल यह था कि जस्टिस अल्तमस कबीर की जजमेंट है 2013 की, क्रिमिनल लॉ अमेंडमेंट एक्ट है 2013 का, सेक्शन 166A है आईपीसी का, और वो ये कहता है कि व्हेन अ पब्लिक सर्वेंट इज नॉट फॉलोइंग द डायरेक्शन ऑफ द लॉ, एक्शन कैन बी टेकन अगेंस्ट द पब्लिक सर्वेंट। लड़की 11 साल की एब्डक्ट होती है, उसके साथ जो हुआ सो हुआ, बट वो जब थाने जा रही है तो एफआईआर क्यों नहीं कट रही? That is the beginning of the justice delivery process. Justice was not thwarted in the High Court, unfortunately. That is what the media made it to be. Justice was thwarted when this victim and the mother went to the police station and the police refused to register the case. The second question begins, even when the police refused to register the case and they went to the Honorable Court, under hyper technical, मैं एक हिंदी में शब्द यूज करूंगा और मैं सबसे माफी चाहता हूं, लेकिन मैं थोड़ा नाराज हूं इस बात पे, इसलिए मुझे आप माफ करें। एक शब्द है बुद्धि विलासिता, यू नो, इंटेलेक्चुअल, आई डोंट नो व्हाट। So we are using this hyper-technical approach of the implementation and the process of law, wherein it is a very simple law that says that register the case. 3.5 years the child is navigating that legal system. FIR is still not registered. 2011 से आज 2021 से आज 2024 हो गया, 5 हो गया, बल्कि 4 साल होने को आए, और केस क्योंकि मीडिया ने रिपोर्ट करके हाईलाइट कर दिया तो हमने उसे हाई कोर्ट का केस बना दिया। 2 दिन के भीतर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उस पर स्टे कर दिया, बात खत्म हो गई, इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट को कहा गया। पर मैं बहुत ही विनम्रता के साथ ये बात कहूंगा कि ये तब तक क्वेश्चन सॉल्व नहीं होगा जब तक कि पुलिस की अकाउंटेबिलिटी तय नहीं होगी। आपने उसे वापस क्यों किया था? पुलिस थाने में अगर आदमी आके डर रहा है कि मेरा केस तो रजिस्टर होगा नहीं। दूसरी बात उठी थी डेटा की। Why is data not coming? Data is not only dependent upon people coming to the police station. The police is under tremendous pressure of politics कि आप जो है केस को कम रिपोर्ट कीजिए। Increase in the number of cases registered is not an increase in the incidences of crime. Crime is happening. मैं अंडमान के बारे में नहीं जानता ज्यादा, लेकिन जो मेनलैंड है, दिल्ली है, मुंबई है, कोई बड़े शहर हैं हमारे, उन बड़े शहरों में महिलाएं कहीं भी सेफ नहीं फील करती, क्योंकि रैम्पेंट हैरेसमेंट के केसेस होते हैं पूरे देश में। Why are they not reporting? Because number 1, they are scared, process help नहीं करेगा। Number 2, पुलिस के ऊपर यह दबाव है, कम से कम बताओ केसेस कम से कम रिपोर्ट करो। अब जब यह जजमेंट आई और किडनैपिंग के केसेस जो हैं वो अचानक 20,000 से 50,000 या 60,000 हो गए, डिड इट मीन एन इंक्रीज इन द क्राइम? नो, it simply meant an increase in the number of registered cases and a decrease in crime. In 2 years the crime decreased. But politics unfortunately puts a pressure on the system to say कि कम से कम cases को report करो। So जहां पे West Bengal is one of the best examples. West Bengal NCRB को डेटा ही नहीं देता। क्यों नहीं देता? क्योंकि पॉलिटिक्स में उलझ जाता है डेटा। All the numbers get entrenched in politics. India is today, sir, India is the global leader in the fight against human trafficking. India is the country where traffic in human beings and begar and forced labor were prohibited as a fundamental right in the constitution itself. In PUDR versus Union of India, the Asiad workers case, the Honorable Supreme Court had said, any factor that deprives a person of a choice of alternatives and compels that person to choose a particular course of action is force. And any work or service that comes as a result of that force is forced labor. So, forced labor, bonded labor were understood in India inherently in 1983-84 by the Honorable Supreme Court, subsequently reiterated many times. However, the substantive law was made in 2013, which is now being implemented. Bengal is at the forefront. I just got some data from my partners. It is not government official data. In West Bengal, in 24-25 alone, 4,553 cases of child trafficking have been reported, registered. And 13,940 cases of child marriages have been stopped by the NGOs in associating with the government. Now compare this with the global statistic. Globally, in 2022, the US State Department says, पूरी दुनिया में सारे सिविल सोसाइटी, सारी पुलिस, सारी UN एजेंसीज, सारी सरकारें, everybody combined together had rescued 45,000 victims of human trafficking and had registered 18,774 cases of trafficking. This is the US State Department data. In 24-25, just the efforts by the 262 NGO partners of the Just Rights for Children Alliance working in 416 districts in India have led the rescue of 52,470 victims of trafficking and 35,000 cases. That is like 2 times the number of the world put together 2 years ago. India is at the forefront. It is the global leader in the organized crime, against the organized crime of human trafficking. And again, I would beg to disagree with something, sir, you had mentioned about UNICEF. I take very strong exception if the UNICEF is calling it as a profitable industry. Crime, selling of our daughters, selling of our boys is not an industry. It should never be called an industry.
Sir, it was a profitable criminal industry.
अच्छा, oh sorry, it was a satire. मैं तो नाराज हो गया, मैंने कहा कि अच्छा, sorry, अच्छा, हाँ हाँ हाँ, अच्छा, ठीक, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. Then I stand corrected. I apologize. And even then, it takes into account as a profitable, let's say, activity or a crime. The third most profitable crime is there if we take into consideration the one-time sale. Every day, we did a rescue operation many years ago. I was involved in a rescue operation with NHRC. It was in a place where 190 odd girls were rescued, and they said that they are being abused and raped by anywhere between 5 to 15 men daily, paying anywhere between 500 to 2,000 rupees daily. I just made a mental calculation. Let's say 200 girls, 1,000 rupees, 10 instances, 10,000 into 200. It's like 20 lakh rupees being generated in one building on a daily basis. That is the level of this organized crime. And unless and until we hit the economics of this organized crime, we will not be able to solve it. So, many things are there that need to be discussed. Today, I wish all the very best to the people who will be discussing in detail. I would simply like to say that at the core of it is our children. Whatever we do, just follow the journey of a child. Whatever we decide, whatever we think about, just follow the journey of a child. On CSIM, there is a landmark judgment by the Supreme Court, which was mentioned earlier in the video as well. The perpetrators have entered into our bedrooms today. The era of not me, not here, not now, not possible is over. With trafficking, what people used to think was it would happen in some poverty-ridden state, not in my house. With child marriage, it is happening with some other community, or with tribals, or in some Assam or Bihar, it is not happening in my house. But the online abuse of children leaves every child vulnerable. Anybody with a smartphone is vulnerable. Anybody on the internet is vulnerable. Anybody at the working alone on the internet is at risk with a video camera, with blackmails. N number of cases are coming forward every day. This morning I was reading about a case where a child was threatened, blackmailed, and 80 lakh rupees were siphoned off from her. She was made to take this out from her grandmother's account. My right of protection cannot be subverted with another person's right of privacy. This anonymity allows a person to pretend to be somebody else and allows that person to blackmail or to threaten or to abuse anybody. That is a gap in policy that must be resolved. Similarly, my right of the access of justice, my right of the fundamental right of justice cannot be allowed to be subverted by another person's right of technicalities. The technical nuances of law are primarily being used by the rich, the powerful, the knowledgeable, the moneyed to subvert and circumvent the system. I appeal to the bar. Wherever I go, I appeal to the bar. I would like to appeal to the bar here also. It is very important for all of us legal practitioners to give the fair trial to the accused. But let us not do it for the money in cases of child sexual abuse. Let us do it in the pursuit of justice. If we believe that the person is not guilty of a crime, let us defend him. But if we are using our knowledge for money, we are simply putting a risk for our own children in the times to come. And if we fail to protect our children today, nothing else we do in life tomorrow matters. The behavior change for deterrence must also be accompanied by access to rights, to services. That is where the administration comes into the picture. For prevention of child marriage, it is very important that we give rights to the victims, to services like scholarships, and we ensure that wherever the crime does take place, we are sending somebody or the other to the jail. India has made some of the best laws on child protection. India has definitely the best Supreme Court and High Court guidelines on child protection. What India defined on missing children, what India defined on trafficking, on forced labor, what India has defined on recently the child sexual exploitative and abusive material, what India has defined on accountability to end child marriage is today the benchmark globally. All Supreme Courts are following, and I am, as Just Rights for Children, we are working in over 30 countries and we are taking it before various Supreme Courts. So I am speaking with a certain degree of seriousness on this, that many high courts are looking into this. And what we have been able to do as the citizens of India is create the world's largest movement against child marriage. On 27th November, armed by the judicial decision of the Supreme Court in the Seva case, who was a Just Rights partner, when the government announced this initiative of Child Marriage Free Bharat, 27 crore people, 27 करोड़ लोग एक दिन में उठे और उन्होंने चाइल्ड मैरिज के अगेंस्ट शपथ ली कि हम चाइल्ड मैरिज नहीं होने देंगे। और एक महीने के भीतर, क्योंकि भारत ने ये किया था, नेपाल ने भी बाल विवाह मुक्त नेपाल लॉन्च किया, द प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ नेपाल लॉन्च्ड इट। child marriage free Nepal. And 30 other countries have similarly taken up this issue in Africa. So what you do here, what one police officer started by doing here in Andaman, went on to create the wildfire globally. For you, the person who is on the other phone, that other line of the phone, may simply be another child. But for that child, you are the entire world. So keep that accountability and that responsibility. Keep that morality and that justness alive. The law may not be there, but what you do will fill the gap in law and will create the law if the law isn't there. नहीं है तो बन जाएगा, आप अपना काम justice के लिए करिए. We should work to ensure justice, not simply be bound by the implementation of what exists in law today. आप law को follow कराइए. अगर law पूरा नहीं है तो judges आपके साथ बैठे हैं, वो expand करेंगे definition. नहीं तो Supreme Court करेगा expand definition. Follow the rules of justice. Eventually the truth shall prevail, even if you are a minority of one. So what started in Andaman today, I am very happy to come back here, and I am also very happy, I would like to congratulate that you were able to get all the tribal leaders and everybody together. If the leaders decide not to allow child marriage, if the faith leaders decide not to allow child marriage, it will end in one day. Child marriage is not a crime that is happening behind closed doors in two people. It is a social crime. What people are celebrating, they do not understand that they are celebrating the impending rape of a child. They do not understand why they are dancing. They do not understand why they are celebrating. The minute they understand that, it is all in the language. The minute they understand that, they would stop to celebrate that. And the day that the faith leaders decide, I will not marry a child, जिस दिन पंडित जी, मौलाना साहब, मंदिर, मस्जिद, गिरजाघर, गुरुद्वारों ने मना कर दिया कि यहाँ चाइल्ड मैरिज नहीं होगी, उसके अगले दिन भारत में चाइल्ड मैरिज खत्म हो जाएगी. कोई चाइल्ड मैरिज कोर्ट में जाके नहीं कर रहा. So with that, I would like to congratulate and thank all of you. And once again, I would like to thank the leadership of the judiciary. And I am sure what we are going to be discussing here today is going to lay the foundation of community involvement and better justice delivery for the entire country. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience and valuable insight. May I now request Shri Dhananjay Tingal, Executive Director, AVA, to kindly come and deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning. Dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries sitting in the front, and also the tribal leaders who have joined through Zoom from Nicobar. They are sitting in the DC and the SP's office, and they have joined from there. I would like to thank Chief Justice of Kolkata High Court, Honorable Justice Sivagaman, for taking this initiative and taking out time from her busy schedule to be present and lead this initiative in Andaman Nicobar. So we are very thankful for your guidance, leadership, and initiating this process through the judiciary here. I personally also would like to thank Justice Sabyasachi, Honorable Executive Chairperson of the SLSA, who initiated this whole process. In fact, we have organized a similar conference through SLSA Kolkata, where Sir was sitting for a whole day, and he himself asked us to initiate this process, initiated this whole conference in Andaman Nicobar, and he took personal interest for every small thing. Going through the literature, guiding us, helping us out throughout. So we are thankful for this whole initiative. I would also like to thank the Chief Secretary, Dr. Sharma here, who took out his time from the busy schedule, especially at the end of the year when all the financial transactions and business, all the work has to be done. He has taken out his time to be present and give us a confidence that here we'll be taking action. I would like to thank Mr. Bhuvan Ribu for coming from Delhi, taking it out own time, leading this thing, telling us the way forward, what all we should be doing, how should we be doing. Furthermore, Mr. O.P. Singh, former DG UP and the President of Indian Police Foundation, for being with us and showing a way how to work and leading the way for the police officials also. How do we take it up? We have met the DGP of Andaman, Mr. H.G.S. Dhaliwal, and he has also shown his commitment, and as a part of that, we'd like to thank him for nominating the officials from Andaman and also helping us with that Nicobar SP for arranging arranging the space from where the leaders, tribal leaders and captains can sit and see the whole proceedings. I would like to, the initiative which we started off and the efforts done by the member secretary SLSA here, Mr. Bhavani Shankar Sharma, and leading it from front, looking into it each and every minute details. So I would like to thank you for making it at this space, at this level, where you took personal interest, and all the officials of the SLSA who took active part in doing it and making it a proper in such a big level of a state level. I would like to thank all the judicial officers who are present here and other students, tribal leaders who are here from the Department of Health, Department of Panchayati Raj, almost all the departments of Andaman, all the state departments who are dealing with the children issues are present here. I would like to thank all the heads of the department, and also I would like to thank Chief Secretary for asking them to present here, represent here, and giving their views, share their views on this. Furthermore, I would like to thank British High Commission for supporting us in this whole initiative, and we hope that this initiative will be the starting point of fight against child marriage and child sexual abuse in Andaman Nicobar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dhananjay Tingle. Now I request all the dignitaries and the stakeholders present here to have a cup of tea with us. And I request Learned District and Session Judge to take the dignitaries for the tea. And I request all the stakeholders and dignitaries present here. We have made tea arrangements on the ground floor. Please, 15 minutes break for tea will be there, and thereafter the session will be recommenced. Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. I request all the dignitaries and stakeholders and participants to please take their respective seats. After the enriching inaugural session and after some tea break, now we have assembled for the second session, rather session 1, and obviously we are late. The topic of this session is overview of the problem of child marriage in Andaman and Nicobar Islands and a panel discussion. To moderate this panel and to moderate the discussion, I invite Mr. Dhananjay Stingal to take over the dais, and I request the participants of this session, Shri Manoj Kumar Meena, to please come on the dais. The Superintendent of Police, South Andaman, Shri Deep Chand Kabir, Learned Senior Advocate, please come on the dais. Shri Ravi Kant, please come on the dais. Advocate Tasneem Abid, please come on the dais. And I will be requesting my assisting team to be ready with the cordless mics for the purpose of having the views of our stakeholders also. And I request Mr. Dhananjay Stingal to take over the session now. Please, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. As we have got slightly delayed, so we will have this session for 40 minutes, and I request all the speakers to be talking on for 7 minutes. This session deals with the overview of problem of child marriage in the Andaman Nicobar Islands. So the speakers who are here, they have been very proficient understanding on the issue. So we will be starting with Mr. Manoj Kumar Meena, Superintendent of South Andaman District, to give his views on the issue of child marriage, its prevalence in the Andaman.
Respected Honorable Chief Justice Sir, respected Honorable Justice Sir, respected O.P. Singh Sir, respected Hibu Sir, and respected all dignitaries that have been here. The problem of child marriage, there are participants who are joining us from Nicobar district also and from far off places also, is mainly concentrated in the indigenous tribal groups, where this is a custom that they have been following for thousands of years. So as it was already discussed, child marriage in the population that has settled in the Andaman group of islands and in other places is not that prevalent. However, it is more prevalent in the indigenous tribal groups that are already here, and they have been following that customs for since time immemorial. So it's difficult to just go to them and say that no, what you are doing is wrong and this is the law. So one of the major problems that I'll talk about, the practical problems that police faces, because about the other aspects there are learned panelists who will talk about it. The first and foremost practical problem that police faces is the resistance from the society. Now, there cannot be any child marriage which the SHO will not come to know. It's a social function. The SHO will know that there is a child marriage happening. So it's not that the police will not know what whether the child marriage is happening or not. But what practically happens is that that police officer has to function in that community for a long period of time. He is there continuously in contact with that community, and there is a very strong resistance when that police officer goes and says that what you are doing is wrong and you cannot do it. Neither the girl nor the boy, neither the girl's parents nor the boy's parents, neither the society, neither the captain of the village or the sarpanch of the village is in favor of stopping it. Only the police officer and the officials from the government officials and NGOs probably are going and saying that what you're doing is wrong. So it becomes a problem of how to convince. Now, prosecution happens when the marriage has already happened. At that point of time, already the harm has been done. So the focus lately and in police department also, it has been on how do we prevent it, how do we educate people, how do we get the consensus built of the society. In this conferences such as this play a major role in, because a lot of our police officers are also joining this conference, and there is a problem of exposure in the police officers also. Police personals come from the same society in which they are serving. They also have sometimes the similar mindset which the society members might be having. So exposure of police personnel is one of the major issues that we face departmentally, and we are working to address that by giving them more training, more exposure, and probably workshops like this where they listen to various dignitaries who are expert in this field. The other practical problem that I wanted to point out was when we capture data. We capture, for example, the 12363 IPC was there. Now, even if a 17-year-old, 11 months old girl elopes with a boy, or this is a problem that we face, and it builds narratives which might not be entirely true in some manner, because the data is capturing every kind of issue. Similar thing was there in rape, but in Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita it has been addressed, where rape on pretext of marriage and the other kinds of rape have been made different sections. So this is one problem that we face when we talk about numbers, because the numbers are too broad. They are capturing many things through a single number, and hence do not present the correct picture. So this is one of the things that probably needs intervention, and if something can be done about it. Other than that, we have other expert panelists over here. So I just want to thank for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manoj Meena. I request Mr. Dhananjay Tingle to share the takeaways from his speech.
Thank you, sir. Sir has very nicely brought out the practical problems which the police officials are facing, and I think the next session will be deliberating more on how to build a consensus among the community and how to take it forward and what can be the methods by which it can be covered. Lack of sensitization, he talked about the building capacities of the police officials, creating sensitization among them on these issues. So this is an issue which I think can be addressed, and we can take it forward from other viewpoints of the other panelists. Now I would like to invite Mr. Deep Kabir, Senior Advocate, to share his views.
Thank you, sir. May it please your lordships. So, guests, dignitaries, we have heard today about the issue of child marriage. I want to expand a little beyond this because the issue today that we are dealing with in this session also deals with the correlations of trafficking and exploitation of children. I want to go to first principles, to a slightly more fundamental understanding of some things. Now, I speak as a defense lawyer. For the last 2 decades, I have had the privilege of acting as a defense counsel in many states in India. And I would want to say that the perspectives also change from state to state. So, for example, I have appeared in matters in very remote districts in Tripura, where there are some customs and practices. I have appeared in Jharkhand, I have appeared in West Bengal and in Andaman. And so different places give you a very different perspective of how the offenses work. The unifying standard here is the law. And I want to speak, first of all, about certain ground realities and practicalities. I don't know how many of you are aware of this new Netflix show that everyone's going crazy about. It's called Adolescence. I don't know how many of you have watched it, but in my opinion, it is something which everyone who deals with children should watch. A. B. I am calling upon the fact that 2 significant areas of my practice in Calcutta and here dealt with criminal matters and children, and also dealt with schools. I've had the privilege of advising schools all over the eastern part of the country. Today, when we talk about child exploitation and child abuse, I feel as a lawyer and the cases we see, this is something where we need to break it down into some basics. There are very distinct types of offenses. As the officer before me spoke, he clarified that there are these differences. The first type of offenses are the genuine offenses against children. No doubt about it, a child has been exploited, abused. You will have evidence coming on record, you will have genuine material coming on record. Prosecute them, throw the book at them, give them the maximum possible punishment. So it is a sort of detriment, it is a situation which sends a very clear message to society. The second type of cases are something which trouble me more, because they are the hidden cases of abuse. And I come across this mainly in my dealing with schools. I come across this in my dealing with children who are out of the direct sort of cognizance of law. I'll clarify this in a minute. The third category are cases which are arising out of borderline situations where you start to say it's an offense and where you finish with saying that you want to finish the future of a particular person by classifying it as such. These are the borderline issues of love affairs, of children experimenting, of a very new society which is emerging, especially with the internet. And the fourth, again, I want to say this, it is necessary to be said, are the cases where children are used. Again, the children are the victims, but they are used to create cases which may not necessarily be correct and where there are some underlying motives. Now, in these 4 categories, it is very important for us as stakeholders. We are part of the system, but what is missing from all of this are actually the children, because we need to actually interface with the children sometimes to understand what is going on. And I personally have the privilege of holding sessions in some of the schools in Andamans. We've done it in countless schools all over Calcutta. We call these child protection sessions. We have something called the child protection policy, which is set up in all of our schools. I say our schools as a very proprietary term because I advise a lot of schools. And the child protection policy is something which is designed to help the second biggest stakeholder in a child's life, that is the school. Because if you look at it, the child is with the family for a substantial part of the day, but the rest of the time the child is in school. And that is, of course, looking at a very elitist perspective, I'm sorry to say, because I'm talking about a society where the children are in school, the parents are working. It's a very happy situation. There are much worse situations where the children are not even in the educational system. There are much worse situations where the parents are on the brink of penury. I mean, rag pickers, people who are working at a much lower level of society who are actually quite invisible, so to speak, to many of us sitting here in a air-conditioned conference hall. So it is at these different levels and strata of society that these children exist. Now, before I proceed further with this, I want to proceed with a caveat That is, as the Superintendent of Police said, and as I'm sure my learned friends from the bar will agree, Andamans is actually a place where the situation is much, much better than the rest of the mainland. I can say this with authority. The matters that we argue, very few and rare matters would come where there's a real objectivization of the child and a real, a criminal act with a lot of maliciousness or bestiality involved. Most of the time, the matters we see from the Andamans, especially the POXO cases, are cases where the boy is a borderline case. He's usually 18, 19. The girl is a borderline case, 16, 17. And you will have situations where, very honestly, to speak very honestly, you will have situations where no one knows anything, no one's gone anywhere, no one's done anything, till the girl suddenly realizes she's missed a period. And she goes to the hospital, and at that point of time, the hospital staff has they have no choice. They look at the pregnancy test report and they have to immediately register an MLC. And so you have a medico-legal case, and so the whole issue comes to light. Otherwise, perhaps the issue would not come to light at all. The alternative situation sometimes we see in the papers, and we see, it's horrendous to see a newly born found dead in a washroom at an airport or in a mall somewhere, because there's this whole social stigmatism that is arising out of this entire thing. Now, what's very strange is you can see a cutoff. If you look at it as a student of law, you can see a cutoff in how this happens in Andamans, and that cutoff happened, very ironically, with the starting of the submarine cable. Before that, internet connectivity in the Andamans was very negligible. You had to wait for an hour to download a picture. People who have lived and worked here many years, they know it. But it is when you suddenly had free access to the internet and everyone had a smartphone. You see, a kid in Calcutta would probably be exposed to that internet in phases, in stages, and would be seeing it through a process of evolution. Whereas a child in Andamans in this generation suddenly realizes there's this whole new world he can see into and be part of, and that is dangerous. And what is happening is, the way in which the internet is influencing people, is having an effect on people, and is blowing children's minds, because children are suddenly realizing this, I could do this, and this is what is cool, and that's what we should experiment with. The problem lies here. The problem lies in the principal two stakeholders who have to step forward. The family, which is one, and the school, which is the other. In my time, I want to give a few examples. These are not examples only of the Andamans, these are examples of Calcutta as well, but the principle holds good. A girl who, my wife is a psychologist and a child counselor, and we both interacted with several schools and children. A girl speaks to us in one of our sessions where she says, I come from a very conservative family. On my way to school every day, there's a boy who teases me, touches me inappropriately, and so what do you think I should do about it? And we were zapped, and we said, what do you mean, you never told anyone? She said, sir, are you crazy? My parents don't want me coming to school at all. They have a problem with me coming to school because I have to take off my this apparel, and if I tell them something like this has happened, they won't allow me out of the house. Another very interesting situation which we have faced with some children is that they have no one to talk to. I have very surreal situations with my wife dealing with children who want to ask questions about menstrual hygiene for the simple reason that it's so taboo in their homes. They can't even ask an aunt or a mother or a sister or, father, uncle is out of the question. So, in such a given situation, we actually have a big lack of support for children, of a sort of sounding board for children of a certain age. And it is that adolescent age in Andamans which I'm talking about, which is so very important. Here, education is something which most children have good access to. Education is far better here than many parts of mainland India where I have had experience to work. You have an entire support system. We were just discussing, my learned friends and I, that one of the issues here, for example, things to do with adoption, things to do with marriages which are actually not genuine adoptions at all, but a marriage is there to just show a child. There are certain issues in Andamans I could talk about for hours, because these are issues unique to Andamans. And the reason they are so unique to Andamans is because the family unit doesn't stop at that basic nuclear family. In Andamans there is actually a sense of community feeling, there is actually a sense of societal feeling, responsibility, which you will not find in many parts of the country, and people who are from here, they know exactly what I'm talking about. So you have a distant relative who has died and another member of the family wants to adopt that child. The law looks at it with a degree of suspicion. But if you look at it at a societal level in Andamans, at a functional level, there are different equations and different factors in that equation which are unique to these islands. And perhaps the law, when you look at it, the problem becomes that we need to have laws that are live. You know, they should be evolving, they should be dealing with the situations. And just like the SP said just now, I mean, you have a 5-year-old child who's kidnapped and sort of brutalized, and you have a 17 years, 11-month-old girl who says, I don't want to be with my family, I want to get married, I want to go and live with my in-laws. We have got 2 such situations right now which I have dealt with, where the parents are sitting in custody for the simple reason that the children have eloped and vanished. And the children now, it may be an offense, there may be an element of child marriage, there may be an element of a suspicion of exploitation. What we need to deal with here is not shutting the door, the barn door after the horse has bolted. We need a lot more awareness. We need children to be aware of what is going on. We need to have someone they can speak to. I know actually how many schools here actually have functional counselors. So I know how much is done on paper and how much is a practical situation. I know myself how many of the parents need counseling more than the children. And when I say these things, I say this with the authority of having dealt with these cases, dealt with these families, and all of them, with the greatest of respect, I say, are not things which need to be escalated straight away to criminal prosecutions, jail, imprisonment proceedings. Sometimes this is not the solution. I have cases where a boy whose future could be bright and a girl who is sitting in a remand home because she's a minor, but she says, I don't want to be here, I don't want to be with my family, I want to be with the boy's family. Now the problem here are the elements of choice, the element of an informed choice, that you make them aware, this is your future, these are your possibilities, this is what you have in front of you, are you sure you want to do this? Because half the time it's teenage experimentation which is at fault, and there are a lot of issues here which I'm sorry to say no one wants to speak up about. A lot of these issues are taboo for us, and as a lawyer I consider myself part of the judicial institutions. When certain high courts come out with saying some very harsh truths which are truths of our societal situations, those orders have been stayed as insensitive orders which are going against the law and going against the spirit of the law. But what I want to say is this: the law is not what is written in a book in black and white. Let us understand this very clearly. When my learned friends for the prosecution will appear, they know how to twist it to make it appear just so. When I appear for the defense, I know how I will twist things to make it appear just so. So the law is a tool. What is important is to make children aware of their rights, of the possibilities, of all their opportunities. This has to be done by this family unit, and it has to be done at the school level. Each of us here who interact with children on a daily basis in this capacity, we have that duty. Because I know in every school you have a POXO box hanging, correct? And I also know that POXO box is always empty. No child is going to, in his right mind, is going to go and put one letter in that box. At the same time, the teachers, for example, class teachers, subject teachers who are dealing with the children, they can pick up on these small signs. For example, this example I really wanted to say, I don't know how appropriate it is. A child who was being, a girl who was being abused by her own brother in a school in Calcutta. She was found, certain marks were detected, certain behavioral changes were detected. We teach these things in our child protection policy courses. And the teachers picked up on it. When the parents were called, they initially denied everything. Ultimately, the parents accepted that, yes, there is a problem, we're dealing with it. Why are you getting involved? And why is the school getting involved? Then we said that, look, this is absolutely, she's been sexually violated, we are informing the police. The child vanished. So no TC, no nothing, the child just stopped coming to school. We tried tracing up with the parents, with the family members, we tried phone numbers, emails, the child just vanished. And that is the point of time when you realize there are certain systemic issues, there are certain deficiencies. You're dealing with families, you're dealing with human beings. Not everything translates into the black and white in a textbook. And that is why I would say today, my time is limited. I am trying to explain that the practicalities that a lawyer or the legal system deals with cannot be, cannot be cut into these very clear lines. The lines are very blurred. So when we talk about child exploitation and abuse, yes, there is a problem. So far as Andaman is concerned, I think the approach and the requirements are somewhat different from the rest of the mainland. Yes, there are things which need to be done, and we definitely need to do them. I think half of these problems could be dealt with, at least in Andamans, if the family units and the school units were able to work more strongly. I think the legal aid services can definitely help. In the recent days, we have, with the help of the registrar, I have been able to bring school children to court to show them how a court functions, to allow them to roam around courtrooms while court is in session. I have been able to expose children to seeing what the process is like. And in fact, one of the most important comments came from a student who said, I'd do anything to stay away from this. So, I mean, if you awaken children to these realities, take them to a police station, show them what it's like. Take them to a remand home, show them what it's like. In a juvenile remand home, you think life is easy and you're going to be protected and kept safe. I'm sorry. What the system does is very removed in some cases. Mr. Ribhu and I, we suddenly realized we have overlapping sort of areas of people we know, because he referred to my father. Today I think it is important that I should actually celebrate the other person who is significantly important in this area, and that is my mother, Mrs. Mina Kabir, who was a child rights activist who has worked in remand homes throughout Delhi, Jharkhand, Calcutta, many places. It is from her that I have been exposed to seeing the remand homes and seeing what they were like. My father went there with my mother and saw the situations. The point is that today there are unique sort of experiences that you can have with children in different roles in society. It comes down to how each of us deals with it. We are equipped with laws, we are equipped with a lot of the systemic infrastructure. We can go a little bit beyond that. I would actually spend a lot more time discussing these things, but I think I should stop. I would only say that if there are any questions with regard to what I have said, I would be willing to, or I would welcome those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kabir. Really, it's a insightful speech, and I must share that I had the privilege to work with your mother in Delhi when I was an advocate, practicing advocate, and I was associated with Delhi State Legal Service Authority, and I have worked with her. And really, your valuable suggestions and inputs will go a long way. And as you have rightly pointed out, we are having teachers from the school as a stakeholder in today's conference. Thank you, Mr. Kabir, for your valuable words. And now I invite our next speaker, Advocate Tasneem Abid, to say a few words.
Good morning, all of you. I must say it's a privilege for me to be given an opportunity to address this burning issue. But before that, I would like to welcome our Honorable Chief Justice for accepting the invitation for presenting here and be present here before us. Now, entering into, presently I'm holding as a post of special PP POCSO. Now, so far child marriage is concerned. Child marriage here is an exclusively complex issue, what we have seen. And it made worse by poverty, lack of education, harmful social norms, practice, and insecurity. Child marriage is one expression of this gender inequality. I may be pleased that the girls who have relationship or becoming pregnant outside of the marriage, they are shamed for bringing dishonor on their family, and they're even stopped from going to schools in each circumstances. Parents may see early marriage as a way to protect their daughters and their families. Sometimes families see child marriage as a way to cope with growing economic hardship. And it is also seen that the child marriage is used as a weapon to hide human trafficking and sexual abuse. Now, as Mr. Kapil has talked about the technology, I would like to refer, while phone and facilities communication is good for the children, but at the same time, the excessive use can also lead to reduce to face-to-face interaction and social isolation. This social isolation leads children to otherwise. Now, if we will say about POCSO, as we all know, Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act 2012 is a special act, as it's a gender neutral, and in my opinion, Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act is a piece of legislature, how the legislature should be. The power and sources which comes from Article 15 subclause 3, which requires the state to do affirmative action for women and children. So this is essentially an affirmative action in favor of children. Further, the Article 39, which mandates the duty and directive principle kind of thing, but still the mandate of the Constitution is the mandate of the Constitution. The state shall, in particular, direct its policy towards securing the tender age of children are not abused and their childhood and youth are protected against exploitation, and they are given facilities to develop in a healthy manner and in condition of freedom and dignity. Of course, there are United Nations Convention also, where India is a signatory to. Their conventions are for protecting the freedom and dignity and privacy of the children. JJ Act was a legislation in this direction. A need was felt that the juveniles who are in conflict with law should not be dealt in a manner as the adult were dealt, and the mechanism should not be used. Now, as everybody has mentioned, so far our island is concerned, we are blessed that still we don't face child marriage. Now, if we say Nicobar group of islands, that is a very much great of concern, Your Lordship. That we consider, because they don't have urge that is about that, okay, prior to marriage if we are conceiving, prior to marriage if we are not working, from where we will feed our children, from how we will feed the society, what we will do. So ये जो चीजें हैं जहाँ पे उनके अंदर ये अर्ज ही नहीं है कि अगर हम कंसीव कर लेते हैं या अगर हमारा बच्चा हो जाता है तो हम सोसाइटी को कैसे फेस करेंगे, हम उनको कैसे पढ़ाएंगे, कैसे उनको आगे लेकर जाएंगे. जब तक ये अर्ज उनके अंदर नहीं होगा, तब तक हमारा एफर्ट्स, जो हमारा अवेयरनेस है, आई थिंक वो इफेक्टिव नहीं हो सकता. सो हम बीइंग द स्पेशल पीपल पॉक्सो, आई हैव सीन, रादर जीनी मैडम इज ऑल्सो हियर, शी विल ऑल्सो एग्री विद मी कि हम लोगों ने पॉक्सो में देखा है ये निकोबार ग्रुप ऑफ आइलैंड्स के जो केसेस हैं, वी फाइंड इट वेरी डिफिकल्ट to handle it because उनको serious नहीं कि नहीं पता होता है. But I think today the tribals from the community, they have been invited to address this issue, and by the end of this program we would come out by an enriched solution also. So I would say I will end up rather not taking too much of time, but one thing I would like to request to the stakeholders कि जब हम awareness करते हैं, जब हम awareness के लिए जाते हैं, तो ये हमारी ड्यूटी बन जाती है कि बच्चों को कुछ रिलेशंस हैं जिनके बारे में इतना अवेयर किया जाए कि उनको एक डिस्टेंस का पता रहे. ये वो रिलेशंस हैं जहाँ पे बच्चे इतने क्लोज हो जाते हैं क्योंकि वो उनको भी अपनी फैमिली मेंबर्स समझने लग जाते हैं. जैसे risky relatives, some relatives take the advantage of the children and exploit the children. Secondly, naughty neighbors. जब parents ये सोचते हैं they are on work, they will leave the children to the responsibility of the neighbors. Sometimes they take the responsibility and try to exploit the child in a worst manner, I would say. Now, thirdly, ओवर फ्रेंडली फैमिली फ्रेंड्स. ये वो फैमिली फ्रेंड्स होते हैं कि जब वो घर आते हैं उनको घर के अंदर की बात पता होती है कि ये बच्चे को क्या चाहिए, इसकी फैमिली में क्या लैक करता है. इन जनरल अगर एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल ले लें, उस बच्चे को अगर हम उनके पेरेंट्स नहीं चाहते हैं कि ये दिस इज नॉट द राइट एज कि उनको ये फोन दिया जाए, बट एट द सेम टाइम वो फैमिली फ्रेंड्स वो देखता है, वो उनको ये कंसिडर करते हैं, कंसिडर मी एज ए फ्रेंड, डोंट कंसिडर मी एज ए एल्डर मेंबर, आई एम योर फ्रेंड. तुझे फोन नहीं मिल रही, चल मैं तुझे फोन दिलवाता हूं. नाउ उसके ये अटेम्प्ट से वो बच्चे इनके इतने क्लोज हो जाते हैं दैट कि इनको मौका मिल जाता है बच्चों को एक्सप्लॉइट करने का. सो दीज आर द थिंग्स विच शुड टेक केयर ऑफ. नाउ हाउ टू स्ट्रेंथन द लीगल रिस्पॉन्स. For that, we need to focus much on enforcement of existing laws, raising awareness and addressing root causes, training for law enforcement and judicial affairs, and ensuring access to the child-friendly services. अब यहाँ पे stakeholders हैं. I would request one thing surely कि हम लोग awareness के लिए जाते हैं तो करते क्या है कि हम एक पॉइंट डिसाइड करते हैं कि ओके विल मेक दिस अवेयरनेस इन स्कूल या कोई कम्युनिटी हॉल या कहीं ऐसी जगह जहां पे लोग को गैदर होना पड़ता है. बट कहां पे है ये ऑफेंसेस सबसे ज्यादा? आई वुड से जो हम कहते हैं पॉवर्टी. ये जो पॉवर्टी, जो पेरेंट्स है, जो डेली रेटेड मजदूर है, जो पेरेंट्स जब वो काम पे जाते हैं और जब घर आते हैं तो वो घर आने के साथ में उनकी जो फ्रेंड सर्कल होती है, द मोमेंट दे ऑल्सो कम टू देयर हाउस, और वहां पे जो बच्चे होते हैं वो जो फ्रेंड्स होते हैं, many times it has been seen they used to take the advantage, rather they used to exploit the children कि ये देख के कि ओके ये तो मेरे फादर का फ्रेंड है, हम कुछ नहीं बोल सकते. मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम the children don't come up with the reasons कि भाई ये मुझे ऐसे टच कर रहा है, this touch is an appropriate touch, I am not liking this touch. ऐसी बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो we need to be taken care of. अब अगर हम वो डेली रेटेड मजदूर को ये बोलेंगे कि भाई तू आजा कम्युनिटी हॉल, हम अवेयरनेस करते हैं, तो उस दिन की एक उनकी दिहाड़ी जाती है. ये वही सोर्स ऑफ इनकम है जिनसे वो अपने बच्चों को पालते हैं, बच्चों को टेक केयर करते हैं. सो अगर पॉसिबल है स्टेक होल्डर्स विद योर रेस्पेक्ट, अगर ये पॉसिबल है जहां वो काम करते हैं, आई थिंक वी शुड मेक सम अरेंजमेंट कि वो जो भी डेलीगेटेड मजदूर है, जो पुअर सेक्शन ऑफ द सोसाइटी है, जो रोज अर्न करता है, जिनके लिए एक टाइम की भी वो छोड़ नहीं सकते हैं वो अर्निंग, हम वहां जाए और वहां पे अगर उनको थोड़ा सा मोटिवेट करने की कोशिश करें, अवेयर करने की कोशिश करें कि सी दिस इज द सिचुएशन, तो उनके अंदर आई थिंक हम लोग एक कॉन्फिडेंस भी बिल्ड कर सकते हैं कि भाई आपकी दिहाड़ी भी नहीं गई, आपको समझ भी आ रहा है और उनको मौका मिलेगा टू ओपन अप बिफोर अस कि वो क्या फेस कर रहे हैं, उनके बच्चे क्या फेस कर रहे हैं. एज मिस्टर कबीर सर राइटली पॉइंटेड आउट कि बच्चों को अवेयर करने से पहले हम लोगों को पेरेंट्स को अवेयर करना जरूरी है. और मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम हम तो ये भी चाहते हैं कि जो ओकेशंस यहाँ पे होते हैं, दुर्गा पूजा एंड अदर ओकेशंस, उससे पहले यहाँ पे अवेयरनेस कैंप होल्ड की जाए, बिकॉज ये ऐसे मौके हैं, ऐसे सिचुएशंस है कि बच्चे मूर्ति देखने के बहाने चला गया, वो ग्रुप में चला गया, पेरेंट्स को पता ही नहीं कि बच्चा कहाँ जा रहा है, उनको एक ट्रस्ट है कि भाई बच्चा मूर्ति देखने के लिए गया, बट द सिचुएशन में भी अदरवाइज. तो ये छोटी छोटी प्रैक्टिकल डिफिकल्टी है, ये चीजें हैं वो जो कि वी नीड टू बी टेकन केयर ऑफ. सो आई वुड लाइक टू एंड अप विद जस्ट राइट सेइंग्स, एज विभू सर हैज सेड, वी कैन डू इट एंड वी विल डू इट. वी कैन डू इट, इसीलिए वी आर इन वन रूफ. वी विल डू इट बिकॉज आई कंसिडर ऑल ऑफ अस एज अ टीम. थैंक यू.
Thank you, Tasneem ma'am, for your inspiring speech. Tasneem ma'am has dealt with the ground realities, and in order to address these ground realities further, we are having among us one block development officer named Gurjeet Kaur, and I request her to please say her experience in few words. Thank you.
सबको नमस्कार. Honorable dignitaries and all august gathering. मैं ब्लॉक डेवलपमेंट ऑफिसर फ्रॉम रूरल डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट एंड पंचायती राज डिपार्टमेंट आज आपके समक्ष खड़ी हूँ बताने के लिए कि हमारा डिपार्टमेंट भी कुछ इनिशिएटिव्स ले रहा है टुवर्ड्स अवेयरनेस अगेंस्ट चाइल्ड मैरिज एंड चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल एक्सप्लॉयटेशंस. हमारे यहाँ पर वी आर इम्प्लीमेंटिंग वेरियस स्कीम्स फॉर पॉवर्टी एलिवेशन, एंड इसके साथ ही साथ हमारे पास एक स्पेशल स्कीम है जिसको हम नेशनल रूरल लाइवलीहुड मिशन कहते हैं. इस मिशन के अंडर हम लोग सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप बना रहे हैं जिनमें महिलाएं जुड़ी हुई हैं, और इन महिलाओं का हम लोग अवेयरनेस करवाते हैं. हमारे पास टीम ऑफ रिसोर्स पर्सन है, कम्युनिटी रिसोर्स पर्सन है, ये लेडीज ये इनके साथ अटैच होती हैं. एंड लास्ट 2 ईयर से हम लोग जेंडर कैंपेन कर रहे हैं, एंड इस कैंपेन के अंडर हर जितनी भी महिलाएं हमारे सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप के माध्यम से जुड़ी हुई हैं इनको अवेयर किया जा रहा है इन सारे टॉपिक्स के ऊपर. ना केवल उनको वुमेन वेलफेयर के रिगार्डिंग सिखाया सिखाया जाता है, उनके एक्सप्लॉयटेशन के बारे अवेयर किया जाता है, बट उनके बच्चों की जो एक्सप्लॉयटेशन के जो इश्यूज हैं, जेंडर इक्वालिटी के इश्यूज हैं, इन सबको भी ऊपर अवेयरनेस दी जा रही है। इनके माध्यम से, क्योंकि हमारे पास ऑलरेडी मोर देन 14,000 लेडीज, रूरल पुअर लेडीज ऑफ अंडमान निकोबार आइलैंड्स हमारे साथ जुड़ी हुई हैं इन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप के माध्यम से, सो हम इनको निरंतर विद द सपोर्ट ऑफ लाइन डिपार्टमेंट्स लाइक हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट, सोशल वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट एंड एनजीओज की मदद से हम इनकी रेगुलर अवेयरनेस करवा रहे हैं। एंड अभी डेडिकेटेडली हम लोग इनके पास एक स्टाफ रखा जा रहा है, कम्युनिटी रिसोर्स पर्सन ऑन जेंडर के ऊपर रखे जा रहे हैं, ताकि इनको रेगुलर अवेयरनेस कराई जा सकी और ये लोग ग्राउंड से ही जो इश्यूज, जो बिकॉज बिल्कुल रूरल एरिया से जो ग्रास रूट लेवल पे जो बेनिफिशरीज हैं हमारे, वहीं से ही एक्सप्लॉयटेशन शुरू होता है। सो उधर अवेयरनेस करना बहुत जरूरी है, जिसके लिए हमारा डिपार्टमेंट निरंतर प्रयास कर रहा है। साथ ही साथ चूंकि हम लोग पंचायती राज इंस्टीट्यूशन से जुड़े हुए हैं, हमारे पास पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स हैं, पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स हैं जो कि काम कर रहे हैं हमारे पब्लिक के वेलफेयर के लिए। दे आर हाईली कनेक्टेड, उनके बहुत सारे कॉन्टैक्ट्स हैं और साथ ही साथ वो अपनी जो जनता है उस गांव की, उस जनता के साथ कनेक्टेड है और उनकी सपोर्ट से भी रेगुलर हम लोग अवेयरनेस करवाने की कोशिश करते हैं। एंड दे आर दी फर्स्ट कॉन्टैक्ट पर्सन आई फील इन दी ग्राम पंचायत और विलेज, जहां पर वो इमीडिएटली ऐसा कोई इंसिडेंट होने से प्रधान के पास इसकी डिटेल्स आती हैं। सो दे आर द फर्स्ट कॉन्टैक्ट पर्सन जिनकी मदद से हम ये चीज़ों के बारे जान पाते हैं और उसके बाद हम इनकी मदद से ही लोगों को अवेयरनेस करवाने की कोशिश करते हैं और इनके सपोर्ट से लोगों को एक आश्वासन दिलाया जाता है कि उनके साथ वो खड़े हैं और उनकी मदद की जाएगी। आई फील लाइक हमारे पंचायती राज इंस्टीट्यूशन बहुत एक्टिवली काम कर रहे हैं एंड हमारी औरतें भी अभी यहाँ पर, आई हैव बीन लिसनिंग के सब लोग बता रहे हैं अंडमान में ऐसे इश्यूज बहुत कम हैं। आई थिंक इट्स जस्ट बिकॉज अवेयर, यहाँ पर जो जनता काफ़ी अवेयर है एंड हमारे पंचायती राज इंस्टीट्यूशन बहुत एक्टिवली काम कर रहे हैं, जिसकी वजह ये हमारी जो इतनी इश्यूज हैं इसका नंबर कम है। हाउएवर इन केस फ्यूचर में ऐसी इश्यूज ना जनरेट हो, रेगुलर अवेयरनेस की रिक्वायरमेंट है, जिसके लिए हम लोग हमारे लाइन डिपार्टमेंट्स की मदद से निरंतर काम करते रहेंगे और इसके ऊपर आगे बढ़ चढ़ के अवेयरनेस करेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
धन्यवाद गुरजीत मैम, क्योंकि आप ग्राउंड पर काम करते हैं और क्योंकि तस्नीम मैडम ने जो ग्राउंड रियलिटीज को उजागर किया है और आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस का मकसद ही ये है सभी डिपार्टमेंट, सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स को एक मंच पर लेकर के आना ताकि समस्या की गहराई को जाना जा सके और समस्या का निराकरण किया जा सके। अगली कड़ी में मैं इनवाइट करूंगा श्री रविकांत जी को अपना ब्रीफली अपनी बात रखने के लिए। धन्यवाद।
Namaste to everyone. Law remains a piece of paper until and unless it is reported and acted upon also. This is very important when we are talking about serious crimes like child sexual abuse. I'll speak about child marriage, but first let me talk about some of the issues related to POCSO. There are 2 lakh plus cases pending in the courts across the country. We are having only 3% conviction rates. It is time to review what is happening in these POCSO cases across the country. Why cases are getting delayed? The law, as I said in the opening, remains a piece of paper until it is acted upon. The POCSO law mandates early trials. The POCSO law mandates faster trials, fast-track courts. But why children continue to suffer in silence that their perpetrators have not been punished? The cases are pending for years and years, many times 3 years, 4 years. I am not talking about 5-6 cases, but as the national convener of Just Rights of Children, we are inundated with thousands and thousands of cases which have been pending. So it is time to review as to what is happening in these cases, why these cases are getting delayed, why children continue to wait for compensation. Years and years, I have hundreds of cases. Why are perpetrators not behind bar? These are some of the questions. When we talk about serious crimes like child sex abuse. Now first, I'll talk about child marriage. In terms of the Supreme Court taking cognizance on the child marriage issue, it is very clear that child marriage is not only a violation of human rights, but a violation of all fundamental rights enshrined in the Constitution. And that is where the accountability of the state comes in. When we talk about child marriage, just imagine the time and decision when a family takes that a child is going to be married. Just imagine the mental, physical condition of that child. बोला जाता बच्चों की सिसकियों का आपको अंदाजा होगा कि वो लड़की बेसहारा, बेजुबान, कुछ नहीं कर पाती है, और उसकी माँ जो कि खुद भी इस अपराध के एक समय उसके साथ हुआ होगा, उसकी भी सिसकियां रह जाती हैं और समाज उसको सेलिब्रेट करता है. It is celebrated. It's a very serious crime, and with the enactment of POCSO in 2012, all questions of child marriage being a social crime evaporated in one day when the parliament passed the law that children cannot be subjected to sexual abuse till the age of 18. 18 का जो उसमें दिया गया है POCSO में, that is very important. When a child goes in child marriage, they are denied education, denied health safety, denied choice, denied physical safety, denies the right of life and liberty. A child is not capable of giving consent. A person who cannot give consent is forcibly made to make a decision of this marriage. It is itself a crime. The Supreme Court has already said that in cases of child marriage, POCSO will be there and POCSO will be applied for. The entire, the entire discourse on elopement, the entire discourse on child marriage led to a huge noise of reducing the consent, age of consent. Last 5-6 years, we have seen international agencies and many other activist groups joining hands to talk about the reducing the age of the child, age of consent. There was also a discourse, and there was also a meeting in the Supreme Court where this was also talked about. We, at that time, the Law Commission of India was looking into this and was hearing this matter under the able leadership of activist and advocate Bhuvan Riboji. We represented in the Law Commission, and we talked about that age of consent cannot be watered down in view of very serious offense of child marriage and child trafficking, child sex abuse. The age of consent cannot be watered down. The Law Commission accepted our submissions. There is no place for discussion when the crime happens on children. And the Law Commission gave this important recommendations that age of consent cannot be reduced. And therefore, and as responsible citizens, as responsible activists, we also submitted to the Honorable Law Commission and gave them suggestions as to the issues which my learned friend, Mr. Kabir, was talking about, of the issue of innocent, children getting under the might of the criminal law. We have given suggestions, but we have not agreed to watering down the age of consent. The Law Commission has accepted it, and now it is, the entire discourse has now been watered down, but still, I find a lot of POCSO court judges talking about these elopement things. Let me tell you, with my experience of responding to hundreds and hundreds of trafficking cases from West Bengal, Assam, Jharkhand, Odisha, I have found in these cases a 14-year-old girl eloping with 27-year-old man, a 16-year-old girl eloping with 38-year-old man. These are cases under which the entire might of the criminal law should come, and the law should demonstrate extreme punishment. The issue of, as we have suggested, that we have given recommendations to the Honorable Law Commission, it's already there, and that can always be referred to as to how to treat these cases. But talking about reducing the age of consent and conflating the issue of consent with serious cases of trafficking and sex abuse is unacceptable. That is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ravikant. We are blessed with the presence of Honorable Justice Apurva Sinha Rai, and I request Advocate A.S. Zinu to please come and felicitate Honorable Justice Apurva Sinha Rai. Please, Ma'am Zinu. My Lord has landed just few minutes back, and my Lord desired, and we thank my Lord that we are immensely. Thank you, my Lord. Since we are.
I have to give another gift to all of you.
Please.
Another question. That is the.
Please, my Lord. Please, my Lord.
You take bail applications under section 438, and at that time have seen the other side of the ground reality. Many of the cases I found that these provisions, these stringent provisions are being used against innocent people. False implications are there. Other stakeholders are taking advantage of these stringent provisions, false implication that minor girl has been abused or everything. That is also another ground reality. And I expect that you should also discuss over this if time permits.
Thanks a lot, my Lord, for your valuable suggestion. And definitely in the day to come and during the course of our discourse, we will be discussing this. And since we are at the end of this session and we are already lagging behind the time, I request for felicitation of the honorable dignitaries on the dais, and in this respect, I request Mr. Shobhik Ghosh, the judicial magistrate, to please felicitate the Superintendent of Police, Mr. Manoj Kumar Meena, by presenting one shawl. Yes, we will. Actually, it was due. We will ask. And actually, we will take up this. No problem. And I request Government Leader Babita Das Madam to please come on the stage and felicitate Advocate Deep Kabir. And I request Advocate Rakesh Kumar to please come on the stage and to felicitate Mr. Ravikant. Mr. Ravikant. And I request Sampurna ma'am to please come on the stage and to felicitate Madam Tasneem Abid. Actually, our inaugural session was so, thank you. I request Mr. Dhananjay Tingle to please come on the mic.
Thank you, sir. Before I sum up, you can have we have some time for ask some questions. So we can have 2-3 questions from the house.
I may intervene that we are already running late.
And I request that a time of 5 minutes can be taken for taking the questions.
Just two questions, but please be very specific.
Anybody from the stakeholders?
I'll request you to give the mic to.
Please give your introduction also.
Hello. Sir, good morning all of you. And this is Dr. Murli from JNRM. I'm a professor over there. And insofar as my queries, certain small queries are concerned with the panels over there, some 2-3 questions are there, sir. So please, and these questions can be, clarified from either of the 5 panelists sitting over there. And these questions are to either of these panelists over there. So first of all, I would like to have a distinction between sexual harassment on the one side and child sex abuse on the other side. Because insofar as these two things are concerned, I don't find that much clear-cut definition on the laid down concepts and all till date, because in many instances what is happening is that the sexual harassment term has been taken as a relatively vague term, and under that, these all areas are being brought, like child marriage, child sexual exploitation and abuse, sexual harassment, and as why I'm asking this question is that just now our one of our dignitary, my lordship has arrived now, and just now he was asking a very good question about which I was thinking, though the dais is for pros of these areas, but he wanted the things to be discussed in a detailed manner, like including the pros and cons. So the moment he addressed that, that area was suppressed by our sir, saying that that will be dealt in some other areas very soon, sir. Number one. Okay. Number two is that I really appreciate the organizers of this event, in the sense that this conference's name could have been national level conference instead of state level, because most of the dignitaries have been from, our great dignitaries have been from different parts of our country. They have visited here. So this is much a very good conference, and instead of state level, it should have been much better had it been national level conference. Number three is that, in so far as third question is that, please, I would like to have this, response from you, please. Third question is that, whenever, in our country, majority areas I have been focusing is that, we don't go into specifications, that is specific concepts and all. Like, we take the things as granted in a vague manner, in a relative manner. Like, this area, this topic is much a vague area insofar as this is concerned, because this could have been split into like missing children, number one, number two, child trafficking, number three, child abuse or exploitation, number four, child marriage, number five, sexual harassment. So these, if it had been splitted into such areas, we could have much better gone into the in-depth or details of the things. Number one. Number three. Number four, again, as I told, like, the definition. The definition is a very important part of anything. As we have been dealing with the concept of child marriage, child abuse, sexual harassment, such things, insofar as these areas are concerned, I would like to share a very important thing, which is lagging in a very, very serious manner. Like, defining a child marriage, when we define a child marriage concept, who is a child? Though we have a definition of 18 years and 21 years over there in our country, but if you keep one very important aspect, Like on the one hand, we have a developing and emerging sectors.
Sir, can you be more specific so that
Yeah, it's going to be, sir. It's over. Please, very important thing, please.
Please be brief.
Yeah. On the one hand, we have an educated urban class, and on the other hand, we have, like 65 to 70% of our rural population. Okay, na? So when we define these areas, there is a very huge difference in the thoughts between these two classes, like the formers, sects believing in for late marriage and carrying on their life thereon, whereas the later parts considering early marriage, settling as mandatory, because unless they do so, their post-retired life will be suicidal, as they have to make their wards ready for employment and by the time they retire.
Thank you, Mr. Murali, for your valuable suggestions.
Please,
be
sir.
seated.
So definition,
Yes.
definition is very important.
Your suggestions will be taken care of. Please be seated.
Yeah.
And Mike Liliji.
Want to inform,
yes,
after lunch, the 2 sessions which we have, they are specifically on
these areas.
On these areas and on child sexual abuse and exploitative material, on those aspects.
We will be dealing with and we will be discussing. There is no difficulty. I request Mr. Deep Kabir to reply to your queries.
I'll go backwards. The last question as to the detail and the extent to which we should enter into all this. Back in the day when I was in college, a course on child sexual laws and related to that, I mean, you didn't have the JJ Act then, you didn't have the POXO Act then. It still took you 2 semesters, right? So expecting us to go into that degree of detail perhaps in a session like this is not very realistic, but definitely through the whole point of awareness is to make people aware, A. B, the difference between sexual harassment and sexual abuse. I'd be very specific about this. Sexual abuse of a child is something which can be in any form possible. It could be physical, it could be mental, it could be psychological. It doesn't involve only penetrative sex, which is one version of that physical assault. You can have a psychological assault, you could be showing obscene pictures. The definitions are there in the textbooks and in the books themselves. I mean, something as elementary as good touch, bad touch, which is something basic in schools now, gives you answers to these questions. So you don't need definitions from textbooks and from law books. As far as harassment is concerned, it can happen to a woman of any age. And I'm sorry to say this, it can happen to a man of any age as well. So sexual harassment is something where you're making offensive remarks, you're sending text messages, jokes which aren't funny. There are many ways in which I as a lawyer could define a situation as sexual harassment or as sexual abuse. But if you want a legal definition, then I would only, with respect, refer you to the, now we have the new laws and the POXO Act so far as the children is concerned. And the question, in fact, with respect of my Lord Justice Sinha, I have been appearing now in the last couple of weeks over the video conference. I've been driving my Lord mad in the bail bench. So I know exactly what my Lord is talking about. This, in fact, you said we have not addressed it and it was being suppressed. I'd like to correct you. When I described the 4 categories of cases, the 4th category which I said was cases where there is a misuse of a victim in this way. I addressed that point. And more importantly, to just pick up on what fell from his lordship, you will have cases where, and in response to Mr. Ravi, you see the perspective of an activist is very different from the perspective of a lawyer. Let me be very clear about it. As far as I am concerned, I think I need to say things that are not usually said, and I'm quite shameless in saying them. As a lawyer, I'm not always a social reformer or a social activist. I'm sorry. It fell from Mr. Ribhu in the morning that, we should be taking up these matters where we are convinced that they're innocent. I'm sorry, that's not the job of a lawyer. As far as I'm concerned, my job is a job under the Constitution to defend my client to the best of my ability. It's not my job to find out whether he's guilty or innocent. That's the court's job. Let the court do its job, I shall do mine. Now, to that extent, when we defend a client, we are not sitting in judgment over what is there. We are to take the law, we are to take the facts, we are to apply them. So at least when I speak of, for myself, for the members of the bar, I think, as well as for the judicial officers who are neutral, but we are on one side at one point of time, it is very, very difficult for us to speak like activists, to say that, there are lakhs of cases, we are going to right all the wrongs. We can't. As far as I am concerned, I will deal with things on a case-to-case basis, which I can. My sphere of influence is less. Tasneem Madam, as a special prosecutor, has a certain sphere of influence where she can act. Does that mean she can go outside the law? No. She has her own procedures, her own rules. The police officers, we are part of enforcement. We are part of criminal justice administration. We are part of ensuring rights are protected on both sides. It's not our job to judge. It's not our job to do certain things which you're actually taking us into the realm of. So here I would only say this. This is something which cannot have a black and white. There are many shades of grey in between. As fell from my Lord Justice Roy, there are those shades of grey. My Lord is absolutely right. In the last few days, I remember while watching over the video conference, a case where the de facto appeared through an advocate and said very clearly that, why? I don't want this. I don't want this prosecution. Now, I would, with respect to all those who are from the NGOs and the activists and the lawyers who are fighting for this, your cause is just, your beliefs are just. But my way of looking at things may be different, and that's just a matter of perspective, A. B, in a given situation like this, if you have heard the screams of a child in the courtrooms of the corridors of the High Court, when it is being dragged away by social welfare officers, I have heard those. And it has happened in a habeas corpus petition where I was not even a party, I was not appearing for anyone. We had another of the learned senior advocates who was appearing, and in fact this, I never heard the end of it because I stepped in and I asked the court, and it was a division bench, and I said, please treat me as an amicus because I can hear the child screaming outside the courtroom. We have certain realities we deal with. We have realities of condemning a man to a minimum sentence as is advocated in POCSO, whereas he says, well, I'm happy to live with so-and-so. She says, I'm happy to live with him. Both families say they'll support each other. Yes. Is it a child marriage? Is it an offense? I am yet to come across a situation where a court has said, let them go and get married. Rather, courts find functional ways to deal with these things. Courts do say, let them be released to a fit person. We have these definitions in the JJ Act. Let them be kept to the fit institution. And as and when they reach the age of consent, let them take an informed decision. So I'm not making things generalized. At the same time, I'm not trying to make things in terms of black and white. I think I'm just playing devil's advocate at a point where I'm saying certain things which need to be said. There's no point not saying them. So,
thank you, Mr. Kabir. And now I request Mr. Vijaya to conclude this session.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to say, in one sentence, child abuse is a larger term that includes rape, sexual harassment, and a whole bunch of other things. The biggest irony in child abuse cases, the real child abuse cases, is हिंदी में कहावत होती है गेहूं के साथ घुन भी पिस जाता है. The one case that is a misuse of law finds much more, you can say, examples that are cited than the hundreds of thousands of cases that are real in nature. I am a lawyer. I was a defense lawyer for years. And I come from that mindset where I realized that the best minds are always working for the defense invariably. Sir, erstwhile section IPC 195 made it very clear that you can actually prosecute a person for fabricating false evidence. But it's never been used. It's never been used. The same thing applies in BNS. Right, exactly, sir. Exactly, sir. 340 is there. So I was coming to that also. Perjury is there. Fabricating false evidence is there. The law provides. However, because we are not using the other side of law, जहाँ fabricate हुआ है केस, वहाँ पे आप 4 आदमियों को अगर सजा दे देंगे जिसने जबरदस्ती ये किया है तो नहीं होगी फिर ये चीज़. एक. दूसरा, जहाँ पे हमने एक बार छोड़ दिया आदमी को ये कह के कि भाई ये तो आपने फिट पर्सन की बात की, आपने फिट इंस्टीट्यूशन की, वो भी यूज नहीं हो रहा. The law provides. The law provides under DJ Act, the law provides under IPC in BNS. The system exists, we are not utilizing it. And that is the biggest irony. Absolutely. So that is my second part, sir. Now I am coming to the second part, sir. जिस वक्त वो 3 साल बीतते हैं ना, जिस वक्त, and I'm coming from a large percentage of cases because I am actually now only supporting other people fighting 17,000 of these cases. So उन 3 सालों के अंदर गवाह प्रेशराइज होते हैं, थ्रेटन होते हैं, खरीदे जाते हैं, और वो बच्ची जिनकी आप बात कर रहे हैं, आई हैव सीन दोस केसेस सर बाय द वे, जहां पे कोर्ट्स ने कहा है शादी कर लो, इनकी कोई बात नहीं, शादी कर लो. आई हैव सीन दोस केसेस, हाई कोर्ट्स ने कहा है वी आर यूजिंग आवर ओरिजिनल जुरिस्डिक्शन, शादी कर दो. बट हुआ है ऐसा, देयर अदर हाई कोर्ट्स हैव डन इट.
No, sir. In my case, this is entirely different. The political parties pressurize that girl's mother to have some doles from the government. You have to implicate this type.
Absolutely.
Not the marriage.
But sir, law.
Each case has to be judged by its own merits.
Exactly. Each case has to be judged its own thing. वही गेहूं के साथ घुन नहीं पिसना चाहिए, was what I started with. लेकिन उस time period में जो delay है, as a defense lawyer, I am saying the delay is being misused by defense lawyers all over the country इसको बीच को पूरी चीज को derail करने के लिए. So that is my most humble submission कि हम लोग हाई कोर्ट के लेवल पे कम से कम ये देखें कि ये डिले क्यों हो रहा था. 2 महीने के अंदर ट्रायल होना है, ट्रायल कौन डिले करता है? डिफेंस करती है. 1 साल के अंदर ट्रायल होना है, कौन डिले करता है? डिफेंस करती है. हाँ, so let us have a debate.
धन्यवाद भुवन जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका. अच्छा, आप सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स के
denied response. Can I respond?
Please briefly, because we are running short of time. Please be brief.
Just to inform Mr. Kabir that I have also appeared in hundreds of cases where we have fought for the victims. And I have appeared in the Supreme Court, and I am a member of the Supreme Court Bar Association. And I'm not an activist. I see law. My only submission is implement the law rather than going beating around the bush on other things. As I said, implement the law. If there are people who are coming with false accusations, they should face the heat of 195 read with 340 IPC, CRPC.
धन्यवाद रविकांत जी. With this note, we come to end of this session. We will take subsequently with this session, and I request Mr. Bidhan Chandra Singh to take over the dais and moderate the next one. Shri Sudhir Kumar. Shri Sudhir Kumar. Madam Ajita Menon, please come on the dais. आइए. ठीक है. अजीता मेनन जी. ठीक है, अजीता मेनन जी. दिला लो. So, good afternoon everyone. Quickly, दो साल पहले की बात की हमने. Would like to call upon the stage Mr. Paul, Captain, Mr. Paul and Mr. Derek. Mr. Paul and Mr. Derek, please come. So please come, sir. Take a seat. So, Mr. Paul and Mr. Derek, ये निकोबार के हेडमैन हैं, कैप्टन. Thank you everyone. Thank you, Mr. Sudhir. So let me, broadly context set करते हैं. I have been asked to moderate the session on solutions to address child marriage. काफी बात की. Let me share what we talked since the morning. 4 points. We have a progressive act, Child Marriage Prohibition Act. We have a landmark Supreme Court judgment. And the judgment talks about way forward. Legal enforcement, community awareness, हर level पे पंचायत का involvement, state governments का involvement. It talks about different measures, training, capacity building. Then we have a document. We have a document. This document for us is a pathway defined when children have children to end child marriage. In fact, this book gives a clear roadmap projection to decrease child marriage from present prevalence of 23% national prevalence to 16%. And Mr. 5%. He calls it a tipping point to end child marriage, Bhuvanji's book. Now, these are the 3 points, context. The next is we have a huge social disruption going on in the country and in the world for positive impactful change. And this movement is to end child marriage. Started in India. 2 governments have adopted it. Now it has reached to 30 countries. Abhi, if you look at the approach to this disruption, social disruption, 2 approach raha hai. Awareness on scale and legal intervention. Result diya hai. Hum sabne milke. We have facilitated this. So when we talked about stopping 3,10,000 around child marriages, पिछले साल, it's kind of ये disruption से आया है. Now, in the context of Andaman and Nicobar, in the context of Andaman and Nicobar Island, which has a national prevalence 23% है, पर Andaman का prevalence 16% as per the government data. Now, can Andaman lead a way? When we are talking about social disruption going on in the entire country and world, can Andaman lead the way? When I was talking with you, Mr. Derek, you talked about Andaman में child marriage नहीं है, but you also talked about live-in relationship है. Not getting into details. So you have 3 minutes each, and then we'll also open the floor. Please keep your address to the solution. अंडमान, क्या हम अंडमान को चाइल्ड मैरिज फ्री कर सकते हैं और कैसे कर सकते हैं? So I invite Mr. Sudhir Kumar, District and Sessions Judge, to please come and address. Sir.
Good afternoon, Honorable Justice of High Court, Honorable Chief Justice of High Court at Calcutta, T.S. Sivangananam, Honorable Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, Judge High Court at Calcutta and Executive Chairman of SLSA Andaman and Nicobar Island, Honorable Justice Apurva Singh Rai, Judge High Court Calcutta, my colleagues, dignitaries who are on the dais and off the dais, learned advocates, students who are present here, members of Association for Voluntary Action and India Child Protection, other persons who are present here. I have been allotted only 3 minutes time, and I have to complete the same within the set time. Anyway, before going on my main point, I want to add 2 things. First, that what is the reason. We have discussed reason elaborately, but in the morning we discussed that still girl child are considered to be the burden of our society. Why? Actually, such cases of such child marriage are coming from the village areas, from poor families, and we should think that the family who are giving the minor children in their marriage, they have to go out of their place for work, and before leaving the place, they want to shift their burden in form of child marriage on the other persons. And it is one of the reasons which we have not discussed till today. Second thing is that if the child will grow, they will have to bear, they will have to give more dowry instead of marriage given in the childhood. This is another aspect which we should look into. As far as Andaman Nicobar is concerned, here there is no maximum cases of child marriage. I have not found. But there is a marriage, there is a living in relationship. And how it can be solved, first we have to see. As we know, generally we find that Nicobar area, there are the cases of living in relationship. We find it in POXO cases. We also know that persons who are residing in Nicobar area, they are residing in community. If we take a step to sensitize the community, as because they have one headman, headman means leader. If we sensitize him, and with his help we can sensitize the entire community, and by that way we can stop the sexual abuse, as because there is no child marriage. And what happened, what I find in my court, that the child who born out of the said living in relationship, their parents adopt the said child. You just imagine. And because they are accepting, they have accepted this practice in their blood, and they have no hesitation. And in this way, this thing is going on, which should be stopped. As because if a child is being given in marriage in earlier stage, it has loss of impact, bad impact. As because the child who has been given in marriage, she will give birth of a child, and that child will not be a healthy child, and it also affects the mother also. That is why we should take a step to stop these things. Okay. We have also discussed that how it can be, we will have to sensitize not only the community, we will have to sensitize the persons who are participating in the said marriage. And as you know that in the year 2006, Prevention of Child Marriage Act came, in which my lordship discussed in the morning that 2 years punishment, maximum 2 years punishment, and fine of rupees 1 lakh can be imposed. In case of female, only fine can be imposed, they cannot be sent to jail. This is the main. Yeah. And we have also found the one provision of CMPO, Child Marriage Protection Officer, and with the help of that officer we can sensitize other persons, community and stakeholders like police and the persons who participated in the child marriage, and in this way we can solve the problem. This is my short speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So you talked about sensitizing the community. So apart from the sensitization of the community, what else can be done? Solution क्या है? हल क्या है to stop child marriage? Mr. Paul.
हम लोग बहुत नमस्कार, सबको नमस्कार। हम लोग अपना निकोबार में छोटा उम्र में हम लोग शादी नहीं करा था, और हम लोग जब पता है ये लोग आपस में प्यार करता 15-16 उम्र में, फिर हम लोग डिस्कस करता इन लोगों को एज नहीं हुआ, अभी शादी नहीं करा सकता करके हम लोग अलग अलग कर देता उन लोग को। यही हम लोग कोशिश करता है, हम लोग को चाइल्ड मैरिज, और कुछ नहीं कर सकता, बहुत कोशिश करता। मेरे का इतना ही नॉलेज है। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मिस्टर पॉल। डेरेक जी, मिस्टर डेरेक, प्लीज ऐड, या प्लीज कम विद अस।
Dignity on the dais, in the front seats, and all stakeholders. I am Derek. The first statement from Keynote Carnival. बहुत स्पीकर्स ने एक्सप्रेस किया है कि चाइल्ड मैरिज के जो रिजल्ट है बैड रिजल्ट है, तो सब जानते हैं कि चाइल्ड मैरिज चिल्ड्रन के फ्यूचर को खराब कर देते हैं। Some speakers were saying that in indigenous group, tribal, child marriage is a custom. But since I have acquired consciousness, I have not come across any child marriage in our community. We as a community, Nicobarese communities, we are campaigning against child marriage through our religious institution. We inform people about this child marriage, the bad effect of child marriage. ये जो बच्चे लोग हैं, इन लोग अपना मर्जी से रिलेशन बनाते हैं. As a result, POCSO are coming up in the Nicobar group of violence. पेरेंट्स कहते हैं कि आपका उम्र अभी नहीं हुआ शादी का, आप थोड़ा वेट कीजिए, 18-21 साल के बाद में आप दोनों का मैरिज होगा. बट द कपल, मतलब जो बच्चे लोग हैं, उन लोग इतना देर तो वेट नहीं कर सकते, बस अपना फिजिकल रिलेशन बनाते थे, तब पॉक्सो निकलता है. तो दिस हैज टू बी स्टॉप्ड. And we need to create awareness more, though we are conducting awareness camp with the help of District Child Development Protection Unit at Nicobar, the SP of Nicobar District, and even the ICDS department. We are, from time to time, we are conducting awareness camp about child marriage, POCSO, and other जो जैसे इलिसिट लीगर्स, उसी के बारे में भी हम लोग कैंपेन करते हैं. फिर भी हम लोग कोशिश करेंगे कि जो पॉक्सो केसेस है हम लोग इधर में, उसको हम लोग कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश करेंगे. मोर एंड मोर एफर्ट हैज टू बी टेकन. आई वुड लाइक टू रिक्वेस्ट द डिस्ट्रिक्ट चाइल्ड प्रोटेक्शन ऑफिसर and the district administration in Nicobar to initiate more and more awareness camp on these issues. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Derek. I'd like to now invite Ms. Ajita Menon from Foreign Commonwealth Development Office. They're partnering with this event. Ajita ji.
Thank you, sir. Greetings from the British High Commission to Honorable Chief Justice, other justices who are here, distinguished guests including judicial officers and police officers who are present, and all the stakeholders and my co-panelists on the dais. It's a privilege to be here at this gathering, and I'll restrict myself to talking about knowledge sharing acquired from our work in India. We are very happy to partner this event. Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of UK is a partner in this event. And our interest stems from UK's interest in combating human trafficking globally, child trafficking globally, and also preventing child marriage. We tend to think that it is an issue with developing nations. It's not so. UK has a history of child marriage, legally permissible, in the sense that till 2022, there was a law which said that till the age of 16, 17-year-old people in England and Wales can get married with parental consent. And that parental consent is the biggest loophole there. Because if the parents want to get the children married, the children are getting married. So then a law was brought which became effective in 2023, which made it illegal for people below the age of 18 to get married, with a penalty of 7 years. We talk about 2 years in India, the penalty is 7 years there. So really stringent effort to prevent child marriage in the UK. There's a commitment to the UN to stop child marriages in the UK by 2030. And with India, the 2030 roadmap between India and UK, which was signed between Prime Minister Modi and then UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, women empowerment and girl-child empowerment was a big factor, and under which all these elements come. So that is our interest. Just a couple of points. I'll start with the solutions. We are running some projects in Sundarbans, which is again a border area, and it has high incidence of child marriage and child trafficking. And some of the solutions, I'll not go into the legal aspect much. I just wanted to talk about community level awareness development on this, because almost everyone mentioned that you need to engage with the community. So what do you do? Engage with the community. So one of the things which we found out was, and thank you to Justice Bhattacharya to mentioning poverty, because it's a fact that poverty is a big driver for child trafficking, child marriage, high school dropout rates for girls, and consequently it leads to child trafficking and child labor. So one of the things was that link women to all the government welfare schemes that are available to them. So we assume that just because the government has announced this, the village women or other underprivileged women are accessing those schemes, but it's not so. They don't have the relevant documents to do so. So one of the things which our implementer initiated there was to provide them with, get Aadhaar card, get a PAN card, get proper identity and citizenship documents to get them to access these welfare schemes, link to the government welfare schemes, which empowers them, access to food, access to healthcare, sometimes direct cash benefits, as some states are giving. That gives them a voice in what happens in the family, including keeping their girls in school. So that's a big, advantage. Number 2, sustainable livelihood options. Sundarbans is a climate sensitive zone, frequent cyclones as you see in Andaman, and livelihood is a big issue, and there is unsafe migration from there. So provide opportunities for sustainable livelihood that they have supported. There's a lot of effort on farming in saline water, different kinds of seeds provided, pisciculture, then poultry, kitchen, this thing. And also if you're impacted by a natural disaster, how do you regroup and recontinue with your livelihood options? That was one aspect. Then there was financial empowerment and literacy. So this debt bondage, one of the previous speakers mentioned this. That's really an issue. They get into this debt trap, and then it's a never-ending process, and it's happening online also. That's something which people are offering loans without any documentation online. People take that, and then women are asked for sexual exploitation. The girl child is asked for sexual exploitation. Sometimes even the male child is asked for sexual exploitation. That's the demand, and this happens online. We have come across cases like this. So all these people don't know. You see advertisements for non-documentation loans available online. It's a big trap. So financial literacy and financial empowerment, like how do you understand the financial aspect, save money, don't get into the debt trap. That has been one of the initiatives which we have done. Then creation and empowerment of child protection volunteers in the villages. So first it starts with the implementers. Their volunteers are the child protection volunteers, so that the children have access to somebody whom they can approach in case they fear that there will be a child marriage, or they fear that somebody is approaching them, trying to lure them, or trying to traffic them, or they're preventing them from going to school, the family is creating that problem, or sending them for child labor. So they approach the child protection volunteers, and to sustain it, then the community members, women and men from the community, are then trained to become community protection volunteers, and then they carry forward that effort to keep the children safe. And also adolescent safety circles. So the adolescent girls and boys are put into safety circles where they are aware of child rights, each and every one of them. They are aware of the child rights. They are confident to approach the police station and even the district magistrate or the block development officer. That empowerment the implementer creates working with the children, taking them to the block development office, taking them to the magistrate, having engagements with the local police stations and the children. I have seen girls standing up and challenging the officer in charge of the police station. But I went there and you didn't listen to me, kind of thing. So that empowerment we are trying to help support, so that the children themselves can actually take the help of the law, because the law is there. They need that approach. Somebody also mentioned, one of the previous speakers, that why will I go to the police station if I'm scared of you? So this is a way to alleviate that. And I must say that over the years, the attitude of the police has changed quite a bit. They are also interested in supporting the community and working with the community, at least in the areas where we have worked, we have seen that happening. There's a change. And we've seen this across India. So that is one of the things which we have done, and it's also like helpful because this adolescent safety circles also keep an eye on the peers. Like, oh, this girl is not coming to school for the last few days. Oh, this girl is constantly talking to this gentleman, or this lady is approaching this girl constantly. Oh, this girl is talking about marriage and her family is doing something. So they follow the developments, and accordingly they inform the volunteers from the organization, the child protection volunteers, or the police station directly. So that has been a big success that we have seen. So these are, and of course, like prevention of school dropouts, that's like always there, and safe migration. So like register yourself with the local police station when you move yourself and with your families to, another location for work. So that is an essential part of the guidelines that we provide to the communities, and it has helped in tracing people, like, because that data is there. Because otherwise, like, families move out and then nobody has a clue. Like, if some child is lost, or the man doesn't come back, or the woman doesn't come back, but there is no clue of where they have gone, with whom they have gone, for what they have gone. But if the data is registered with the local police station, it is it is helpful for tracking. And in Jharkhand, actually, we set up a website for the government for having the entire, our implementer supported that, and to set up that safe migration data to be there so that it can be accessed. So these are some of the measures which we see as solutions. One more point that I wanted to make before I stop was regarding Andaman and Nicobar Islands, because we are having this consultation here. From what the speakers have said, and just to digress, Mr. Paul, I think thank you very much for breaking the perception. Like, people have preconceived notions about, oh, this happens in indigenous communities, this happens in poor families, this happens in, rural areas, this doesn't happen in urban areas. So, this child marriage, maybe to some extent, because it's largely driven by poverty, but child sexual abuse happens everywhere. And it can happen in any community with anyone. And child sexual abuse is also a driver of, child trafficking in the long term. So these preconceived notions, I think we should get out of it and think about everything as in a holistic manner. And for Andaman Nicobar Islands, it's very good that the incidence is low and maybe, lessons can be learned. But, and here is what I want to say, is that where is Andaman Nicobar Islands located? It's a geopolitically strategic location. India is part of Quad, which is a quadrilateral security dialogue, and immense global interest in Andaman Nicobar Islands, because it is like geopolitically located at the center of Quad's plan and India's ambitions in the Indo-Pacific. So more and more people will come. There will be more global attention towards this island. You have got a transshipment container terminal coming up, which will get in a lot of people from outside into Andaman Nicobar Islands. And there is huge effort in Andaman Nicobar Islands purely for economic reasons to boost tourism. Tourism will bring a lot of foreign tourists, more and more tourists into the islands. And these are also, development has its advantages and disadvantages. And these are all like red flags. So I would just say before finishing that prepare for the future, and that is like, you know, how you take this thing forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ajita ji. So it's like, you know, if Andaman leads the way to end child marriage, the entire world will learn from it. I'll just add to in terms of the solutions which we talked about in terms of ending child marriage. It's like we talked about, you know, one of the solution is awareness and sensitization program. The other is effective implementation of law and involvement of community leaders and youth in the community, and providing educational opportunities, and also, connecting vulnerable families with the, government schemes. Sorry, I've been asked to wrap up this session. So thank you everyone, thank you so much. Yes, so Sadarji, can you please like to felicitate? Sadarji, can you please come and felicitate the... Ajita ji. So he says he has got in the morning. So thank you everyone. We'll break for lunch. That's what, yeah. We are extremely overwhelmed with the esteemed presence of Honorable Justice Tapobrata Chakravarti, Honorable Judge High Court at Calcutta, and my lords have come on short invitation. Thank you, my lord. May I request learned District and Session Judge Shri Sudhir Kumar to present the memento to my lord and welcome his lordship. Thank you, Your Lordship. Thank you, Lordship. Thank you, Your Lordship. With this happy note, we are breaking for the lunch, and I request all the dignitaries to please come fast because we are running short of time and we are already late, and we will reassemble at 2:45. Thank you.
that all the serious participants after lunch are present here. And thank you very much for the members from the judiciary. It's really appreciative that you all are here attending the entire conference. That gives it the required attention and the attention that it needs, these subjects needs. May I also request Ms. A.S. Zino and Ms. Sampurna Behra to please also join the session. There are some last minute additions in the program, so kindly bear with us. So this session is on, in the morning we spoke about child marriage. And post-lunch, we are going to talk about the child sexual abuse and exploitative material, or without material, whatever way we want to refer to it. Earlier, we used to call it child pornography, but after the Supreme Court judgment, it has been made clear that pornography as a word means some sexual activity, but when it happens with a child, it is exploitation. And it is, the children are beaten and they are really exploited for that pornographic material. So that is why the court has said that instead of child pornography, use the word this CSEAM. And like it was said in the morning that there are 190 crore internet users and 83% of children have smartphones, especially after the pandemic when all children have access to smartphones. So we can imagine that the spread of this menace, how widespread it would have been. It is. Although the numbers in the Crime in India report says in Andaman the numbers are zero, but we can all believe that they are not reported. In fact, all the cases of POXO, all the cases of rape and assault and harassment, they must be also videographed. They must also be videographed and shared. And when we talk about Andaman, it is very important to understand when we discuss this topic with the learned speakers over here is that the pornographic material, it is not necessary that it is made here in Andaman. So it could be made here, the victim could be here, and the users could be in Andaman or outside Andaman or even anywhere in the world. Or the second is the victim could be anywhere else in the world and the users are over here. And if we look at this crime, this is actually a continuous crime, which involves financial transactions, and it just goes on. It stays on the internet for eternity. So it's a very serious crime, no matter it is taken out at a certain level, but because it has been forwarded many times, it stays on the internet for eternity. So from that perspective, we are going to see. And one more thing which I want to say is that in the morning we spoke about child marriage and the Supreme Court judgment. One crux of the judgment was that the whole of society and the whole of government at every level has to work, then only we can eradicate child marriage. This applies to this issue that we're going to talk post-lunch. So I'll invite our speakers. So first of all, I would like to invite Shri L. Kumar, who is Secretary Social Welfare and Education, to give us an idea what are the measures being taken by the government to address this issue.
Good afternoon to all. Honorable Justice T.S. Sivanandam, the Honorable Chief Justice High Court at Calcutta and Patron in Chief Andaman Nicobar State Legal Services Authority, Honorable Justice Tapabrata Chakraborty, Judge High Court at Calcutta, Honorable Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, Judge High Court at Calcutta, come Executive Chairman Andaman and Nicobar State Legal Services Authority, Honorable Justice Apurva Sinha Ray, Judge High Court at Calcutta, respected dignitaries and esteemed participants. At the outset, I take the opportunity to commend the State Legal Services Authority of Andaman and Nicobar for organizing the state-level conference on child marriage and child sexual exploitation and abuse in coordination with the Association for Voluntary Action and India Child Protection. In Andamans, the percentage of children below 18 years is 31.31%. And we have been doing well in case of educational and health indicators, as remarked by Chief Secretary in the morning address. So if you take gross enrollment ratio at the primary section, at the primary level, it is almost 97%. We are short by 3%, but this 3% is mainly because of the projected population by the ministry is very high as compared to the existing children in Andamans. And the transition rate from primary to upper primary, it is almost 99%. The difference, 1% difference is due to the migration. So we have been doing well in the case of both educational as well as health indicators. But however, we also have certain trends, positive trends. The other positive trends which you come across regarding the children are, there are no recorded case of child behavior, child labor and street children. But we have challenges in the form of child sexual abuse, poor parenting, child marriages and exposure to drugs. So these are the things which we are trying various measures, we have been taking various measures to address. Such issues also demand a proactive, multi-pronged approach and commitment from the stakeholders in ensuring a safe environment for the growth and development of children into a holistic human being. The first and foremost measure will be ensuring the effective and enforcement of legal safeguards in letter and spirit, such as the POCSO Act, Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, Juvenile Justice, Care and Protection of Children Act. And the institutional framework which has been established in Andamans to ensure the well-being of the children are, at the state level we have the Child Protection Society, and at the district level we have the district child protection units in all the 3 districts, and child welfare committees and the Juvenile Justice Board at the district level. They provide the safeguard for children in need of care and protection as well as children in conflict with law. Besides, we have a child helpline that it is available on 24/7 to provide immediate assistance and support services for children in distress. They also provide guidance and intervention to children facing abuse, violence or distress situations. Psychological assistance counseling also is being given through trained counselors. Besides, we have 11 childcare institutions having 299 children in need of care and protection. Basic facilities are provided like physical, mental and emotional development of the children, and they are also support in rehabilitation and reintegration to the society. And we have special juvenile police units, special juvenile police officers with child-friendly corners in the police stations. And prevention is always the prime and foremost objective. And for that, we have been carrying awareness and sensitization programs on child sexual abuse and child marriages at schools, community, and at community level. This program focuses on educating children, parents, and community members about child protection laws, good touch and bad touch, saying no and seeking help, stranger versus known person risk, cyber crimes, etc. And periodical workshops and training sessions are also arranged for the front-level workers, teachers, and police for prevention and to strengthen the legal enforcement measures. And for the children affected by sexual abuses, services are extended in the form of support persons and psychological support to overcome trauma, providing health care and shelter, and legal services through the District Legal Services Authority. Individual care plan for each and every child is also being worked out, covering the nutritional, educational, and emotional support and health care. A regular follow-up is also done for those children who are residing with family. Measures are also taken for rehabilitation and social integration of the affected children. However, to facilitate this rehabilitation and reintegration, from the administration side, we need to double our efforts, specifically focusing on skilling to equip the children with requisite skill sets to match the job roles in demand in the market in collaboration with the skill development centers, and to have more number of career counseling sessions in schools and colleges and mentorship programs so as to guide the children to pursue higher education. And at the school level, identifying children who need academic support and assist them through remedial classes in schools to improve the learning outcomes. and to strengthen the counseling services and to conduct regular home visits to assess the well-being of children, particularly those from vulnerable background. And this is the most important thing, that is the strengthening the social institution of family through community support. And through all the above collaborative efforts, we can strive to create a society where every child grows up and blossoms free of abuse and exploitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I just add in this, yes, the gross enrollment ratio is very impressive, and there will always be a little gap, which is very true. We do talk about what is good touch, bad touch, but among the children above the age of 16 years, 15 years, if we teach them about sex education, because they learn from their peers, they learn for fun from the internet, and whatever activities they indulge in, they are not informed. They never, the consent of theirs is never informed. So this is one suggestion, and the second is positive masculinity, teaching our boys about respecting girls, understanding girls, and that is a preventive measure that we can look at. It's just a suggestion. If you feel it's appropriate, you can take it forward. Thank you. So now may I request, we'll have one person from here, and is it okay? Okay. So we have Ms. A.S. Zeno, who is a special public prosecutor, and I'll request her to give.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Chief Justice, Honorable Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, and other justices of our Honorable High Court, and the judicial members of our court, and my learned brothers and sisters. Today I've been asked to say something about sexual exploitation and abuse of the children. And it is, I being a public prosecutor, play a very important role, because every day I come across with such people, child. It is very difficult for me to make them to say what has happened, because they have come across with many stages. When the matter comes to limelight, they have to face parents, they have to face police authorities, then they have to come and give their statement under 164 CRPC, of course now it is 183 under BNS, and then they come to me. So when they come to me in the morning, it is first of all I have to make them, give them a very cozy environment, so that they'll be comfortable with me at least, to say what they have went through. So very difficult task I am holding. Sometimes after hearing them, I am in tears, because it's very, what we have faced after attending the age of 20, I have to make them to speak at the age of 8 or 7. It's very difficult for me, it's very painful. I don't know how to express my pain. I have come across with boys who is deaf and dumb, who has been exploited in such a manner that I can't speak in public now. He has been shown with pornographic contents, and he was raped in such a manner. So I have come across many cases of Nicobar as well. Nicobar, definitely it is a different case. Nicobar, they indulged in a romantic relationship. But the children I find, the girl child of 14 years, 13 years of coming across with pregnancy. That is very painful for me, because one case I have been addressed by my learned sister. She said that because of her early pregnancy, her fallopian tube was removed. She was in such a pain. So such things I am unable to express, because every day I face exploitation of boys, I face exploitation of girls in many ways. In Nicobar case, I take it in a different manner, because there the societies are not that very keen to solve the problem, to be very honest, because they accept it. The child born out of a baby of a girl of 13 years have been merely accepted by the society. And there are cases where same victim, same accused persons, twice they are coming before with the pregnancy. So we are unable to make them understand what is the repercussion. So that is a very key issue to be addressed, or that to be very seriously. That is one aspect. And the other, I have come across with a mentally challenged girl. She doesn't know what has happened, because her neighbor few of the neighbors have indulged with her because her father was a farmer. That too he was working under someone's field. They were earning 1,000 rupees a day, a month. That sort of person. She conceived. Now it was very challenging for me to make her to speak what has happened with her. DNA report was not available. And because of her geographical condition, we often don't get the DNA report. Somehow I made her to understand that, I said, who is this baby? She was holding that baby in her hand. She said, this baby is mine, by her sign language. Then I asked, who is the father? Fortunately, he was there in the court and she pinpointed, yes, this is the man with whom I got this baby. Later on, the DNA report also came and it confirmed, and I was successful to get him sentenced for life. He was managing to flee away. It was informed by the other side that you are going to, but somehow I got him inside and still he is inside the jail. And appeal was also got dismissed, those all things. So for me, being a public prosecutor, every day I have to face this. It is very painful, even for the boys. I thought that it's only girls who are facing, but boys also face a lot. From their near relative, from their neighbor, and in few cases of girls, I have come across their own father. This is very heartening. With the father, if at least. So stepfathers, there are plenty of cases of stepfather, but own father I have faced 2 cases. There I was able to get life imprisonment, and that is has been affirmed also. So now what I find is that education is playing very good role, because unless you teach them what is the repercussion if you become pregnant in such an age, what is going to happen, we are not going to change our society. So my role, not only as a public prosecutor, as stated by my learned brother Deep, that there are false acquisition also, but as stated by our Sir Ravikant sir, there are other ways how to make them punished. Once that also is done, the falsifying of the cases will reduce. So what I believe is, talking so much is not going to help unless we educate them properly. Let them understand. We have to educate them. And I have seen certain instances where the girl who if she is involved in a POXO case, she stopped from going to school. She has to go to court every now and then. That is why she stopped. So I am educating them. No, don't stop. Then they are telling that there is a stigma. If I go to same school, people will laugh. The children will laugh at me. So those all things have to be addressed in a serious manner, not only by judiciary but also by the stakeholders of education, because they are not admitting in the same school, they are taking them into some other schools also. Those all things are there. So I am not going to address much, but the instances what I have faced, I have expressed. So I conclude my saying only with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. जिस तरह से आपने बोला, it's really sad कि situation we all know is bad, and we could feel that you were speaking from your heart. And one thing which I felt from her when she was talking was counselors. Trained counselors is something that we all need in this system. When we're dealing with children who are exploited and abused, there is a need for a trained counselor, which are unfortunately not available easily. So that, the prosecutors themselves, and sometimes they have to themselves, we are not trained counselors. We are like, as a parent, we can talk to the way we talk to our children. But a trained counselor is different. So there seems to be a need from what she said. And another thing that I feel is that the POXO Act and the JJ Act have to go hand in hand. JJ is about rehabilitation. There are many things in the JJ Act which is saying nahi ho pata hai, so it can come through the JJ. And the role of Child Welfare Committee is very important. And whether it is online abuse or it is physical abuse, everywhere the rehabilitation and the care is through JJ only. So thank you very much. Now I'll request Shri Arjun Sharma ji, Deputy Commissioner South Andaman, to please give us what is happening in the district level.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Chief Justice, High Court at Calcutta, Honorable Justice Tapabrat Chakravarti, Honorable Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, and Honorable Justice Apurva Sinha Ray, and dignitaries on the dais and off it. So I represent the district administration. I have not prepared anything formally, but over the course of my tenure, I have come down to a few of my thoughts which I'd like to share today, and especially with regard to the district administration in Andaman Nicobar Islands. So all of us are aware that in Andamans, and it was rightly pointed out by the speaker before me, that the nature of the child sexual abuse is in Nicobar is maybe should be treated slightly differently than the child sexual abuse in Andaman Islands, because the way of the society in Nicobar is perhaps something different. But as far as Andamans is concerned, and I represent the district South Andaman here, we have seen that there are quite a number of cases of child sexual abuse which are coming up, and many cases in which victims are getting repeated. So one case happens, then with the same victim another case happens, and if we have felt and we have seen that if we speak to these girls, there is a lot of pent-up trauma. So, and that trauma for a girl child, I mean, we cannot understand, but it is something big. So what we have seen, what we have felt, that we need to have an informal mechanism, informal ways of how to deal with that trauma, how so that they are able to ventilate, they are able to vent out their feelings, they are able to communicate those feelings, and at the same time the legal aspect will run its own course, but at the same time that emotional aspect of a crime must also be taken care of. So over the past few months, what we have done is come out with this very small thing, but we have tried to come out with a small helpline, a mental helpline, so that children who are victims of such abuse, who have gone through trauma, can share their whatever they are feeling with a person, with a trained psychologist, with a trained counselor, who not only keeps their identity confidential, but also tries to help the victim get out of it. So, though the public impact may not be that much visible, and frankly speaking, we have not given it as much advertisement as we should have, but the impact for that one girl child is, I believe, must be very, very huge, because one girl child who is able to speak out his feelings in confidentiality would actually help a lot. So this helpline, so Prayas, I think someone from Prayas is here. Yes, madam is here. So we've just started it, and we are trying to link it up with other helplines which are there. We have a Telemanas helpline of the health department, which is now become operational. I see Madam Arpita is here from health department, so it has become operational. Of course, we have the child line 1098 and other. We have police helpline 112. But I feel these sort of mechanisms to help a girl child vent out their mechanisms, vent out their feelings, would help a lot. So that is one aspect of it. As district administration, one of the important functions is running the district child protection unit under the JJ Act. So we have around 11 institutes, 11 child care institutions, around 300 kids are there. Though personally there is a lot of scope for improvement in these CCIs, which has to be done, but we keep on monitoring these CCIs, and the constant endeavor is to help them improve these CCIs through not only the district administration, but also through the child welfare committee, which is there, which is functional. child beggary cases Andaman has traditionally, but of late the district administration has been receiving quite a few complaints of child beggary being cited at many places in the city. So what we plan to do is in consultation, in coordination with the social welfare department and the district administration, the local police of course, we plan to stop it and to rehabilitate these kids in the formal education system. As El Kumar sir has pointed out, that our dropout rates remain quite negligible, but of course each and every person, each and every student has to be taken care of. So parallelly we have also started another process whereby we are identifying, and again through the NGOs only, we are identifying all those kids in the local areas which have dropped out of schools and then trying to reintroduce them in the formal education system. So of course, in the terms of numbers, it does not make that much of a difference because our dropout rates are of course good, but for that one person, for that one boy or girl, it makes a tremendous impact. So this is one of the missions of the district administration, and we have been working on it for past 6 months as to how we can rehabilitate all the dropout kids in the formal education system. Last thing, though it's not directly related to the child marriage, the topic of the conference, but we have also been working on something on the nutritional aspect of the child health, because that we feel also impacts the not only the physical but also the mental aspect. So again, in coordination with the social welfare department and the local institutions, NGOs, we have been working on something known as the Kuposhan Mukt and the Anemia Mukt Abhiyan. So whereby we have been rallying all the NGOs and through the CSR initiatives to provide some sort of nutritional support to the identified anemic and malnutrition stunted children. So, and results, I do not have the results with me, but we have been able to get out at least 60% of the identified kids out of malnutrition, out of stunting and out of anemia. Of course, this is a continuous process because some kids keep on coming out of it and some kids keep on going into that state. But we are at it and we are committed to it. I'll rest my case here, but before stopping, I just want to express my gratitude to the State Legal Services Authority and all the Honorable Chief Justice, Honorable Justices here, senior judicial officers, all the stakeholders who are here for organizing this and for inviting us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing the good initiatives, especially the helpline, which I'm sure if it is spread more, it will be very useful. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Ms. Sampurna Bahura. Everybody knows her name and I don't need to give her an introduction. I would like her to focus on the topic that we have today, the online child sexual abuse, the crime which is continuous, which is organized and which has a lot of money involved in it. Sampurna ji.
A very good afternoon to everybody. So very good afternoon to you. So very good afternoon to you. And so very good afternoon to you. I'm here to speak about a topic which is like a time bomb. Today we are sitting on a scenario where we are seeing physical war, but there is a war that is going on across the globe, and that is against our children. Online child sexual abuse is a silent war on our children, which hinders their development and which will lead to a crippled nation because they are the future of tomorrow. Children constitute 42% of your population, and 87% of the children are having access to all kinds of smart devices, whether it's smartphone, whether it's internet, whether it is any kind of tablet, or whether for education, for entertainment, for anything. And today we are living in a very small world. The world has become very close. They are living in a tech generation. The children of today are tech generation children. The technology comes with a lot of advantage, but also comes with a lot of disadvantages. And child sexual abuse, online child sexual abuse is one of the disadvantages that we have today because of technology. And if we don't address this today, we'll be nowhere tomorrow. It's a very serious concern, and it has got various forms. It is very important to understand what is online child sexual abuse and why did the Supreme Court go ahead and describe it as online, why did Supreme Court go ahead and describe it as child sexual exploitation and abuse material? Because of its various and broad nature. There are a lot of categories which comes under this. And today if we go around and you can see in the market, there are videos of children who have been sexually abused or who have been raped are being taken and circulated. That is one form. The children who have been lured through different social media, whether it is Telegram, whether it's Snapchat, whether it's Facebook, whether it is WhatsApp, strangers, they make friendship with them, they do online streaming, they sexually exploit them. The children who are taken from their homes, the parents are told that their trafficker, the strangers who are sitting over there, they approach the parents and through our live cases, they go and they approach the parents and they say that your child will have to do only 10 minutes job and we will pay you in so and so amount. They take the children and they ask them to do all kind of sexual activity in front of the webcam, and that has been recorded. And that is again sold. That is why online child sexual abuse or child sexual exploitative abuse material is an organized crime. And I'm thankful to Government of India for recognizing it, and this year in the BNS, it has been amended and it has been brought in as an organized crime. So any crime which is cyber in nature, which has internet, which is connected to smartphone, is an organized crime, because when somebody is clicking the video somewhere, it has been circulated, somebody is purchasing it. We did a study, ICP India Child Protection did a study during 2020 to see the impact of online child sexual abuse. That was just after the COVID or during the COVID period. It was a pilot study which was taken up by us. When we did the study, we went to different porn sites, and we saw there was a demand for child pornography from India and from abroad as well. And per month there was a demand of 5 million to watch child pornography. And imagine what is the industry about. Imagine the money that has been spent. Imagine the number of children the children are being exploited. So, and when we did the study, we also did another exercise over there. We tried to run a deterrence messaging on the selected Pornhub sites. We said that if you want to watch pornography, child pornography, please click to the site. And the moment the person goes and clicks over there, there's a message used to pop up that is, watching child pornography is illegal and it's an offense under Indian law. And that message we ran for 3 months, and we saw that demand, the traffic that was going to such Pornhub for watching child pornography, it came down drastically. From 5 lakh, it came down to 50,000 in 3 months' time. And that is when we published this report, the Government of India got up, and there was a parliamentary committee that was formed to look for this, and certain URL sites were blocked. There was a notice to take down the content, where many a time there are sextortion, like there's a revenge pornography, there are men and women, for the new photographs and all that, they try to blackmail another person, there's a sextortion then takes place, then there's a revenge pornography, boyfriend, girlfriend broke up, and then they try to blackmail each other, and then there is another money angle that is involved over there. So, and it goes on circulating in the different areas. So, Government of India gave a notice that within 6 hours, those kind of nude video has to be taken down by the police. As if that was not enough, then came, as every day the technology is advancing day by day, we came with a new form. Now, AI is used for exploiting children. There are voice modulation that happens. There are avatars being created, avatars raving avatar. Games are being created on those nature. And then online platform, there is another platform which people play very happily. Everybody has almost all the children very happily, they have access to this online game. These gaming chains are actually online game. When we give mobile phones to the children, we should be very, very careful, because many of these games are free for 2 years, and after that they start charging money, and the currency is very different. It is not only a rupees, it's a very different currency. I was taking a session in Punjab thing. There was a parent who was there on online and digital safety. There was a parent who came and whose daughter had committed suicide. After taking the session, he came and approached and said, my daughter had committed suicide, and but I am at the schools and the police say that it is because she was not good at study, so she committed suicide, but I am not convinced. And she was single child, with the permission of the father, our investigator took the mobile phone of the child. He opened the mobile phone, he looked into it, and found that there was a gaming zone. From there, somebody had approached her. She also had an Instagram account. Somebody had approached her, and from the Instagram account, who told her that I will give you this currency provided you do modeling for this product. The modeling involves nudity, but she wanted desperately those currencies. She went and she did that. Her photos were morphed, her photos were circulated, and he started blackmailing. At first instance, the mobile did not look anything unusual. Now, who will imagine that a game, online game, will have a link to sextortion? And so we could find out that link, and police did the further investigation. On investigation, when we approached the company who had given these promotional products, they said we had never ever given such kind of ad. So ultimately it came down, there are some traffickers or some unidentified strangers who are there, who are watching you, because otherwise how will that person come to know that I am playing a game and I need currency? So somebody is watching you. And people think that data are all encrypted even in WhatsApp. It is not. If you are in a group, the data are not encrypted. The WhatsApp has a mechanism to know if there is something is circulating on your in a group WhatsApp. If it's an individual to individual, it cannot be tracked. But if it's in the group, it can be captured and it can be reported. But however, in spite of this growing thing, NICMIC reporting cases, NICMIC is an international body which captures the data of online child sexual abuse across the country and sends to different countries. In our country, NICMIC census, and almost every year we get 5 million complaints of online child sexual abuse against children. It's a tip of an iceberg, because they're not able to capture all the data. And unfortunately, the intermediaries or the telecom companies or the technological companies who are running in India, they don't report to Indian police, with the excuse that we have companies abroad, we are just doing a service facility. But Supreme Court gave an answer to this, and they came down heavily on these intermediaries, saying that under POCSO, it's a mandatory reporting and it is exploitation of children. It is covered under section 14 and 15, and under section 21 of POCSO, you are supposed to report to Indian police. So the issue of the gravity of the situation, Supreme Court could well understand, and gave a very landmark judgment. In my session, we have my colleague over here, Ms. Rachna Tyagi, she will be talking about it in detail. But the judgment is landmark in the sense of recognize the problem, how serious it is, why it should be called from child pornography, why it should be named as child sexual exploitative abuse material, what are the different components of it, why should police treat it in an urgency and arrest the offender immediately, and what is the need, how to address this, like address for trade, there's a need for capacity building, there is need for education. So the order contained the things that Government of India need to do to address this, the serious problem, which is not less than, which I say it should be treated as par terrorism, because children are the future of your country, and if they are being targeted, if they are being sexually abused, what kind of nation are we imagining? So it should be seen at that parameter, and the problem doesn't stop here, because it's a digital crime. What was earlier happening in the offline is having on the online space. Child sexual abuse, which was happening physically, now it has moved to online space, and it involves now both the angle, physical as well as sexual online angle. So it needs to be addressed with a very comprehensive approach, with a very dedicated approach, bringing in technology into it, because you need technological support to investigate those crimes, to find out online pedophilies who are there, to investigate. Forensic experts needs to be there to get evidences from the devices that has been collected, how to preserve those devices, what are the steps that needs to be there. That comprehensive approach, we need to look into it. Training of judiciary, training of prosecutor, because it's a new thing, it's developing every day. Earlier we were dealing with traditional crime, now we are dealing with a digital crime. So I think this we'll discuss in our next session, but there is a need to address this in a very, very serious and attentive manner if we really want to protect our children, because 87% of our children out of the 42% are using smartphone, are using tablets, are using internet, are using computers. And today, even the medium of education has also moved through internet, thanks to COVID. So the need is huge. We will be discussing in the next session how to address it, why it is important to enforce the Supreme Court directions, and we will only be able to do it, and we should be prepared ourselves to tackle this problem, to address this challenge by taking ideas, by implementing Supreme Court judgment, as well as taking ideas and points from the groups who are sitting over here, because Andaman is also no exception. People over here, the children over here are also being sexually exploited, whether offline and online. I have been hearing the stories right from the morning, and now also one of our panelists spoke about it. So this is an issue which every child of ours are facing. So we need to treat it seriously, we need to come together, and there needs to be a dedicated investigating agency to deal with it, because it is, once again I tell, it is not a traditional crime, it's a digital crime. All our expertise needs to be enhanced. There is a need for capacity building, whether in terms of technology, whether in terms of using technology, whether in terms of understanding, giving technological support in the schools, also teaching about hygiene, cyber etiquettes. That is also very important. So with that, I conclude, and I'll discuss more in my next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Sampurnaji, for highlighting the urgency of the issue that we need to address. And you'll be, as you know, moderating the next session, so you can take it forward. I think we can take up questions together, or you want us to take the questions now for this session? I mean, I'm looking at the time, so that is why. So we can take it together. Okay. So we close this session, and we go to the next session, and I hand over the mic to Sampurnaji again. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I request Shri Niaz Alam to present the memento to Shri L. Kumar and felicitate him. Please come to the center. Sorry. कम हो गया ना I request Mr. Anupam Sarkar to please felicitate the Deputy Commissioner Sahib, Mr. Arjun Sharma. Thank you. Thank you. I request Srimati Arkoprati Niyogi to felicitate Madam A.S. Zinu by presenting the shawl. Thank you. Yes. I request Mr. Pavitra Sen to please felicitate Sri ASPS Ravi Prakash by presenting the memento. And yes, thank you. Now we are starting our next session, and I request Sri ASPS Ravi Prakash to please come on the dais, and I also request our next session moderate ma'am to please come on the dais. रचना त्यागी मैडम रचना त्यागी आ गई है मैम रचना त्यागी प्लीज थैंक यू मैम पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट से we are having one sub inspector from police department Agnes Bartholoma. Please come on the dais. She will be sharing the practical experience while dealing with such cases, and also she is hailing from Nicobar district, and she will be in a position, better position rather, to explain the ground realities. Please.
Thank you, sir. Once again, a very good afternoon. So we are coming here to the last session of the day, and we are hoping that this will be as interesting as the other sessions of the day has been. So as we are talking about one of the most important aspect of child sexual abuse, that is online child sexual abuse. So we are here to discuss the problem. Now let's discuss the solutions. So with me we have, before we go deep into it, I have with me Ms. Rachna Tyagi. She is a senior advocate, and she has actually gone to Supreme Court to deal with this case, and she had actually presented before the Honorable Chief Justice, and she took this matter up before the Honorable Supreme Court. So I'll request her to share her experience, and also what does the Supreme Court judgment says about this serious problem.
Ma'am, from the medical field, we are having Dr. Arpita Saha. She is the head of the
Welcome you, ma'am.
Deputy Director Health in Port Blair. So, ma'am will be dealing with the medical aspects of this.
Sure.
Please come on the dais.
So I now request Ms. Rachna Tyagi ji to throw the light on the Supreme Court judgment.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Sampurna ji. Honorable Chief Justice, Sir, of Kolkata High Court, Honorable Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya ji, Honorable Justice Mr. Apurva Ray ji, and Honorable Justice Mr. Tapabrata Chakrabarti ji. Additionally, dignitaries present on the dais, as well as present in front of me, right in front of me. I thank you all to give me this opportunity to speak on the Supreme Court judgment. I will make it in Hindi as well as English so that people behind there are also able to understand. आप सबके बच्चों के पास स्मार्टफोन है? I will just take this session ahead of the last session जो संपूर्णा जी ने कवर किया था. सबके बच्चों के पास स्मार्टफोन है? कितनी बार चेक करते हो कि उस स्मार्टफोन में है क्या? कोई बात नहीं. It's okay. But you need to check it. So, series of events. I will just walk everyone through certain events that happened, that transpired from 2020 until 24. From 2018 to 2020, a person was constantly watching pornography, which was inclusive of child pornography, which was the term used earlier. To give a context, there is an MOU between India government and NICMEC. Now, NICMEC is an international organization, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. This entity is supposed to be constantly monitoring the traffic of pornography, child pornography, the area, the IP addresses all over the world. In January 2020, NICMEC sends out a report to NCRB identifying certain IP address, and NCRB in turn sends this information to SCRB, which again is sent out to a local police station based out of Chennai. The IP address is identified, the person is identified. Constable from that particular police station at Chennai goes and grabs hold of the person named Harish from a bus stop somewhere in Chennai. Mr. Harish gets arrested on January 29th, 2020. His phone gets confiscated. Phone is being sent for FSL in February 2020. FIR also gets registered. Now, FIR gets registered in section 14 of POCSO, which talks about using children for creating pornographic material. Now, once the phone is sent to FSL, FSL report is received in August 2020. ये सारा 2020 का ही event जो मैं बता रही हूँ, ये सारा 2020 में हुआ है. August 2020 में FSL report आती है which says that this person appears to be habitual watcher or viewer of pornography. The phone contained 2 or 3 child pornographic videos and more than hundreds of other pornographic videos. Investigation happens 3 years later, September 23. The charge sheet gets filed under section 67B, जो कि IT Act में 67B चाइल्ड पोर्नोग्राफी की बात करता है, जो लोग यहाँ पर लीगल नॉर्म से वाकिफ नहीं हैं, एंड ऑल्सो सेक्शन 15(1) ऑफ पॉक्सो. अब 15(1) क्या है? 15(1) कहता है कि आप अपने फोन में, आप किसी भी इक्विपमेंट में कुछ स्टोर नहीं कर सकते, कुछ पोजेस नहीं कर सकते, जो कि चाइल्ड पोर्नोग्राफी है. चार्जशीट फाइल होती है. पर्सन मूव्स टू हाई कोर्ट, मद्रास हाई कोर्ट. हाई कोर्ट क्वॉशेस दी FIR. हाई कोर्ट कहती है कि ये FIR हम क्वॉश करते हैं बिकॉज इसने किसी बच्चे को यूज नहीं किया ये पोर्नोग्राफी वीडियो बनाने के लिए. दिस इज ओनली अ क्राइम ऑफ मॉरल टर्पिट्यूड. दिस पर्सन वॉच्ड दीज वीडियोज in his private room and does not amount to a crime. And fourth, this person has a life ahead of him. So let's not punish him. This judgment of Honorable Madras High Court dates back to January 2024, almost 15 months back from today. Now this judgment shook all of us, the lawyers, the child right activists all across the country. It sent out the message that you can view, you can download, you can store, you can watch any kind of abusive material within your own space. In turn, you are creating demand of child sexually abusive and exploitative material all across. So, there is something that I want to say, which is that a child, a CSEAM, as we usually call it, a child sexually exploitative and abused material. So children who are shown in CSEAM are victimized more than twice. Once, when the crime actually takes place with them, and second time onwards, when the viewers are watching something that is already digitally created. So every CSEAM is an evidence of exploitation as well as abuse. So we moved the Honorable Supreme Court against this judgment of the Madras High Court, and the terminology CSEAM, child sexually exploitative and abusive material, was brought into our jurisprudence by the Honorable Supreme Court in September 2024. The Supreme Court dealt with 5 to 6 important interpretational issues and also set the tone of CSEAM qua those interpretations. Number 1, inchoate crimes. तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि कुछ क्राइम्स होते हैं जो इनकोएट होते हैं, which are in the process of happening, वो हुए नहीं हैं. So stage is that there is an intention, then there is preparation, then there is attempt, and there is actual commission of crime. So storage और possession, अगर कोई अपने फोन में स्टोर कर रहा है, उसके फोन में डाउनलोड हो रहा है, this is a nature of an inchoate crimes. The Honorable Apex Court also said that POCSO identifies 3 different categories of CSEAMs. One is where a person stores or is in possession of CSEAM and fails to report or delete or destroy it. मेरे पास है और मैंने डिलीट भी नहीं किया, डिस्ट्रॉय भी नहीं किया, सेक्शन 15(1) में मैंने एक क्राइम कर दिया. दूसरा, मेरे पास है मटेरियल CSEAM विद एन इंटेंट टू ट्रांसमिट, डिस्ट्रीब्यूट, मेरा इंटेंशन है मैं उसे ट्रांसमिट करूंगा, डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करूंगा. थर्ड, कि मेरे पास है मटेरियल एंड आई इंटेंड टू यूज इट फॉर कमर्शियल पर्पसेस. अब आप लोग समझ रहे हैं, हर तरह का CSEAM, जब मैं CSEAM बोलती हूं उसको प्लीज चाइल्ड पोर्नोग्राफी ही समझिएगा, बिकॉज सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है दैट गोइंग फॉरवर्ड द पार्लियामेंट नीड्स टू मेक एन अमेंडमेंट इन POCSO and child pornography will be replaced with CSEAM and the courts also will not use child pornography. तो जब मैं CSEAM बोलती हूं उसका मतलब चाइल्ड पोर्नोग्राफी है. तो अगर किसी के फोन में स्टोर्ड है, पड़ा हुआ है, डिलीट नहीं हुआ, रिपोर्ट नहीं हुआ, द क्राइम इज ऑलरेडी कमिटेड. सेकेंड इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट इज द डॉक्ट्रिन ऑफ कंस्ट्रक्टिव पोजीशन. अब NDPS है, एक्ट है हमारे यहाँ, ड्रग्स नार्कोटिक सब्सटेंसेस होते हैं. अगर कोई पकड़ा जाता है और बोलता है मुझे नहीं पता मेरे पास ये कैसे आया, तो मान लिया जाएगा? जी जी जी, thank you sir. So the Honorable Apex Court said the same principle will apply to CSEAM also. Irrespective whether it is in my physical possession or not, as long as I have the intent and power to control that material on my gadget, the doctrine of constructive possession applies. And then under POCSO, I am liable to disprove. Ji, ji. Third important thing, डॉक्ट्रिन ऑफ कल्पेबल मेंटल स्टेट, जो कि हमारे पॉक्सो में ऑलरेडी है, वो कहता है कि अगर किसी क्राइम को करने के लिए इंटेंशन चाहिए, देन इट इज अज्यूम्ड कि आपकी इंटेंशन थी, आपको डिस्प्रूव करना है कि आपकी इंटेंशन नहीं थी. सो इस केस में हाई कोर्ट ने कंप्लीटली इस कॉन्सेप्ट को, इस डॉक्ट्रिन को अवॉइड किया या फिर कंसिडर नहीं कर पाए. So, CSEAM offenses are very clandestine in nature, very elusive, right? They can be layered, and also because it's part of darknet. Darknet पता है ना आप लोगों को? Onion routers होते हैं. On the face of it, आपको कभी नहीं पता चलेगा आप कौन सी साइट देख रहे हो. It may appear because darknet also, you enter darknet through Google only, Google Chrome, right? So, the way these offenses, these crimes or the CSEAM material gets created, it is always layered. It is clandestine in nature. You would never get to know that you are actually venturing the prohibited territory. So, considering the doctrine of culpable mental state, I will just read what the Supreme Court observed. That the rule of principle of foundational fact, that the prosecution को बस इतना establish करना है कि accused के possession में ये material था, that is it. उसके बाद accused will need to prove otherwise. I think the prosecutors present here will help you during your in case you appear in such cases that involve CSEAM. Because these concepts, these doctrines are completely established by Supreme Court in this judgment, and it needs to be used in trials, I would say, that involve CSEAM cases. Another important thing that Sampurna ji also covered some time back was obligation to report. We all know POCSO talks about mandatory reporting. लेकिन IT Act में एक section है 79. 79 में एक exemption है which applies to social media intermediaries. जो भी social media platforms होते हैं, they are bound to report, but there is an exemption also. Now, Supreme Court said that exemption on social media intermediaries will not apply unless they have done two things. One, they have taken down the material immediately, and second, they have immediately reported to police. So that is also something very important that the Supreme Court clearly mandated as part of this judgment. And also, the fifth point is why CSEAM? Supreme Court ने CSEAM ही क्यों कहा? Child pornography क्यों कहा कि नहीं हो सकता? Anyone wants to take a guess? हमने सुबह से काफी बात करी है इस बारे में. Two reasons. Because one, pornography is perceived to be something which involves consent or is a consensual activity. While this, the nature of these crimes or offenses are such that it does not involve consent. Consent is immaterial. Number two, they want to include the generative forms of child sexual abuse materials also as part of CSEAM, and not just something which gets created in person, physically by A asking B to do something, and then A creates a video of B and then uploads it. So ये दो मेन रीजन थे जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि अब डेफिनेशन CSEAM ही यूज होगी, टर्मिनोलॉजी CSEAM ही यूज होगी. Now talking about generative forms of AI, there are terminologies, and these are widely used terminologies across the globe, like grooming, virtual reality, generatives, CSEAM, live streaming, child web sex trafficking, CWST, self-generated images. ये सारी terminologies recognized हैं. Some of them are being used by UK and US also as part of their Child Safety Act. CSEAM games, comics, anything that is exploitative in nature or abusive in nature and has a sexual undertone to it, and where there appears to be a child in that image, वो भी CSEAM में आएगा. So these were certain concepts, I would say, that were mandated by Supreme Court as part of the judgment, and now it becomes law of the land for all of us. Apart from that, Supreme Court also laid down certain actionables that had to be implemented all across the country. Number one, as I already mentioned, replace child pornography, the term child pornography, with CSEAM. Implementation of age-appropriate and comprehensive awareness and education in schools as well as in public on CSEAM. Supreme Court defined a terminology, another terminology is problematic sexual behavior. It said youth with PSB, problematic sexual behavior, needs to be identified, and stakeholders like education department, support persons, law enforcement agencies, they need to collectively devise a plan to handle the issues with people suffering from PSB. Apart from that, the schools were mandated to implement programs and awareness in order to create deterrence against CSEAM. So, given the time limit, Sampurna ji, although I wanted to speak more on it, but given the time limit, I thought let me just cover the crux of the judgment. It is a lengthy and a comprehensive 110 pages judgment, which appropriately covers the international sphere on CSEAM, how they've been contrary views of multiple high courts in the past 3 to 4 years on possession, storage of CSEAM, and what lies ahead and how do we handle this in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachna ji. Next, I would like to invite ASPS Mr. Ravi Prakash ji to speak a few words. Sir, we would like to develop a kind of action plan for going forward with the Supreme Court plan for tackling CSEAM and child sexual abuse. I would like you to throw some light on it.
Honorable Chief Justice of Calcutta High Court, Shri T. Sivagnanam ji, the honorable senior judges who have descended here to be present with us in this program, and all those my co-panelists on the dais, and all those who are present in this hall. My warm congratulations to all of you to take part in this workshop. 2 days back, I happened to watch a movie that is Telugu. In Telugu, it is actually the name of the movie is Court. Actually, the entire movie was taken totally end to end. The courtroom drama on POSCO Act. In fact, I really got surprised. A full movie, full-length movie, taken inside the courtrooms on this particular subject. In fact, but the movie was actually roaring hit. That also surprised me, because then only I realized this is the subject, in fact, that is catching the attention of the society, the judiciary, the legislators and everybody. It has become the issue in the current society. That's what I realized after watching that movie. Of course, that movie was showing some loopholes in the act and how common people are suffering. Of course, any act has got a scope for improvement, and we are all here only to discuss all those things. In fact, since morning, I apologize, I could not be here. I would love to be. Actually, now only I am feeling that I have missed a lot. So many things might have been actually discussed here. Maybe I will have an opportunity to learn about them from my colleagues. As a secretary law of this tiny union territory, we have been closely working with the honorable judiciary and the lawyers and all those concerned in this field. I have actually have a feeling that the workshops like this, bringing everybody in one place, is a really great leap forward in not only in this particular subject, in any subject which is actually that is very urgent and that catches the imagination of the society. I think this is the right approach, I feel. I congratulate the district, state legal services authority for this, for convening this conference. Coming to the main thing, one quote has attracted me when actually I was searching for some literature for this. There is no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children, Nelson Mandela. In fact, I think this sums up our entire discourse that is actually taking place. And the topic actually that was given to me is something related to the legal framework of child sexual exploitation and abuse. That is the main topic of this evening. In that actually, Madam also has requested me to focus on the various Supreme Court directions. In fact, I am not a legal person, I am an engineer basically. So whatever I know, I would like to just tell here. As far as we the officials deal with these things, we have we know about the POSCO, that is actually act that is enacted in 2012, that is there, and we know the sections of this BNS dealing with rape and this child modesty, all those things. And we were actually coming across these the excellent recommendations that were given by the Justice Verma committee that were way back in 2013, due to which actually the entire debate on this issue has actually turned around, and various actions have been in fact taken. Already we have actually come a long way in that road. In fact, one very interesting thing that actually I have, all of you may be knowing, but for me it is something new, that Lucy Faithful Foundation of UK, that has given lot of recommendations for preventive approach in this particular subject. That has actually made me think about actually it is very futuristic, and for our country which is very relevant. I think all of you may be knowing about it. The main point actually they have emphasized in their approach is that they should be actually victim-centric approach should be brought in this implementation of this act. That was actually emphasized, and it has come to my knowledge recently in Rajya Sabha also there was a bill introduced exactly on this point, where to focus more on the victim-centric approach for this act. In fact, then actually we are also, I feel in the entire debate and the discourse of this act, both legislatively as well as judiciary point of view, we are going in the right direction, and also we are going very fast in that direction also, I feel. And I congratulate once again for the efforts of the State Legal Services Authority. And from the administration side, I promise what all the support that is required to conduct these kind of conferences and or any other efforts that are required from our side. I am willing to extend all the necessary support. Thank you very much for the opportunity that is given.
Thank you, sir, for extending support for any kind of action plan and any work that is required to be done for the welfare of children. Now I request Dr. Arpita Sa to come and come and speak few words on, specifically in terms of mental health support that is required to deal with children who are sexually abused, whether offline or online, and also share your experience of victims that you have dealt with.
Good afternoon. Honorable Chief Justice, the senior judicial members here, and all stakeholders. Well, I would like to begin with, I would like to thank Bhavani sir for giving me this opportunity to be on this dais. It's a surprise for me, so I'm not prepared actually. But since I've been listening from morning over the issue, which is quite a burning issue. As far as Andaman is concerned, yes, we are better off than mainland. Well, I didn't introduce myself. I'm the additional medical superintendent, as well as I look after, I'm the nodal officer who looks after these cases also. So as far as the health perspective, yes, we do have a number of POXO cases which we deal with. If we segregate, as some of my learned PPs also said, the cases which come from Nicobar has a different perspective. One of the speakers talked about the indigenous tribes. Apart from the Nicobar, we get as love issues or whatever. The other tribes, they do not come so much in open, and if the lady comes pregnant, it becomes sometimes very difficult also to tell their age, because sometimes they don't have their Aadhaar cards or birth certificates. So those cases are not registered also. Like cases from Hadbe, we have those onlys. So people, girl childs like that also come, and since they are very few in number, sometimes they don't register also. But yes, Nicobar group, they sometimes do come, and we have a lot of issues. One of our learned PP talked about a mentally challenged girl child, and that was really a very bad case. Like even we had become emotionally upset, ki kya ho raha hai, what is this happening? And then there are two kinds of cases. Frank rape cases, frank POSCO cases do not come here. One is this tribals or married cases. In married cases or this eloping or having relationship, we have two. One who are from this place, and since we have a lot of migratory population, labor population, so that group also comes. They are below, the boy is 18, the girl is 16, they have just migrated, may be married, may not be married, they come to us and positive UPT, and then we have to register, we do not have any option. And then the poor boy is in jail. So that is also another scenario. They are daily rated laborers and the girl child has no backup here, although she is pregnant and she doesn't know where to go. So they make a lot of hue and cry. Then we have these homes where we keep them, and the social welfare department, yes, is a very big backup for this. And the other portion is, of course, as we have been discussing from morning. As about the health part of it, a certain, it is not like earlier, like police used to get a proper form. The system of examining is also changed. FSL has issued a guidelines how we are to examine them. They have issued kits for female examination and survivor and the accused examination boxes, which we have implemented now. So now we follow proper guidelines, the sample goes to FSL and proper things are being done, and the proper chain also is being maintained at present. I think videography is also being done, मतलब maintaining the time कि हाँ भाई patient को लाया गया था, पुलिस ने इस वक्त दिया, doctors ने इस वक्त के handover किया. So that trying to shorten the time between the police, the FSL and then the judgment. People are taking, the police department is very cooperative on that. If doctors do it in right time, whatever time they are bought, they hand it over and then it goes on. Maybe 1 or 2 cases here, but yes, in Andaman at least we are following this strictly. Ma'am asked me to talk about mental health. Mental health, I think DC sir spoke. We have telemanus facilities, then Prayas helpline is there, and this is like it is on being done. Advertisement has been on paper, maybe we need to put it more. Child we have CCLs, of course. Then we have teams. Recently we had meetings also. We have regular visits to the child care institutes. Our doctors, psychiatrists, they visit regularly to see the mental health, the nutrition portion, and whatever the social welfare in coordination with the social welfare department. What is missing here is we, I think, lack counselors, which is a rare species. So that we need to increase whichever way. And psychologists also, because ours is a government institution, we have very few posts. So whatever post creations we have. But if we see the ratio of number of children's like they have different kind of, like children who are in the CCL have different issues. The normal children who need counseling during exam times, that is different issue. So dedicated counselors, maybe we should be training them, or child psychologist if a concept is like that, or a psychologist. So that is what is lacking. As about online, yes, I think one of the speakers only said this, I'm here 30 years in service. I came here in 1993. That time there has to be one flight and no network. Like अगर किसी से बात करना है तो मोबाइल लेके ढूंढना पड़ता था, ठीक है? And suddenly one day when this cable underground came, everything started downloading so fast. So at this age also I was like, oh, this bhi ho raha hai, this bhi ho raha hai. So if I am like that, my kids will be like, oh mom, see what is happening. So kids have been exposed to good things and bad things very fast. COVID has been a big deterrent because kids could not move out, school mein padhai bhi was again online, and then we could not have a control of on our kids because homework is coming online, results are going online. So beech mein what is happening, what pornography they are seeing or what they are being exposed to, it was very difficult to manage. And so yes, teenage, this is there. Like we have a lot of suicide bills also. School mein rates is higher than the rest of the country. And बच्चे की histories यहाँ ज़्यादा है. मतलब कोई 18 या maybe 20, 21, although they don't come under POCSO. But yes, maybe because they don't have the scope to talk to their parents. Then one of my learned PP was saying ki awareness. Awareness here, what I would like to put in is like we should start awareness from our home. Awareness school में करो, घर में जाके करो, because most of the cases generate from places जहाँ माँ बाप, जो मेरे पास आते cases, माँ is a labor, baba is a labor, and the kid is at home the whole day having a nice affair, roaming around with the boy, one nahi, do nahi, teen, char, and then she's disappearing, and then she's got to the hospital. And then as police, one of the police people said that the crime is being repeated, the same girl, the same fellow with other girl, ये चीज being a small place with smaller population is being repeated very often. And maybe the like even the what I feel is like the only for 2 years is very less. Victim what you call it, punishment, right? So the punishment should be increased. When this is a very few years back, when I was posted at Hadbe, a 4-year girl was raped. Now that migrated to the court and I could not recognize the girl. She was 18, 19. By that time, like, you can't even recognize, even the identification mark goes off, some spot. And that fellow is happily roaming around because 2 years jail and they're so confident, 2 saal hi to rahenge. Most of them. And that fellow was adult, he was a labor. So these kind of things happen. So what it is my opinion that the punishment should be increased and should be more stringent. Secondly, we should start teaching people we should make awareness, we should start it from our home. We should educate our boy children, male child also. In fact, like we're talking about girl child. I feel we should start with a boy child. Because जब तक हम अपने लड़के बच्चों को नहीं सिखाएंगे ना सर, हमारी बेटियां सेफ नहीं होगी. ये हकीकत है. मेरी जनरेशन या आपकी जनरेशन तो निकल जाएगी, बट इसके बाद जो जनरेशन आएगा ना, जब तक हम अपने बच्चों को नहीं बताएं कि सेफ क्या है, सेक्सुअल एजुकेशन क्या है, आपकी हद क्या है, लड़कियों को कहां तक छूना है, क्या बोलना है. आप अपनी बहन को तो रात को निकलने नहीं देते हो, बट खुद जाके दूसरी लड़कियों को पार्टी में छेड़ते हो. They do it. Parents should realize that. And this is not only in the well-to-do family. This should be with all. So whenever our case comes, I think it becomes the responsibility of doctors. हम तो करते ही हैं सर, पेरेंट्स को समझाते हैं, बच्चे को समझाते हैं, बट उस वक्त ना they have undergone so much trauma. जीनू मैम ने बोला ना, लाइक पुलिस उठाती है, सोशल वेलफेयर वाले उठाते हैं उनको, फिर ले जाते हैं पुलिस, वहां थाना में बिठा के रखते हैं, उनका अपना फॉर्मल जो भी करना है उन करते हैं, फिर वो हमारे पास ले आते हैं, कभी रात को 8 बजे 12 बजे, फिर हम उसको 2 दिन लगाते हैं उसकी सारी इतिहास निकालने में, उसको इन्वेस्टिगेट करने में. एंड दैट इज quite traumatizing for a girl child who is just below 16 to investigate all her parts, going through everything. And we have to do it. And that is a big psychological trauma. And after that, at that stage, अगर हम समझाएं भी तो मुझे नहीं लगता कोई फायदा होता है. And parents का तो ये रहता है कि आप उसको suppress करें, because हमारी society is like that. मैडम छोड़िए, ज़्यादा मत बोलिए, तो this happens. I do not know how to deal with the society, but until and unless we do not educate ourselves, our parents, our teachers, maybe we will not be able to educate our kids. So awareness should be done from the beginning. I think I would like to rest, and that's okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for putting light and saying there is a need for professional counselors to counsel children, to do awareness program, not only at school level, but also at home. One thing I'd like to highlight over here, when we talk about children, we don't segregate between boys and girls. And Indian law has been very clear that children means both, boys, girl, and all gender. So the Indian law per se doesn't differentiate or discriminate among any child. I'd also like to highlight over here, when we talk about child sexual abuse, in 2007, and the Government of India did a study and brought out a report in 2009, which talked that about 52% of the children are sexually abused, and every second child is sexually abused, and out of that, the shocking fact that the majority of them are boys. So boys also undergo child sexual abuse, whether offline or online. So when we talk about sexual abuse, We do not discriminate boys or girls, but yes, when we talk about gender studies, when we talk about positive masculinity, there is a need that everybody should be made aware and educated. Now I request all gender, but children are children. So our laws are gender neutral. So now, and the punishment for rape was always life imprisonment. It is only in 2018 when the children below 12 years, if you are sexually assaulted, death penalty was introduced. 2 years for child pornography and 2 to 5 years it is there. So now I request Madam Engineers to come and speak few words on how police is dealing with this and what are the solutions the police can provide to this.
Good afternoon to all of you. Respected Honorable all judges from High Court, respected Honorable all judges from District Sri Vijaya Puram, respected all the advocates and Panchayati Raj and all my friends here. It is to honor to me that I stand here in front of you all, and sir, honor me to sit on the ties. I'm share my all experience. Now I'm posted at PS Nicobar Police Station. I am from Nicobar. First of all, जब हमारे पास कोई कंप्लेनेंट आता है, विक्टिम आते हैं, मैं वहाँ का इंचार्ज हूँ, वुमेन एंड हेल्प डेस्क का पुलिस स्टेशन में. तो सबसे पहली बात हमें यही दिमाग में आते हैं कि विक्टिम अपनी मदर के साथ आना चाहिए, उसके बाद हमें एनजीओस को बताना चाहिए कि नहीं. तो यही बात सबसे पहले विक्टिम आएंगे और अपनी पेरेंट्स के साथ आते हैं. उसके बाद एनजीओ लोग को हम लोग बता देते हैं कि यहाँ पर एक कंप्लेन आई है और आपको भी आना है. दैट्स इट. फिर चाहे वो कितनी भी लेट नाइट हो, वी हैव टू डू दैट कंप्लेन. उसके बाद जब कंप्लेन हो जाता है, सारा फॉर्मेलिटीज होती है, तो वही कंप्लेन में एफआईआर होता है. तो हम लोग स्टार्ट होते एफआईआर के बाद इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने के लिए. समहाउ ऐसा होता है कभी कभी कि विक्टिम्स जो है वो बोलने के लिए राजी भी नहीं होती, बहुत टाइम निकालते हैं. जब हम उन लोगों को काउंसलिंग करते हैं तो बहुत ही प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट होता है. फिर भी हम लोग जितना कोशिश करते हैं कि केस रजिस्टर हो जाए. आफ्टर दैट जब केस रजिस्टर हो जाते हैं तो हमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने के लिए बोला जाता है. उसमें भी हम लोग के लिए बहुत चैलेंजेस आते हैं, क्योंकि कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि वन ऑफ द टाइम जो आफ्टर द स्टेटमेंट जो विक्टिम बोल रहे हैं, क्या वाकई में वो उस स्पॉट में हुआ है वो चीज़, वो जो उनके साथ क्राइम हुआ है कि नहीं, ये भी मैटर करता है. तो ये सारी चीज़ें हमें बहुत प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट होती है. उसके बाद जब हम उससे बार बार पूछते हैं कि क्या वाकई में ये जो आपके साथ हुआ था वही स्पॉट में हुआ या दूसरा स्पॉट में हुआ. दैट इज द थिंग्स. फिर ये सब होने के बाद जब वो धीरे धीरे वो समझ जाती है, क्योंकि डरती है, क्योंकि उनका एज कम होता है और उनको समझने में थोड़ी देर लग जाती है कि हमें क्या बोलना है क्या नहीं बोलना है, सच्ची में मेरे साथ हुआ है, कहाँ हुआ है. दैट्स इट. आफ्टर दैट फिर हम उनको उनके साथ दे देते हैं. आफ्टर दैट फिर मेडिकल के लिए जाते हैं, मेडिकल वाले पूरा हेल्प करते हैं जब मेडिकल के लिए उनको एग्जामिनेशन कराते हैं। फिर एग्जामिनेशन के बाद फिर जो भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन होता है, जैसे फॉर्मेलिटी जो भी होते हैं, फिर हम लोग जजेस के सामने भी उनको प्रोड्यूस करते हैं विक्टिम को, तब उसके साथ 164 सीआरपीसी जो अभी 183 बीएनएसएस है उसका रिकॉर्ड किया जाता है। आफ्टर दैट जो भी हमें डॉक्यूमेंट्स चाहिए होता है या विटनेस या जो भी फोटोग्राफी जो भी वीडियोग्राफी करने, वो सारे हम लोग सारी चीज़ें कंप्लीट करके हम लोग चार्जशीट बना के पीबी को हैंडओवर करते हैं। तो जो भी हमारे प्रोसिक्यूटर होते हैं या तो उसमें जो भी हमें कमी, जो हमसे कमी होता है, वो कोशिश करते हैं कि ये चीज़ आपके साथ लैक हुआ है मैम, आप इसको ठीक करिए, दैट्स इट। तो हम वो चीज़ें को ठीक करने की कोशिश करके और जितना भी केस है वो हम लोग सबमिट कर देते हैं कोर्ट में, दैट्स इट। दिस इज आवर एक्सपीरियंस। समहाउ जब कोई बच्चा मिसिंग होता है, जैसे 2024 में एक लड़की बच्ची मिसिंग हुई थी, तो यहाँ से हम लोग को चैलेंज हो जाते कि उसको हम लोग कैसे ढूंढें, कहाँ जाएं। तो समहाउ कि उसका मोबाइल जो था वो एक्टिव था, उसने स्विच ऑफ नहीं करी। तो ऐसे हम लोगों ने उसका कॉल डिटेल और जो भी जितना भी हेल्प साइबर सेल से लिया था, उनसे हमें पता चल जाता है कि वो बच्चा जो है कोलकाता में कहीं ऐसे जगह में है। फिर हम लोग तुरंत कोलकाता चले गए, वहाँ पर बहुत ढूंढा, सुबह शाम रात भर, जहाँ पर पॉइंटिंग उन्होंने दिया था कि मैडम यहाँ पर वो बच्ची मिलेगी, मिली नहीं। फिर एक जगह में एक रेलवे स्टेशन के पास एक ऐसे बहुत ही गंदगी जगह था, वहाँ पर एक झोपड़ी में वो किसी एक लड़का के साथ रह रहा था, वो रह रहा था। फिर जैसे तैसे उसको मम्मी को साथ लेके हम लोग कोलकाता से उसको कैसे निकाला और हम दोनों को लेकर आ गए, विक्टिम को भी और एक्यूज को। फिर विक्टिम को हमने काउंसलिंग करी। पहले हम लोगों ने उस केस को किडनैपिंग में केस दर्ज कराया, फिर विक्टिम को काउंसलिंग कराया। काउंसलिंग करने के बाद पता चलते आते हैं कि विक्टिम के साथ रेप हुआ, दैट मीन्स वो लड़का ने उसके साथ रेप किया, जो भी पहला फुसला के जैसा भी वो लड़का ने उसके साथ रेप किया। तो वो जो केस है वो पॉक्सो में कन्वर्ट हो गया था। फिर ये भी पता चल जाता है कि उस लड़का ने मंदिर में लड़की के साथ शादी करी। अब वो लड़की के साथ शादी कर, लड़की का कहना है कि हाँ मेरे साथ शादी हुआ मंदिर में। अब यहाँ पर हम लोग उसमें भी हम यहाँ पर चाइल्ड मैरिज में डाल दिया, बट मंदिर में शादी हुई वो बोलती है, लेकिन वहाँ पर कोई सर्टिफिकेट ना कोई कुछ मिला नहीं, केवल वो सिंदूर डाल दिया वो लड़की के उसमें। तो वो लड़की बोल रही मेरे साथ शादी हुई, तो वर्ड इज शादी, चाइल्ड मैरिज। हमें कोर्ट में देना है एविडेंस कि चाइल्ड मैरिज हुआ है और सर्टिफिकेट कुछ नहीं है। तो यहाँ पर इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग ऑफिसर का एक चैलेंजेस आ जाता है कि एक चैलेंज होता है कि कोर्ट में भी हमें दिखाना है एविडेंस, तो हम कैसे दिखा
We are given the internet access, we are giving education to internet, but we are not teaching them about cyber hygiene and etiquettes. And for the protection, it is very important. And also, I would like to talk about here something called psychological first aid. So when we're talking about counseling and counselors, we find that there is a dearth of counselors and professionals. Psychological counseling, and we are ready to train and we are trying to also develop an app for it, and we can do it together. And ICP is running certified courses on different things, and I was talking to the member secretary that together we can run certified courses under, we have a specified program called C-Lab, Center for Legal Action for Behavior Change. Under that we can run certified courses. So as a recommendation and way forward, if this can be taken up, it will be, the children of the country will be really benefited, sir. And I'll be deeply honored, and thank you, sir. I'll remain ever grateful to you, sir. Thank you, sir. And thank you all the panelists for coming forward.
Now I request Honorable Justice Sabyasachi Bhattacharya to please come for us.
Good afternoon to everybody once again, and I've been asked to take you through the way forward. Way forward has been shown by all the panelists here, so I won't waste time on that. I just briefly sum up what has been said here. Now, Mr. Ribhu, in his opening statement, he was very passionate, and we love the passion. And we also like the attitude which he exuded, which is use the law. Whatever law is there, use it. If there is no law, create the law. If it's inadequate, the law is inadequate, change the law. Move for changing the law. That is very important. We suppose from all sections of the society, we have to go forward and try to change the law, bring judgments from courts, and be very passionate about that. I love the passion of Mr. Ribhu, and that is very infectious. The Superintendent of Police, South Andaman, he pointed out he gave certain pointers. One is sensitization of the society as well, as a whole, and police officials particularly, and specificity in data collection. He said that data is collected on several offences together, so there is no specificity. It's not specific, so we can't act on that properly. So that is one of the aspects we have to look into. Mr. Deepchand Kabir, senior advocate, he also brought in some new concepts, child protection policy in schools and all, systemic changes he spoke about, and social awareness. The children, the parents and the teachers all have to be sensitized, which is a very good idea. I mean, and that should be implemented by all of us. Ms. Tasneem Abid, she's a special public prosecutor. She gave a very important clue to a key to the problem also. She said that instead of holding programs here only in these places, public places and these halls, we should go forward to hold programs at the workplace of the people, the daily rated Mazdoors and all, who cannot come to these programs, who don't have any access. And even in public occasions, they don't come because they have a livelihood to earn. So we have to go to their workplaces, take it there, so that they have an involvement participatory. And another aspect, she made us aware about to sensitize the children, make the children aware about close relatives, neighbors and family friends. Often the danger lurks nearer home than we think. Several schemes were spoken about by the BDO Ms. Kaur, and campaigns and self-help groups, which are also very important, and using the Panchayati Raj system. Use the system whichever there is, like using the law. That is also a good concept. Mr. Ravikant spoke on several topics. It would be not possible to sum it up. But one pointer was the age of consent. That was the thrust of his topic. So you have to stick to that. The age of consent, don't let that come down, and they fought hard for it, and they have won that battle also for the time being. Now the other aspect is
Mr. Paul's response was very short and sweet. He said that yes, we try to separate the couples, which is a very honest answer, the most honest thing which has been said on stage today probably, that we try to separate the couples. We can't, there's a romantic relation, so we try to do that. So at least try to do that. That would help. That would stop early pregnancy, at least even if one is stopped, then it's a good way forward. And the other captain, Mr. Derek, was also there. He said, he also gave an important point, I would say, that campaigns through religious institutions, that is a very important thing. If that is done, then like Mr. Livu also pointed out in the morning, if the religious institutions come up and say these things, preach these things, that would reach the common people more easier than these conferences. Mr. Sudhir Kumar, the district judge, also said that sensitize the headman. Yes, sensitize the head, the foot will follow. So very, very good logic. Ms. Ajita Menon gave us several solutions and they're doing some very good work. Community legal awareness, how to do it. She put it at the ground level. She said they're linking women to government schemes. The women are actually made aware of what scheme is available and linking. Sustainable livelihood options to alleviate poverty, which is again a driver for this trafficking. She also spoke about online debt bondage being alleviated, mitigated by financial literacy to the common women. Child protection volunteers from the community and adolescent safety circle up to other steps which they are taking, which is a very good effort. Safe migration and tracking school dropouts are two other methods she spoke about, which are also very important. We were hearing and Mr. Arjun Sharma, the Deputy Commissioner, he said he was not prepared, but he made certain very good points. One of them is several repeat offenses are happening. We have to keep a track on whatever is happening. We have to follow up our efforts. And informal ways to ease ventilation of emotional trauma was another topic he spoke about. There's a psychological helpline, trained psychologists are there, child helpline. I think personally, and all of us think probably, that these child helplines and psychological helplines should be up there for everyone to see. We should see them when coming to this conference room, while going to our workplace. They should be publicized like anything, so that it's easy for ordinary men and women also to use these things whenever they see a problem. Ms. Rachna Tyagi, she was one of the advocates in the Just Rights case, and she obviously pointed out the correct things. Just Rights versus Harish 2024 case, that was a very important case, and several concepts were laid down by the Supreme Court. She encapsulated that. One is inchoate crimes, storage with intention to transmit or use. So these inchoate crimes is where you catch the thief before the theft is done. So inchoate crimes is a very important concept brought by the Supreme Court, as rightly pointed out by her. Constructive possession concept has been brought into these sexual offences, CCEMs also. The concept, she also told us the difference between pornography and child sexually exploitative material, CSEM. Now, CSEM, this concept, she made two important distinctions. One is, in usual child pornography, when you say pornography is an industry, again I am using the word, so a consent is sometimes implied that you are paid for it or there is a consent, but there is no consent in CSEM. And generative forms are also covered. It's more expansive in its definition. So CSEM is entirely not different, but CSEM is the genus, and we can say child pornography is a species. So she made that distinction, which is very important. Supreme Court's concept of culpable mental state, another it's an extension of inchoate crime concept, the doctrine of this culpable mental state. Layered contents, darknet, she made us aware about, and the obligation to report, and the important exemption, the exemption to the exemption in section 79 of the IT Act. Exemption is there for social media intermediaries, but that will only be applicable if they take down the content immediately and report to the police. So reporting to the police immediately is an important factor also pointed out by her. And certain other legal solutions were pointed out by Mr. L. Kumar, Secretary. Legal safeguards like institutional framework being improved, child protection society, child helpline, education programs, workshop, rehabilitation, all these things were also stressed upon by them. And all our speakers we have seen, Ms. Sampurna Behura made two requests to us, so that request can only be done if litigations come to us, we cannot, activists, we don't have that opportunity. But definitely we'll keep it in our mind, all the judges present here. There are several judges here, the Chief Justice, Justice Sinare, Justice Chakraborty are there. So CCM sensitization, we have to think about that. Psychological first aid is another concept we learnt about first here from Ms. Beura, and the school level thing, that training program. And since you have a program in place, we'll definitely think about dedicated programs to these things. And the Chief Justice was suggesting that we can have programs with school children also, not about the theories or these aspects, but to sensitize them and to let them know what are their rights, where to go, the practical things of life, with children only, dedicated form. And Ms. Beura also pointed out, gave us a clear picture of this online, what is happening, online sexual abuse and this content creation, how it is going on. And these concepts, we actually don't know what our children are doing. This online gaming, this child sexual abuse or exploratory material linked with sextortion. I mean, come on, one can't imagine a game being linked with sextortion. So if this is happening, then our children can be the target of that. We don't know whether they are already targets of that. So we have to be very aware of that with the increase in connectivity and mobile phones in every hand. So these are the pointers which have been given by all the speakers, and we are very thankful to the speakers because this was a very enriching experience for all of us across the board here, and several solutions have come up. We hope, at least hope, that we take some of these takeaways and translate it into reality. It percolates down outside this hall. Thank you very much.
To what Justice Felicitation Ceremony said, with reference to Madam Beura's suggestion. As he rightly pointed out, the question of me taking up suo moto is very rarely done. I have not done it. In fact, I have done it only once after I came to Calcutta. But I like the concept of your certified course. That with the member secretary here as well as SLSA member secretary in West Bengal, because I was the executive chairman before I became the Chief Justice. We can join in that program. That we can do. Secondly, I am currently doing a PIL called muscular dystrophy patients. They are called people with rare diseases. You are aware of it. And a very passionate lawyer, I forget her name. I'll get her name. She has been doing it, and I have been, that matter has been with me for almost 2.5 years now. We have done a lot of improvement. So what happened was these patients require regular treatment on a monthly basis. They'll have to have very, very expensive injections, and monthly they'll have to travel. So right from ID card, everything was an issue. So slowly we got it cleared. And we had one parent who she used to appear on every hearing. Her elder son is also affected, the younger one is also affected. The elder one was somehow they are able to get an admission in the Kendriya Vidyalaya. The younger one could not get it. The school wouldn't do it. So I converted that into a judicial order, put so much of pressure, including to the Director General of Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan in New Delhi. Ultimately, the father had to resign his job because the school said one parent should remain throughout the day. The children cannot be left alone. In that matter, what happened was when these children were taken to the SSKM hospital in West Bengal, in Kolkata, suddenly the administration thought fit to shift that entire, ward or unit to the police hospital. The police hospital, they showed photographs, they said there is no facility, not even a ramp. Then, of course, it was very, very, as people may not even think that a high court had to issue a direction to purchase 2 wheelchairs. And the, the equipment which is required, diagnostic equipment, nothing was available in the police hospital. So every week, twice, we had to issue directions. Then I said, the parents need counseling. Of course, the children also need counseling. It's at that stage we called for a report. The Health Secretary of West Bengal submitted a report saying that the severe dearth of trained counselors, psychologists, and of course psychiatrists. They are very busy. So at least I said once in a month when they come for treatment, let one counselor and one psychologist or somebody be there in the police hospital. They say, sir, people are not applying. We have advertised for the post. People are not responding. So therefore, if you can raise this certificate course into a level of a diploma course, you partner with some private university. In suppose probably Sister Nivedita University may be interested because Technodam, they run hospitals also. So if you partner with one of the universities, we'll be able to do that. When I was in Madras High Court, heading the academy, we partnered with the University of Madras. It's a very old university. And we were able to give diplomas to our judicial officers. It is a 3-year course. Because it is you don't physically attend classes, only you have these contact classes probably once in a month where they have to come physically. So 3 years diploma course on the various subjects depending upon. So the judicial officers, the earlier mindset was they can do post-graduation. They can do their PhD. Probably they'll get an increment or some advantage. But some of them, the youngsters had so much of passion on information technology, on various issues. One person was interested in landscaping. So I thought, all right, in a new court complex comes, when this person gets a diploma in landscaping, he or she posted in that, she will even turn a desert into a beautiful park. So therefore, if you can raise the certificate course to a level of a diploma in a university affiliated to, either a deemed university or a college affiliated to any of the universities, state universities, that will be a big boon in West Bengal. And somebody, I forget the name, was speaking about the number of suicides. After I was transferred here, I was AD1 and Executive Chairman. We had a meeting with all the stakeholders, including the IG of Prisons, Madam Alaknanda Roy. She was also there, and along with her, one counselor and three clinical psychologists were present. So I made an appeal that they said, sir, I asked them who trained you, etc. Then they named one person by name Dr. Lakshmi Vijaya Kumar. I don't know any of you have heard of her. She's a good friend of mine. We walked together in the morning when I was in Chennai. She is a very renowned child psychiatrist. She runs an organization called SNEHA. SNEHA is suicide prevention. So I requested them through the legal services also. Soman Sen was, he was in JJ Act, I think, Juvenile Justice Committee. I said, we'll write to Times of India, etc. What she did was, just before the board exams, this all newspapers, English, Tamil, everything, vernacular, you shouldn't say vernacular, regional language. Vernacular is, in regional language, they will publish this helpline number and what is SNEHA about. Similarly, whenever a suicide takes place and it is reported, on the bottom, there will be this helpline, what is SNEHA, how they are doing it. And they run a program about 1.5 months before the board exams, 10 and 12. They run several programs for the parents as well as the students. In West Bengal, we have a very peculiar problem in the sense if a child is going for 10th or 12th board exam, the parent, if he is employed, applies for childcare leave for 30 days. I said, you are going to torture the child sitting at home. So I will not sanction more than 4 days, probably to take her, to bring her back, etc. So if you can think on those lines, because my attempt failed in West Bengal, I couldn't get this SNEHA thing inserted. When a suicide is reported, because very frequently in that Maidan area, suicides are there. So this also, if you can, because this purpose of the conference is different, but as a organization, as an NGO, if you can take up.
which runs online and tele-counseling for during the exams, before exams and after exams. So if we want, we can talk to them and they can be linked, they can give their numbers and any student. Yeah.
It should be reported in the newspaper as a news item. When you report this news item, that the bottom of that should contain this.
Thank you, Your Lordship, for your valuable words, Your Lordship. Yes, yes. May I request Your Lordship just few minutes more, because we have a plan for vote of thanks formally by Mr. Vinay Singh, Director AVA. Thereafter, Your Lordship, definitely, that will be. And Your Lordship pointed out the regarding suicide, that was pointed out by Dr. Arpita Saha. Yes, please, Your Lordship. Mr. Vinay.
आदरणीय मुख्य न्यायाधीश न्यायमूर्ति टी.एस. शिवगणन और न्यायमूर्ति सब्यसाची भट्टाचार्य जी, न्यायमूर्ति अपूर्व सिन्हा राय, न्यायमूर्ति तपोव्रता चक्रवर्ती, आप लोग यहाँ आए और इस सभा को आपने सफल बनाया। उसके अलावा हमारे मुख्य सचिव इस राज्य के वो आए, उसके अलावा इस राज्य के प्रशासन के जितने भी वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पे उपस्थित हैं, सबका धन्यवाद। और सभी बार एसोसिएशन से संबंधित सभी जो न्यायिक अधिकारी हैं वो, और उसके अलावा सभी उपस्थित विभिन्न विभागों के पदाधिकारी, जैसे कि हेल्थ है या पंचायती राज है या पुलिस विभाग है, जितने भी लोग हैं सबका आप धन्यवाद। इसी के साथ में सभा के समापन की घोषणा करता हूँ।
Now I request all of you to rise for national anthem and request the IT team to play the same.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे।
I request GRC team, AVA ICP, to please come on the stage to have a photograph, a group photograph.